Chapter 719, 285 Converge in Jiangjing, President Huang takes action against fraud. One Sun Fuss regularly scheduled group assignment wasn't too difficult, it just required spending time to crunch the data. It was laborious and tested one's patience. Hen Shuyen and Su Yuanjun had delegated this task to a few newcomers. Hen Shuyen monitored the progress, and for this kind of group assignment, it would suffice to simply add his and Su Yuanzhen's names at the end. But he had never expected that the most core, cumbersome data in the group assignment was all organized by Bai Lian. You're joking? Hen Shuyen's expression darkened. Senior brother Hen, do you think I would joke about such a matter with you? Liang Wuyu shook her head. Hen Shuyen stopped talking. He truly couldn't understand how Bai Lian, who spent every day in the lab doing everything but her actual work, and who was always reading some papers, had found the time to handle such an immense volume of calculations. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, each of them took at least 2 days of leave every week. Under such circumstances, not only did she handle her own data, but she also helped Tang Ming and Su Zhiyue. Hen Shuyen didn't believe it, but he also knew that most of what Liang Wuyu said was probably true. From the beginning, he knew that the crowd, including Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang, was led by Bai Lian, who held absolute leadership among the newcomers. Today, both Hen Shuyen and Su Yuanjun meant to give Bai Lian a warning. But who knew that Bai Lian didn't care about the usual marks, and would leave whenever she said she would? Now that she had asked for leave, who would take over this most voluminous set of experimental data? Friday was the day of the regular meeting. Su Yuanzhen's face didn't look great either. After Liang Wuyu went out, she gave Hen Shuyen a glance. Junior brother Hen, it's normal to have some friction in the lab. Go and have a good talk with Bai Lian. Hen Shuyen, of course, wanted to get in touch. He was more anxious than anyone. He was graduating in the first half of next year, and he needed to obtain excellent evaluations, otherwise he would have to delay his graduation. He hadn't previously added Bai Lian's contact information, so he could only ask the other team members for her number and WeChat. He managed to get the number, but the call didn't go through, and there was no response on WeChat. In any case, with Bai Lian's departure, she was utterly unfindable in the lab. Hen Shuyen, who hadn't dealt with this group assignment for weeks, had no choice but to grit his teeth and burn the midnight oil to crunch the data. Shermen District. Bai Lian had already arrived at the hotel where Qiu Shuezhing and the others were staying. Shermen District is a tourist area, situated to the right of Xinjiang District. Qiu Shuezhing was communicating with the person in charge of this event. Having not seen each other for half a year, Jianzhe was more composed than before, not as impetuous, gentle yet reserved. Just past the street is Cultural Square, where we were originally slated to rehearse every day. Under the gaze of cameras from 4 nations, the slightest stage fright could affect performance. As for ability, no one was worried. After all, he was the top scholar of the last year's cohort. And when it came to stage fright, the Calligraphy Association, along with Qiu Zizhang's side, was even less concerned about that. The hotel beside Cultural Square had been expropriated by the officials to accommodate all the friends who had arrived for this event. Jianzhe took Bai Lian to a lounge in Xiangqing, pulled open a drawer, and handed over a document to Bai Lian. There's also this, from Brother Mao's friend who asked me to give it to you. Bai Lian reached out to take it. This was the order she had asked someone to investigate last time, held by Xiaoqi. Neurotoxins weren't common in the country, and Zhou Jian shouldered all responsibility for Su En's incident. Mao Kun had also checked the source, and the Ren family was indeed uninvolved. But Ren Wangshuan's reaction to the order in Zioki's hands was significant. Bai Lian still had someone look into it. 20 years ago, when the internet wasn't widespread, all transactions happened offline. Bakhter Street was intricate and complex, making the investigation of relationships troublesome. Bai Lian skimmed the paper and found some good news. They had found the supplier. She lowered her gaze and slowly folded the paper, then slouched lazily in the chair beside her. You came this time. You should be planning to stay for the exams before you leave, right? The examination locations for Jiang University were fixed. Every year, very few students from other institutions dared to apply to Jiang University. After the symposium, Jianzhe would also be nearly ready for his postgraduate exams. Speaking of which, Su Wenyao was also taking the exams this year. Yes, Teacher Chiu asked me to prepare for the interviews in Jiangjing. Jian just sat opposite her, picked up the Yixing teapot with practiced hands, brewed a cup of tea, and then poured one for Bai Lian as well. Bai Lian reached out to take the teacup and tasted it with a relaxed and leisurely air. To convey culture to foreign guests, each room in the hotel had been equipped with unique Chinese teaware. Jianzhu, under Qiu Zhuhang's influence in Xiangqing, had learned to do it properly and said after drinking a sip, "This tea isn't as good as ours." As soon as Qiu Shuizheng came in, he heard Jianzhu's unabashed comments. He hung his overcoat on the left side, took a seat in the empty spot, and began detailing the developments of Xiangqing Calligraphy Association over the past 6 months to Bai Lian. Xiangqing Calligraphy Association wasn't just a simple official organization. Located on Internet Celebrity Street, it also bore the responsibility of promoting culture. Chapter 720, 285 Converge in Jiangjing, President Huang takes action against fraud_2 over the past 6 months. As people clocked in and word of mouth accumulated, the flow of visitors steadily increased, and the scale of the street expanded several times over, sparking various industries' bloom. Jianzhi became a representative figure for the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. Because the college students who came to clock in all liked him, he was cultured and quite handsome, many people came to Xiangqing just for him. How many members does the Calligraphy Association have now? Bai Lian asked. Qiu Shuizheng laughed. Over 100 members now, not including the children who come to learn. There are a lot of people, so I discussed with a few teachers and we increased the thresholds. Bai Lian tapped her fingertips on the lid of her cup, her eyes lowered in thought, and she didn't ask further. Oh, Qiu Shuizheng saw she was deep in thought and didn't disturb her, but suddenly remembered something and he looked towards Jianzhi. I just saw Jian Rong's name on the list. The members of your family should be there too. This kind of official exchange would be a gathering of masters. The Beijing Writers Association and the Jian family would definitely attend. Other than returning to Beijing once in June, Jianzhi spent the past 6 months in Xiangqing, focusing on learning and practicing calligraphy, without returning to Beijing. Qiu Shuizheng suggested he take the time to go back and visit his family. He'll go visit in a couple of days. Jianzhi topped up Qiu Zhuhang's tea. Find some time, after the exchange meeting, ocean of ink and brush in a couple of days, we at the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association will start to get busy, Qiu Shuizheng said leisurely as he drank his tea. Watching the neighboring martial arts gym and clinic flourish, Qiu Shuizheng had been worried. Now he could finally relax. After eating, they returned to Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian sat on the carpet in piano room 302. She didn't have group homework due for the plasma laboratory today, and she had taken the time to try out the composition from Director Jian that was blooming on the trees. Director Jian's composition was too stunning. Her fingers glided across the strings, and she played it 2 or 3 times before stopping. It was no wonder this song was a hit. Both she and Director Jian were serious about it. At the weighty door of the piano room, Jiang Fulai held the door with one hand, papers from his group in his other, listening attentively. Bai Lian knew someone was behind her. After playing for the 3rd time, she slowly reached out to take off her prosthetic nails, turning to look at him with her usual laid-back expression. I took the day off today. She told Jiang Fulai about the laboratory. Jiang Fulai stepped closer, listening intently, then squatted down to take the prosthetic nails she had removed, speaking indifferently. The experimental center doesn't carry much weight. He never had much regard for the experimental center, more concerned about the project she and Ning Xiao were researching. How far has the new material developed? Bai Lian put the guzheng on the stand, stood up, and went out the door with him. It's still in progress. We've tried several plasmas for grafting activation, which can replace the functional groups produced previously, effectively avoiding pollution and radiation. She had dinner with Qiu Shuizheng and the others earlier, and Jiang Fulai hadn't eaten yet. Ming Dongheng had already quietly arranged his dinner on the table in room 302. The two of them now had different research directions. The details were too technical for Jiang Fulai, but when Bai Lian spoke, he could understand. Bai Lian said a few words and then brought up Zhang Xiai's, Qi Lu's student. How does he not resemble his teacher at all? She sighed lightly, starting to worry. As an active socialist builder who even uses WeChat shakes constructively, Miss Bai had no inkling at all. It was partly her doing that Zhang Xiai's had gone so far off course. After all, the troops reflect their leader. Jiang Fulai, sitting down ready to eat. He fell silent for a while, then poured her a glass of milk. Have some. On Friday, they finished a major mechanics class in the Tongfeng cohort in the morning. At noon, Bai Lian gathered her group to eat together. When she was in school, her group would use her card to pay for meals. At the rectangular tables in the third cafeteria, just enough seats for the whole group were filled. Ding Wenyang was describing to Bai Lian how Hen Shuyan had not slept for 2 days. He's so busy he doesn't even have the time to scold us, and the progress is still slow. Over the past days, Ding Wenyang and Tang Ming had finished their own tasks and were even able to help Ning Xiao calculate data. Bai Lian, sitting across from Ding Wenyang, ate her meal methodically. But, Sister Lian, after expressing his relief, Ding Wenyang was also quite worried. Will this affect your regular grade? The midterm experiment required them to spend every afternoon in the laboratory so that the institute could better integrate them into the scientific research atmosphere. They were definitely meant to learn something. Bai Lian had offended both her senior brother and sister. Bai Lian finished eating her vegetables and then looked up, saying slowly, "It's fine." Next to her, Tang Ming, with his legs propped up, ate carefree, clearly unbothered, prompting Ding Wenyang to resume his meal with lingering concerns. Chapter 721, 285 Converge in Jiangjing. President Huang takes action against fraud _3 Liang Wu whispered to Tang Ming, who, after looking at him, thought for a moment and then switched places with Liang Wu. After they switched, Liang Wu put down his utensils and spoke softly. Hen Shun only wrote his name and his senior sister's on the paper. It was a common yet unquestionably uncontestable tactic. Bai Lian picked up a thermos from the table, unscrewed the lid, took a sip, and with drooping eyes said, "How did those two manipulate the data?" "They basically copied yours," Liang Wu had observed carefully. Unlike the aloof Ning Xiao or the socially anxious Su Jiyue, his tone was slightly disdainful. "Without using your data, they wouldn't be able to calculate it even if given another week." "I see." Bai Lian idly tapped her finger on the thermos, smiling lethargically. "I'll join you for the regular meeting this evening." Not far away. The group led by Gao Yuan. The members were all connected through a network of relationships, interwoven and intricate, and there were also rumors about Bai Lian taking a month's leave due to poor relations with the lab's seniors. Bai Lian had a high reputation at Jiang University, especially after the welcome party. It wasn't just Bai Lian. Now, Tang Ming's notoriety in the school even exceeded that of Gao Yuan and his group. However, Jiangjing had recently been thrown into chaos by Xian Kong, Yen Lu, and the Drama Academy, with most of the school forum discussing these issues. The response to Bai Lian's group in the laboratory was lukewarm, and the number of mentions they received on the forum recently had finally decreased significantly. Being smart is useless in experiments, Gao Yuan, who was recently quite buoyant, said. No one in the lab dared to exploit someone from the Gao family, and the seniors were always willing to include him in their projects. Don't worry about them, everyone just focus on their work in the lab. The research directions I posted in the group are important. Our group's performance is crucial before the end of the term. When he said the last sentence, Gao Yuan's expression was very serious. The people at the table looked at each other and knew Gao Yuan must have some inside information. And it must be something significant. They finished dinner almost at the same time as Bai Lian's table and left. As they walked behind Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, it was clear to see that Ning Xiao, Ding Wenyang, and others were heading towards the research center, while Bai Lian was going in the direction of the west gate, planning to leave the university. Gao Yuan watched Bai Lian heading off, feeling relieved. After all, Bai Lian still hadn't experienced academia. She was used to being adored by students, unaware of how this circle operates. What use was her intelligence then? I wonder what she's going out for now, one of the boys said, patting Wang Shi on the shoulder with a laugh. Brother, you made the right choice joining our group. Gao Yuan's information is more advanced than the average professor's. This was something Wang Shi finally felt after joining the lab. From October to December, Wang Shi had felt a heavy burden on his chest, unable to breathe. The success of Bai Lian and Ding Wenyang made him anxious, but now he finally felt it dissipating. In the evening, the regular meeting of the plasma laboratory was in the amphitheater of the physics building. Bai Lian had made a special trip back from Ma Institute's laboratory. Lian's sister, over here. Tang Ming saved her a spot in the last row. Sun Fu brought a few doctoral students, not many, but together with the assistants and lab heads, and the new group including Ding Wenyang, there were still over 20 people in the amphitheater. Bai Lian was most familiar with Hen Shuyen. She rarely saw the others, but they were all quite polite in greeting her. Dean Huang. In the middle of the meeting, Huang Yushua entered, and Sun Fu quickly got up. What brings you here? The second disciple of Ma Institute, a top figure in domestic quantum physics, Sun Fu was very respectful towards Dean Huang. Dean Huang, hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly towards Sun Fu. I've come to listen in. His arrival injected enthusiasm among the present graduate students. The group led by Ding Wenyang was also curious. Only Bai Lian, seated in her place, casually flipped through a paper without looking up. Ding Wenyang was seated in front of her and turned back. The paper Bai Lian was pressing down was still the original. The arrival of Dean Huang livened up the atmosphere. The graduate student meetings were much higher in quality than the bi-weekly sessions of the Tongfeng class, and Ning Xiao and others listened attentively. Soon it was Su Yuanzhen's group's turn. He Shu Yen, holding a USB drive, went up after having stayed up for 3 consecutive days with only a few hours of sleep, dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and his spirits dampened by anxiety. Still, his presentation and the data he showcased were quite polished. It seemed to pass muster, but something was lacking. The last slide of the PPT listed the primary authors of the paper, He Shu Yen, Su Yuanzhen. Just the two of them. They've really got some nerve. Ding Wenyang couldn't help but become angry, whispering to Liang Wuyu, all the research materials were collected by us, and the data was done by Bai Lian. They just reviewed Bai Lian's data in the last 2 days, and now it's credited to them. They have no shame at all. The rest of the group was equally furious. As he spoke, Ding Wenyang sneaked a glance back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, 286 Outstanding Talents Emerge, First Update, _1 Sun Fu looked at the 2 outstanding team members he had just praised, his face ashen. He first apologized to Dean Huang, then turned his head. The group assignment I gave you was to temper your temperaments. Go back and reflect properly for 2 weeks, and you two don't need to come during this time. Hen Shuyen and Su Yuanzhen's faces instantly turned white. Such incidents actually were not uncommon in the lab, but most people would not make it public. Unexpectedly, Dean Huang happened to visit today. Especially for Hen Shuyen, graduation was imminent, but now it wasn't just a matter of delaying graduation, it was about whether he could graduate smoothly afterwards. In the back row, Ding Wenyang was dumbstruck as he watched everything unfold. Dean Huang's office. When Bai Lian arrived, he was standing by the glass window, holding a lit cigarette in his hand. Sit. Dean Huang flicked the ash off his cigarette and sat down on the sofa beside him, his eyes somber. What are your thoughts on what happened today? Bai Lian took a seat, accepted the tea cup handed over by the teaching assistant, and didn't speak. It's a normal occurrence. Where there are people, there are battles for fame and fortune. Dean Huang didn't expect her to say much. You will encounter more situations like this in the future. You had a senior who faced much tougher challenges than you. This path is not easy, especially for a woman. I hope you can stick to your original aspiration and keep moving forward. I know. Bai Lian held her teacup, her gaze looking out of the glass window. The snow had almost melted, leaving only the desolate tree leaves. Her eyes were as deep as still waters, her expression excessively indifferent. This freshly graduated junior sister from the ivory tower. The dean had initially thought she, like her teacher, was not familiar with the ways of the world. The incident today might have been too big a blow for her. But now, looking into her eyes, he suddenly felt that this junior sister was very different from what he had imagined. She seemed to have experienced much. As long as you know, Dean Huang chuckled, standing up, let's go. As for Professor Sun, he might submit a report tomorrow requesting your temporary removal from the team. He'll check out other labs tonight. It was 9 o'clock. He left his office door open and didn't keep Bai Lian for very long. Just a few minutes, he and the teaching assistant saw Bai Lian out. At the staircase, Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang's group were all huddled together, leaning against the edge. These students were full of life, talking softly while waiting for Bai Lian to come out. After Bai Lian walked past, the vibrant, youth-filled students, both flamboyant and socially awkward, respectfully bid farewell to Dean Huang. Dean Huang, goodbye. Huang Yushua felt very pleased deep down. Look at her, Huang Yushua said as he watched the students go downstairs. In such a short time, she has become the leader Ding Wenyang and the others rely on. The students from Tongfeng class, including Liang Wu who had previously attracted attention at Jiang University, all respected her greatly. Beside him, the teaching assistant spoke, that's why you don't need to worry about student Bai. Huang Yushua nodded, email me the state of the other labs tonight, and he'll help them select one. The two went back to get their coats and descended as well. After 9, the wind was cold. The main paths in Jiangjing University were covered in silver and yellow fallen leaves. Huang Yushua and the teaching assistant were discussing this year's postgraduate entrance examination when they turned a corner and encountered someone wearing a black down jacket. Hey, Huang Yushua's stern demeanor instantly softened, and he hurriedly ran over without caring about his image. Old Xia, wait for me. When Xia Zhuyu saw him, he instinctively wanted to run, but when caught, he just turned around with an expressionless face. Dean Huang. Very formally. Old Xia, we're old classmates, why so formal? Huang Yushua slapped Xia Zhuya's shoulder, then whispered in his ear, Old Xia, how's the research on my medicine coming along? Xia Zhuyu had no expression on his face, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the top of Huang Yushua's head, his mouth twitching slightly, still pondering it. The same old excuse. It's been 3 years. Huang Yushua followed Xia Zhuyu to his home. You can't just brush off your old classmate like this. Who was it that in college, to help you and your sister-in-law, put on a woman's voice to answer the roll call? Who? Xia Zhuyu expressionlessly took out his keys to open the door. He was in charge of a key national soybean genetic engineering project, aimed at solving domestic soybean import issues, and Jiang University had built him a special building for this purpose. Huang Yushua's reason for asking him to research pharmaceuticals in his spare time was simple, because he specialized in biochemistry during university. Xia Zhuyu had also researched pharmaceutical manufacturing and even had a small project. But in recent years, he hadn't made any notable breakthroughs. Chapter 723, 286 Outstanding Talents Emerge, First Update, _2 I can't do it, but I have a student who can, Xia Zhuyu said to Huang Yushua. Although she's only a freshman, she's very diligent, exceptionally talented, and will be a rising star in the field of biology. Just wait a few more years for her. Who? Could anyone be more diligent than you? Coming from a poor family background, Huang Yushua had been in the same high school class as Xia Zhuyu and was aware of his family's situation. It was hard to get into university back then, and Xia was always studying even when he was working part-time. He admired someone else's diligence? Yang Lin, my student, Xia Zhuyu went to boil water. With her tenacity, her name will undoubtedly be found in the future edifices of domestic biology. Huang Yushua sat on the sofa, joking aside. But Xia Zhuyu's words surprised him. Initially, he was amazed that a freshman like Bai Lian had caught the eye of her professor, and now Yang Lin had quietly gained Xia Zhuyu's favor? Xia Zhuyu, who had studied biology in D country for 10 years and had only managed to return safely to his homeland after much obstruction abroad with the intervention of academician Ma, was the foundation of the domestic soybean field. His sudden references to my student suggested he was truly satisfied with Yang Lin. Beihong District. When Jianzhi came to see the Jian family, Jian Zhonghai was negotiating with President Yin, Jian Rong was talking with Bai Shaoqi and Song Min due to Bai Shuk's connection, and she was acquainted with both. Jianzhe was the only one sitting on the sofa. When he saw Bai Lian's message, he stood up, politely greeted, "Grandfather, President Yin, I have to leave early for an errand." Although Jian Zhonghai didn't look highly upon the businessman Bai Qiming, he was quite amiable towards the Yin family firmly established in Jiangjing. When he heard Jianzhe's words, he glanced briefly and continued the conversation. He didn't care where Jianzhe was going. Since Jianzhe had gone to Xiangqing to stand in for Jian Rong, there had been little news, and Jian Zhonghai did not pay much attention to him. However, Jianzhe's father wanted to grab his son's ear, but with Jian Zhonghai and President Yin present, he couldn't behave so rudely and only followed Jianzhe a little further. "Where are you off to?" To meet Sister Lian, Jianzhe showed his father the message on his phone. "She's called me to have late-night food." Sister Lian, always that Sister Lian. "Eat, eat, eat, that's all you think about," his father lamented in disappointment. As for Miss Lu, she's now getting along well with Jian Rong. Her father is a renowned professor in the Chinese department at Beijing University, and he even introduced a professor from the Chinese department of Jiang University to Jian Rong. Jianzhe recalled and realized Miss Lu was the lady he had been set up with the last time he returned to Beijing. But she seemed to prefer Jian Rong's company. He nodded earnestly. "Then I should congratulate Jian Rong." His father looked at Jianzhe at a loss for words. As he passed by Shaoqi and the others, Jianzhe greeted them politely too. "Heading out so late?" Bai Shaoqi stood up out of politeness. "There aren't many buses around here." "I've already called a car," replied Jianzhe, showing his phone. After he left, Song Min looked to Bai Shaoqi with a questioning glance, to which Bai Shaoqi replied, "He's Jian Rong's older cousin. He was sent to Xiangqing in her place before. I haven't seen him in a long time." Song Min nodded, not paying much mind, and President Yin also did not make any special arrangements to have Jianzhe driven home. Clearly, the Jian family didn't say much about Jianzhe, who had little to show for himself and didn't warrant any special consideration. 10 o'clock. Jianzhe arrived at 103, at Bai Lian's request, fetching fruits to room 303. He was already familiar with Ji Heng and the others. At this time, Ji Heng, Lance, and Dean Jian were playing mahjong. Jianzhe effortlessly filled Ji Heng's pipe with tobacco. Dean Jian sat to the left of Ji Heng and looked up at Jianzhe. "I heard you're preparing for postgraduate studies at Jiang University. How's the review going?" "There shouldn't be any major issues." Jianzhe handed the pipe to Ji Heng. He stood straighter and spoke more confidently than when they first met, exuding an air of dignity. He was vastly different from how he was over half a year ago. It had to be said that Bai Lian was quite good at teaching. Dean Jian didn't like the Jian family people, but he found the current Jianzhe quite pleasing. He drew a two of bamboos. "Come to the Culture Bureau tomorrow afternoon, I need your assistance." Jianzhe carried the fruits back to room 303. Zhang Xiais was chatting with Tang Ming and others, saying, "Score of 649, ranked 37th in the class." Jianzhe wasn't familiar with Zhang Xiais. He left one portion of the fruits and took another to Bai Lian in the study, telling her about Dean Jian's request. "Go ahead." Bai Lian's gaze remained on her computer screen as she picked up a strawberry and bit into it leisurely. "You could use the practice." Not surprised by this, Jianzhe glanced at her computer screen, which was filled with complex graphs, not understanding a single axis, which gave him a headache. He excused himself to join Tang Ming and the others outside for barbecue. The next day, Saturday, Ji Heng and Lance went to the Su family to invite Su En for fishing and to check on Su Siki. Bai Lian, thinking of Su Wenyou's upcoming graduate school exams, decided to join Ji Heng to see Su Wenyou. Today, Jiang Fulai didn't accompany her. As the year-end approached, he was busy preparing for the holiday season. Months passed, and Su Siki's face had grown fuller. Sitting in the cradle, with shiny black eyes, he would smile and gurgle happily at the sight of people. Bai Lian, with her arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, watching Ji Heng play with him for a while before stepping out to discuss the graduate exams with Su Wenyou. The trip from Mingfeng district to Shenqing's place was somewhat far. Shenqing and her husband didn't stay with the Mu family. They continued to live in their apartment after the ceremony. In the evening, Ren Wanxian, who had been under observation in the hospital for a few days, also returned. Dong Xiaobai personally escorted her home. Before leaving, Dong Xiaobai made it a point to come downstairs to greet Ji Xiaojun. Upon entering, he spotted Bai Lian in the living room. Bai Lian, dressed in a fuzzy sweater, was casually sitting on the couch flipping through a book. Thinking about the calligraphy association matters and the lack of communication from anyone, Dong Xiaobai was in the dark about the arrangements above. He and Elder Dong had guessed that perhaps the Jiang family had directly cancelled that part, so he inquired with Bai Lian. That matter, Bai Lian had a good impression of Mu Yining and Dong Xiaobai, so she closed the book, stood up unhurriedly and said, "I'm on it." Dong Xiaobai was quite surprised. "You?" Chapter 724. Not so simple niece, shocked members of the Jian family, second update, _1 inch sure. Bai Lian stood up as Jiang Fulai was almost there. After a moment of thought, she said, "I will refer a doctor to Ren Wanxian for her hands, guaranteed to leave no sequelae." Dong Xiaobai was still immersed in shock and hadn't fully recovered. He responded subconsciously, "No need, my dad has already found her an old doctor." Bai Lian nodded. "All right then. If there are any issues later on, come to me." She said goodbye to Xin Qing and Ji Xiaojun. She didn't stay for dinner. After Bai Lian left, Dong Xiaobai turned to Xin Qing. "Sister-in-law, Bai Lian, she's also learned calligraphy?" "Are you talking about Alien?" "She writes very well." Xin Qing had Bai Lian's calligraphy at home. Not understanding calligraphy, Xin Qing went to her room, took out the book that Bai Lian had left behind, where she always left her handwriting after reading. Shen Qing flipped to the page with the handwriting. "Look." Dong Xiaobai looked down. The script was neat and had a unique style. It was a very special Guanga style. Even he was impressed at first glance. But this is Guanga style. Dong Xiaobai went to the Calligraphy Association overnight. When the person in charge of brush and ink seas heard the news, he found Bai Lian's name on the computer, adjusted his glasses and said, "Bai Lian, there is such a person, but the president has ordered it personally, and the Cultural Affairs Bureau has also approved it." "What? The president personally approved it?" Dong Xiaobai calmed down. If both the Cultural Bureau and the president had directly approved it, then this matter might not be what he had imagined. This was indeed very strange. After leaving the Calligraphy Association, Dong Xiaobai was hit by the cold wind and called Mu Yining in a low voice. "Yining, I always feel that your niece is not so simple." The next day, early in the morning, Ding Wenyang and Tang Ming were among those who received a notice to suspend their lab visits. They were supposed to go to the plasma laboratory over the weekend. Now that they were free, Ding Wenyang took the opportunity to visit Ning Xiao's house. "You got a house as a reward from your uncle for getting into university?" Ding Wenyang, struck by the sight of Ning Xiao's ordinary clothes, said, "Bro, you really got me good. Houses in the school district of Jiangjing are not cheap." Ding Wenyang had always thought Ning Xiao's thrifty family wasn't well off, so he took care of him subtly in everyday life. Ning Xiao, with a slightly gloomy look in his eyes, gave him a glance but didn't reply. After the house visit, Bai Lian happened to return from her morning run. It was cold in Jiangjing's morning, so she wore just a sweatshirt, her hair tied up behind her head with a ribbon, capped with the hood of her sweatshirt. "Are you free today?" Bai Lian went in using her fingerprint on 303's lock. "Good, he'll take you guys to do some volunteering later, and you'll get a certificate for academic credit." It was the first day of the big event, and there were a lot of foreign guests. These few were fluent in English, perfect for volunteering as guides for the visitors. Volunteering? Ding Wenyang thought it was just the kind of volunteer activity arranged by a school club, and seeing that Bai Lian wasn't affected by the lab's suspension, he touched his head. "Actually, I still need to fulfill my practice credit." Just as he finished speaking, the door of 303 opened. At the dining table, a man holding chopsticks in a lazy manner slightly raised his head, his movements elegant and distant. His gaze, not too oppressive, somehow still gave off a sense of alienation. Ding Wenyang, instinctively avoiding making a scene, mindful of his image. Then he saw Ning Xiao, who was usually silent, respectfully bowing and calling out, "Brother Jiang." Ding Wenyang, following the lead of Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, also respectfully lowered his head, "Brother Jiang." Standing by, Ming Dongheng, who was fetching chopsticks for Bai Lian and the others, glanced at Ding Wenyang when he heard the brother Jiang. Cultural Square covers about 1.5 hectares. A concrete avenue leads to the central square in the middle, surrounded by countless concrete paths, small gardens, and large patches of lawn. In spring, many schools organize elementary students for field trips and kite flying here. Today at the entrance, there were banners hanging, Brush and Ink C's Four-Nation Cultural Exchange event. It was the opening day of the event, with a gathering of masters. Outside, there were also a circle of the Four Nations flags, with the red flag in the center particularly eye-catching. The weather was cooperating, no snow, and the sun had just risen, not as harsh as in summer days, soft and distant. This cultural exchange event attracted many visitors, and police were managing order at the main entrance. As Bai Lian and the others got out of the car, they drew the eyes of many people and the media outside, but as the group was rather young, the reporters only took a few photos and did not approach for interviews. Jianzhe was waiting for them at the main entrance. These are the volunteers, Bai Lian indicated the few people behind her. Chapter 725, Not So Simple Niece, shocked members of the Jian family, second update, _2 As soon as Jianzhe saw Ning Xiao, he became respectfully solemn. These were all seniors who'd been admitted to Jiangjing University. Senior, follow me, there are volunteers with sleeve protectors behind. The dean of the Jian family was the main person in charge of this event. He didn't get along well with the Jian family, but Jianzhe got along well with Bai Lian, and the dean liked what he saw in him. He even introduced Jianzhe to a few people and distributed some tasks. Ding Wenyang followed the staff to the rest area on the left side of the square and fastened the sleeve protectors around his arms. It was only after Bai Lian and Jianzhe had gone out that he tugged at Tang Ming's sleeve and whispered, "What kind of high-end event is this, really? Can I handle it?" "I don't know either." Tang Ming adjusted his sleeve protectors, "but it should help us gain a lot of points, haha." Ding Wenyang. Sometimes he found Tang Ming's intelligence and sensitivity frightening, yet at other times he thought him to be excessively thick-skinned. The Jian family arrived early. Jian Zhonghai was not accustomed to this weather. He wore a thick coat as he stood at the red carpet entrance of Cultural Square, speaking with Jian Rong. "Did you manage to meet with Professor Feng?" Professor Feng was indeed the teacher Mr. Liu's daughter had introduced to him. Jian Rong shook his head. A professor from Jiang University was always busy, which was understandable. Jian Zhonghai wasn't surprised. "When your second granduncle arrives, remember to greet him right away. He'll acknowledge you after all." "Grandfather, don't worry." As the Jian family was talking, Jianzhe came their way with a girl and volunteers. Jian Rong recognized the girl at the front at a glance. Her face was slightly downcast. She wore a top with pipa sleeves, the cuffs tightly gathered. Below was a white pleated skirt, its base lightly colored, embroidered at the bottom with alternating lines of iridescent gold and blue thread, showcasing an elaborate pattern. On top were red chamomile flowers, with butterflies fluttering amongst them. A pure white cape was draped over her, interwoven with green grapevines. Sensing the gaze, she looked over lazily. Her beauty was fresh, and the cold winter sunlight illuminated her from behind, radiating a certain indescribable charm. Jian Rong was taken aback for a moment. Even though he had only seen her once, he recognized her as a contestant from last year's Lanting Awards in Jiangjing, who also seemed to be from Xiangqing. Jian Rong vaguely remembered that he had drawn a trip to Xiangqing, but in the end, Jianzhe went in his place. Upon seeing Jian Zhonghai and his father, Jianzhe greeted them politely. "Grandfather, father." Jian Zhonghai looked at Jianzhe and the group of unfamiliar volunteers accompanying him, then withdrew his gaze, not lingering any longer. "I asked you to come with your grandfather, but you didn't," Jian Rong's father whispered in his ear. "Now you're with these kids, later on, just follow me. Your grandfather came here specifically for your second granduncle. Jian Rong is here too, and you can't be absent." Jianzhe was just about to speak. Ahead, the person in charge of Cultural Square was leading several smartly dressed individuals their way, followed by a couple of reporters taking photos of the elderly among them, obviously important figures. Jian Zhonghai recognized one of them at first glance and quickly perked up. "Professor Feng." Jian also shifted his gaze away from Bai Lian and went to greet Professor Feng. Professor Feng, you are here today as well? Professor Feng was a professor from the Chinese Literature Department at Jiang University. Jian father, watching the mingling of the group, tugged at Jian's sleeve. See that? That's Professor Feng. You should have met him originally. I'm here for the cultural exchange to broaden my horizons. Professor Feng squinted slightly as he noticed Jian and then recognized him. Ah, it's you, Jian. Professor Feng could tell at a glance that he wasn't very familiar with Jian Zhonghai and Jian. He stood on the side, waiting for the elderly man to finish his interview. He turned his head and spoke briefly to Jian with little interest. When he turned his head, he saw a girl standing beside Jianzhe looking down at her phone. Professor Feng was astonished and quickly called out, "Bai student?" Bai Lian looked up in response. "It really is you, Bai student." Professor Feng's eyes brightened as he walked over, now speaking warmly with Jian. "Bai student, you know Jian and the others?" Indeed. Because Jianzhe had greeted Jian Zhonghai, they were all standing close to each other. Professor Feng subconsciously thought they knew each other. "I don't know them." Bai Lian shook her head. "Don't know them?" Professor Feng didn't ask further, but instead looked up at Dean Shu, who was still being interviewed, and called out, "Dean, Bai student is here too." Professor Feng was one of Dean Shu's teaching assistants, and Bai Lian had met her in the office before. Bai Lian also recognized Professor Feng and, looking up again, saw Dean Shu declining the reporter's interview and walking over. He was dressed in a dark blue long gown, a wise and gentle elder. His temperament clearly distinguished him from others. "Dean Shu," Bai Lian gripped her phone, also somewhat surprised to see him there. "You're here too?" "Yes. The Cultural Bureau asked me to oversee the event." Seeing Bai Lian, Dean Shu was also pleased, his face much kinder. "Let's go in and talk." Chapter 726. 288 The most untouchable person in Jiangjing _1 Jianzhe was never a standout among the Jian family's young generation, benefiting only slightly due to being the grandson of Jian Zhonghai. Yet, he still could not compare to Jian. Jian Zhonghai, ever eager for quick success and instant benefit, focused all his attention on Jian. The only time he expressed concern for Jianzhe was when Jian was chosen by the Beijing Writers Association to go to Xiangqing, and Jianzhe actively proposed an exchange. If it weren't for this trip to Jiangjing, where Jianzhe came to visit him, Jian Zhonghai would have almost forgotten about this grandchild. The dean of the Chinese department at Jiang University? What's the deal with Jianzhe? Is he planning to apply for a postgrad at Jiang University? After Professor Feng went to the restroom, Jian Zhonghai turned to Jian's father beside him. "And who's that girl with him?" With just a few lines of conversation, everyone present could tell the girl was very familiar with Dean Shu. And she introduced Jianzhe to Dean Shu as well. "He never told me he was applying to Jiang University." Jian's father had always resented Jianzhe for not being more ambitious. Watching Jianzhe's retreating back, he had not processed the information. That girl. She must be the one he often mentions. The first day was the opening ceremony, where calligraphers from all corners of the country gathered in Jiangjing. Waiting for the grand event, some were also hoping to seize the opportunity to show off their talents and become overnight sensations. It was quite lively. Meanwhile, at the Mu family, Mu Yining had her assistant Wang arrange for a time slot early in the morning. She had learned from Dong Xiaobai the day before that Bai Lian was attending the four-nation exchange event and felt uneasy. This was a national event, after all. "I've never heard of Miss Bai being proficient in Liang-style calligraphy." The building butler furrowed his brows. He only knew that Bai Lian's academic achievements were impressive, superior even to those of the past. Mu Qiong, Chen, the old master, will also be present, with media and people from other countries in attendance. Are they really allowing Miss Bai to perform? "I don't know." Mu Yining made a call to Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun was also unaware of this. "You mean Alien? She has been busy with lab work recently." "Lab work?" Mu Yining paused for a moment, then hung up the phone. "Miss Bai went to the lab this early?" The building butler was startled, then remembered something. "I heard from the son-in-law before that Miss Ren practices calligraphy every day, and she is personally coached by people from the Calligraphy Association and Old Master Dong. Chapter 727. 288 The most untouchable person in Jiangjing _2, he flipped back to the group of socialites in Jiangjing. Above was news about tonight's gathering, to which Ren Wanxian replied that she'd be there. Then she put away her phone. The Shanghai apartment was still bustling. Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Ding Wenyang had volunteered outside all day, seen a lot, and were dining at 103 in the evening. Meanwhile, Bai Lian had returned to 303 for a bit before heading off to Sun Qian's banquet. Beneath the glittering lights of the Xijing Club, Kong Wei squatted down at the bottom of the stairs with a gift, speaking to Yu Xin, should we even be here? Yu Ximin's family was better off than Kong Weiss, but she had only heard of the Xijing Club. She had never been inside and had also hesitated, as she heard it hosted the real top-tier rich second generations of Jiangjing. I don't know, the address for Sun Qian's birthday party is here. Let's wait for Lian to arrive and then follow her in. Plus, I can get her to help circle out some content for the final exams. Although Bai Lian was not often seen in room 407, both Kong Wei and Sun Qian seemed to rely on her, intentionally or not. Before long, Bai Lian arrived with a computer and gifts in tow. Yu Ximin and Kong Wei finally felt like they found their backbone and followed close behind Bai Lian. The hostesses at the entrance of Xijing Club wore fur-trimmed kipeos, security staff were in suits and leather shoes, the female attendants were beautiful and the male ones handsome. They all took notice of the trio as they entered. The lobby supervisor, who had been giving instructions, perked up at the sight. He quickly came over to lead the way for Bai Lian and her party. Do you need me to carry something for you? The lobby manager, along with the rest of the staff at the Xijing Club, remembered Bai Lian's face very clearly from the summer holidays. Carrying a small gift bag and her computer, Bai Lian walked unhurriedly. No need. It's a bit cramped over there, you see, said the lobby manager respectfully after checking the private room and pressing the elevator button to the furthest right. He inquired, would you like to change to the VIP room on the top floor? Bai Lian continued to shake her head. Behind her, the staff were also very polite to Yu Ximin and Kong Wei, warm and thorough. Upon reaching the private room, Sun Qian came out to greet them. Seeing the manager, she was also taken aback, greeting him politely, Manager Ku, hello. After sending Manager Ku off, Sun Qian expressed her surprise. Why did Manager Ku send you over? Kong Wei didn't know who Manager Ku was and merely handed her gift to Sun Qian. The service attitude here is really good. The private room was resplendent, with small groups gathered and the music never ceasing. Chapter 728. 288 The most untouchable person in Jiangjing _3 Yes, even students at Jiang University are afraid of failing a class. Sun Qian coldly asked Kong Wei to send it to her. At that moment, someone pushed open the door of the private room again. This time, it was a young woman who pushed open the door, wearing a beige cheongsam and a black coat over it. As soon as she entered, the young masters and Mrs. Present were taken aback, then all stood up. Even Sun Qian, who was sitting next to Bai Lian and others, stood up and walked to the door. Second miss. Su Jini glanced indifferently around the room, her gaze pausing slightly on Bai Lian. The young woman's traditional clothing and overly delicate face caught her attention for a moment, but just for a moment. I was upstairs just now and heard your brother mention that it's your birthday today, so I specially came to congratulate you. Su Jini handed the gift she was holding to Sun Qian. Thank you, second miss, Sun Qian replied with great respect. Su Jini had little to talk about with the group downstairs, so after handing the gift to Sun Qian, she left. After she left, some of the socialites and young masters let out a sigh of relief and started discussing quietly. Ren Wanxian also lowered her voice to inquire, that second miss is Su Jini, the Sun family's second young miss. In our circle, you can offend anyone but not her, a male student beside Ren Wanxian explained. Is that so? Ren Wanxian withdrew her gaze in a trance. She had thought she was already at the top of the social circle. I've never heard of her before. She doesn't play around with us, someone shrugged. That's Su Nanjing's biological cousin, the girl whom Mrs. Su likes the most. The man she just mentioned is Sun Qian's brother, Sun Feng. Those who play with her are from Su Nanjing's crowd, the real power players. We are just here to while away the time. In room 407, both Sun Qian and Bai Lian were study fanatics. After Bai Lian outlined the key points of complex functions, Sun Qian sat next to her, scrutinizing them intently. Kong Wei and Yu Simin were laughing and playing pool on the side. Kong Wei didn't quite get it, so Yu Simin taught her. They were laughing and playing, unconcerned with the stares from others. Today was Sun Qian's birthday, and realizing she wasn't quite comfortable with the setting either, Bai Lian kept her laptop on her lap without leaving early. She pointed at the screen, drawing the material diagrams Ning Xiao needed. The diagram she was working on was beyond Sun Qian's study range, so after glancing at it, Sun Qian continued with her complex functions. This year's basic physics complex function exam questions were set by a teacher from the math department who was quite familiar with Bai Lian. Bai Lian helped them to inquire about the key topics. On the side, an aunt from the Sun family watched Sun Qian and Bai Lian studying and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Staying until past 10 o'clock, the gathering still hadn't ended. Bai Lian left early. Once she left, neither Kong Wei nor Yu Simin stayed any longer. Sun Qian had no choice but to walk the three of them to the elevator. Kong Wei and Yu Simin were discussing taking a taxi home together. There was a black car parked at the entrance. As the three approached, the black car window came down, and warm air poured out. In the driver's seat, a man in a white sweater whose eyes under the neon lights appeared as if carefully outlined in an ink wash painting, radiantly attractive. His phoenix-like eyes fell on the manager beside him, his tone cool and mild. "Send them home in a car." Manager Ku respectfully answered, "Yes." Bai Lian opened the passenger door, looking back at the stunned Kong Wei and Yu Simin. "Signal me when you get safely to the dorm." "Ah." Yu Simin nodded bewilderingly. Okay. In the car. The heater was turned up high. Bai Lian rested her cloak on her legs and lazily propped her chin with her fingers. She turned on the car stereo and played the song, "Blossoms on the Tree." Qin Si's voice was lower than Yen Lu's, creating a unique charm when heard. Jiang Fulai's long fingers tapped the steering wheel, glancing slightly sideways. "President Huang said you're going to change labs?" "Yes, but not to your lab," Bai Lian replied casually. Jiang Fulai gave her a glance and then fell silent. "I still have a day off tomorrow," Bai Lian remembered. Having taken a week's leave that lasted until tomorrow, President Huang said the new lab will likely be settled by tomorrow evening. The two arrived at Shanghai apartment. Mu Yining and Dong Xiaobai were waiting for Bai Lian to return in room 103. Walking beside Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai carried her laptop. Seeing Mu Yining and Dong Xiaobai, he nodded politely and continued upstairs with Bai Lian's belongings without disturbing anyone. Mu Yining clearly didn't expect Jiang Fulai to be there too. She waited until Jiang Fulai had gone upstairs before daring to speak. "Alien, do you know how to write in Liang script?" Chapter 729, 289. The old ancestor leading their cause returns, second update, _1 Bai Lian nodded, saying unhurriedly, "Right." Mu Yining exchanged glances with Dong Xiaobai, particularly Dong Xiaobai, for whom Bai Lian's answer was unexpected yet reasonable. Though they were surprised, both of them also breathed a sigh of relief. "How well have you learned the Liang style?" Dong Xiaobai inquired. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes slightly. It's okay. Liang style is difficult to learn as it requires great wrist strength." Dong Xiaobai nodded, not surprised that there were only a few in Jiangjing who were proficient in Liang style. "But it doesn't matter, we have communicated with tomorrow's event staff, you just need to perform normally." As long as Bai Lian knew it, that was enough. Dong Xiaobai completely put his mind at ease, knowing that as long as Bai Lian could do Liang style, and since the main shots tomorrow weren't focused on her, there was no need to worry. After Bai Lian went upstairs, he made a call to Elder Dong. The next day, Cultural Square. Dong Xiaobai kindly brought Ren Wanxian along. Ren Wangshuan's hand was bandaged in plaster, her complexion pale, and Dong Chuan accompanied her. Dong Xiaobai introduced her to a young woman, Wan Xian, this is Yajun, whom I've mentioned to you. She is currently the #1 in Liang style at the Calligraphy Association, personally taught by the former president. Yajun, this is Wan Xian, Xiaochuan's girlfriend. Su Yajun glanced over Ren Wanxian and nodded with a smile. Hello, I'm Su Yajun. Ren Wanxian looked at Su Yajun. In fact, they had met last year in Xiangqing. But back then, she wasn't important enough to catch Su Yajun's attention, and Su Yajun didn't even remember her. She was now only wondering if Su Yajun had any relation to Su Jini from last night since they shared the same surname. Hello. Su Yajun didn't remember, but Ren Wanxian wouldn't bring it up either. Su Yajun seemed to be in a rush, exchanged hasty greetings, and then left. After Su Yajun had gone, Dong Xiaobai then said to Ren Wanxian, surprised that I specifically introduced Ms. Su to you? Please tell me. Su Yajun comes from an average background, used to live in the suburbs and now resides in Guangyuan district. But that's not important. Dong Chuan, still looking where Su Yajun had left, explained on behalf of Dong Xiaobai. What's important is her other identity, as a student of the president of the Calligraphy Association. She's young, and without any surprises, she should be the next president of the Calligraphy Association. And the current president of the Calligraphy Association is a trusted confidant of the Chen family's patriarch. The president of the Calligraphy Association practices Liang-style calligraphy and is the sect leader of the Guzheng schools, who first became famous because of the white-robed journey. Both masters have a special relationship with the Chen family's patriarch. Actually, seeing the trends of the recent years, one knows why Liang style has become so prevalent. It's all pushed by the Chen family from behind. The Chen family is a grand clan with 1,000 years of legacy, numerous family members, leaders in politics, elites in scientific research, magnates in commerce. They have a presence in almost every field. Many people seek connections to join the Calligraphy Association, simply to integrate into this circle. Fawning over elegance is merely incidental. Ren Wanxian seemed to understand but not quite grasp it all. The resting room in the innermost area. Outside the door, 3 black-suited bodyguards stood guard. Inside the resting room, Su Yajun paused her writing, waiting for the ink to dry. Next to her, the president picked up her writing and brought it to the Yuanyue tea house, to show the Chen family patriarch sitting in the middle. The Chen family patriarch was watching Ding Jian make tea, the latter's actions taking him by surprise. Who did you learn this from? A white porcelain's snowy froth exuding fragrance. From a young friend, Ding Jian placed the tea set down with a gentle tap 3 times and handed the tea to the Chen family patriarch. Later on, I'll introduce her to you, you'll surely like her. The two enjoyed their tea, whilst appreciating the calligraphy brought over by the president of the Calligraphy Association. Ding Jian also admired the writing. Yajun's calligraphy skills have improved quite a bit. This piece, if auctioned, would certainly fetch a good price. Su Yajun, being a student of the president of the Calligraphy Association, naturally received strong support from them. With her good looks and great talent, writing mainstream Liang style, she also became a small calligraphy star with many calligraphy fans. Rarely willing to endure the hardships of practice, the patriarch of the Chen family also nodded with a look of appreciation on his face. Although not as good as the ancestors, as a girl naturally with less wrist strength, she has already begun to show her own character. The president of the Calligraphy Association smiled, taking the piece and brought it to Su Yajun. The old patriarch has a high opinion of you, but you still need to remain humble and continue learning. Let's display this piece at our station in the center to show and let them take pictures. Su Yajun did not show joy but accepted it with respect. Yes, teacher. After Ding Jian saw off the old patriarch, who waited outside for him. It's a pity, as he took the schedule from old Hu's hand, Ding Jian sighed. Su Yajun's age was a bit over the limit. Otherwise, if she were the youth representative this time, I wouldn't have to worry. Chapter 730, 289 The old ancestor leading their cause returns, second update. _2 He had played mahjong with Ji Heng a couple days ago, probing for information in a roundabout way. But he didn't get any news about Bai Lian and her mastery of the Liang style. You needn't worry too much, Lao Hu said, choosing his words to comfort. Miss Bai always has her own way of thinking. Plus, our foreign friends don't understand our characters. At most, it's the fans of the Liang style who might have a few more things to say. Director Jian also considered that Bai Lian was not a person to act impulsively, especially because he had been wondering for a long time whether Bai Lian could use the spear, so could she possibly master the Liang style calligraphy? That's why he didn't reject her when he first saw Bai Lian's name. The immense indoor plaza of Cultural Square. The floor inside the plaza was entirely covered with a red carpet, hosting countless small exhibition stands for calligraphy and paintings, and the central sunken stage area was where the opening ceremony would take place. All around the stage, fresh peonies and plum blossoms were set up, with pink and red peonies blooming in a gorgeous display of cold elegance and nobility. There were journalists packed on both sides. Only 4 rows of seating, 10 in each row, were for foreign guests and VIPs. Of the Beijing Writers Association, only Zhou Wennen had the privilege to sit in the back row to spectate, while other Beijing folks, like the journalists, stood around the perimeter. The Jian family members naturally did the same. But the Jian family members, with their sharp eyes, spotted a young man sitting next to Zhou Wennen in the back row. "Master," the old man who followed Jian Zhonghai whispered in shock. "How is young Master Jian just sitting there?" The eyes of the Jian family were all fixed on the central exhibition stage. At the old man's mention, they then noticed that the label stuck behind the first seat from the left in the back row bore just 2 characters, Jian. From the beginning with Director Xu to the present, the Jian family members were becoming desperately curious to know why this was happening. To be seated here, one must be a master in the field of calligraphy, or someone with significant influence among calligraphers. Jian? He had no relation to any of this, right? Old Master Chen was seated in the center of the first row, with orderly media taking photos and filming the entire event. Bodyguards stood at the sides of the first row. Outside the cordon, police with weapons were maintaining order. With Old Master Chen personally attending today, the number of reporters coming and going was double that of yesterday. Backstage, the green room was heated. Bai Lian took off her overcoat, wearing only a white dress with tea-colored flowers. In the waiting room before going on stage, as Bai Lian entered, Kai Xan was already seated inside. Upon hearing the door open, he didn't look up, sitting on the sofa, toying with a wolf hair brush as if no one had come in. It was Kai Xan, whom she would be performing with on stage. Bai Lian had heard about him from Jianzhe. Bai Lian's etiquette was meant only for those who deserved it, and she paid him no mind, taking a seat on the other side, pulling out her cell phone and leisurely browsing through academic papers. Just before it was time to take the stage, Kai Xen stepped out for a moment. When he returned, the program responsible person smiled at them reassuringly. "Kai, Ms. Bai, it's your turn. Don't be nervous." Bai Lian dusted off her sleeves, standing up at a leisurely pace. Across from her, Kai Xen looked up and glanced at her. Outside on the central stage, the host introduced Bai Lian and Kai Xen, and then translated everything into 2 languages. When Mu Yining arrived, Dong Xiaobai and several others were looking for seats in the front rows. Fortunately, a few people from the Calligraphy Association who knew Dong Xiaobai and Ren Wanxian gave up their seats for them to view the ceremony. They even asked why Ren Wanxian wasn't on stage. Beside Dong Xiaobai, Mu Yining, surrounded by dense crowds of journalists and listening to the clear voices of a few young people, wondered, "There won't be any problems, right?" "I've spoken to Minister Kai," Dong Xiaobai comforted her. "Don't worry." Mu Yining's gaze fell on the center of the first row, on the man seated furthest to the right, wearing a duckbill cap, his back straight and posture relaxed, her own anxiety gradually subsiding. It should be all right. On stage, a writing desk and the 4 treasures of the study were all neatly arranged. The host announced enthusiastically, "Next up, our 2 young representatives." Scattered applause rose, with quite a many fans in the audience shouting the names Kai Xen and Su Yaju, and occasionally, the name of the budding talent in the calligraphy world, Ren Wanxian, though not often. The girl in white ascended the stage. The live broadcast camera first gave her a close-up. The girl's delicate face had no bad angle on the official broadcast, very beautiful to look at. But this group of calligraphy enthusiasts had never seen her before. Who is this? Heard she's a new member of the Calligraphy Association, something Ren. Who is this by Lian? Isn't this the young lady from Jiang University who went viral in that video? Did she walk onto the wrong set? Chapter 731, 289 The old ancestor leading their cause returns, second update, _3. I checked, and although she's a member of the Xiangxin Calligraphy Association, her calligraphy level is 0? The Sino-Japanese Korean cultural exchange wasn't very popular, and the official live broadcast room only had a few tens of thousands of enthusiasts online, but due to Bai Lian's high popularity last time, many people clicked directly into the stream. Moreover, the gimmick of a calligraphy level of 0 drew in quite a few viewers. Many people present were simultaneously watching the live stream and the event. Mu Yining noticed that the camera was almost always on by Lian, with only occasional glimpses of Kai Xing. A few young people studying calligraphy nearby also received this news. Mu Yining paused. She hasn't passed any level tests? Hadn't Bai Lian claimed her calligraphy was decent? Of course, that wasn't the issue now. Mu Yining looked at Dong Xiaobai. Didn't you talk to Minister Kai about this? Why is the camera always on alien? Dong Xiaobai also found it odd. He took out his phone, even more anxious than Mu Yining. Don't worry, you'll ask. If there was a mistake at this conference, the Dong family would be the first to bear the brunt. They might even fade out of this circle in the future. Dong Xiaobai was already regretting why he had introduced Ren Wanxian in the first place. But no one answered Minister Kai's phone calls. Both Dong Xiaobai and Mu Yining were clever people. Seeing that nobody answered Minister Kai's calls, they pretty much understood why. Dong Xiaobai felt a cold sweat on his back. Backstage, Minister Kai turned off his cell phone and tossed it aside. He slowly pulled out a cigarette, speaking leisurely. Keep the cameras on this by Lian. Not giving Master Kai the spotlight? The staff member was startled. Minister Kai lit his cigarette, the smoke curling. No need. Well, give Kai Zin's writing a shot after she finishes writing. Our Kai Xen doesn't care about these things. You're really generous, the staff member said earnestly. After all, the Sino-Japanese Korean cultural exchange was the fastest way to gain fame. Minister Kai flicked the ash from his cigarette, smiling subtly. Dong Xiaobai was so anxious, calling him, inviting him to meals, all to cover up Bai Lian's abilities. He hadn't really done anything except direct the cameras a bit. After all, the representation of the youth was solely taken over by the Dong family, and if there were to be any problems, they would ultimately be traced back to them. He and Dong Xiaobai were rivals. In order to bring Dong Xiaobai down, Minister Kai didn't even save face for Mu Yining this time. There were sacrifices to be made, and they spared no effort. In the center of the exhibit, the host started with a smile. Let's appreciate the talent of the young generation. The camera switched entirely to the female side. Under the high-definition lens, the young woman was dressed in a white pleated dress with T-frills, her hair casually pinned up with a hairpin, the falling strands brushing her pale cheeks. When she slightly looked up, under the bright lights of the venue, one could see those carefree, wild and pitch-black eyes. In her right hand she held a wolf-hair brush, her knuckles distinct and forceful under the camera, while her left hand loosely held up her pipa sleeve. She started with a reverse stroke, the brushwork firm. Strive to become stronger without ceasing. Carry virtue in great measure. The 8 characters leaped onto the paper. Although it was an encouraging phrase, the prominent bones in the writing carried a sharpness, like a drawn sword. Under the enlarged live shot, the previously chatty members of the Calligraphy Association fell silent. Jingjing stared at these 8 characters. Even through the lens, the online viewers seemed to see, across the words, the image of a person in white, courageously venturing into Fengdu. Liang Zuan's style varied with each person who wrote it. His own characters were gentle. However, the writing of his proud disciple was ambitious and sharp, with an inherent intent to kill. The authentic works left behind were few, and over the years, almost no one could replicate the style of Bai Xiangjuan. Even the president of Jiangjing could only grasp a fraction of it. Until today, when this young woman in a white pleated dress with tea frills put down her wolf hair brush, slightly raised her head, and smiled serenely at the camera, under the countless spotlight of the reporters, she silently announced to everyone, the progenitor of their Liang style had returned. Chapter 732, 290 spears break through the waves. Holding a pen to test the sharpness _1 the president of the Calligraphy Association knew that this year's female participant was the same one who won first place in last year's Orchid Pavilion Award. Although her calligraphy had not been collected by the association last year, he still remembered the strength and vigor of her handiwork. It hadn't even been more than a year. Seeing her work today, he felt shocked by her calligraphy once again, realizing that in just over a year, her skills had improved by more than just a little bit. The camera had forgotten to switch to Kai Xen. It wasn't until Bai Lian and Kai Xen left the stage that the camera begrudgingly gave Kai Xen a moment of airtime. But by then, the camera's focus had lost its significance, as all attention, both on and off camera, was on Bai Lian. Nobody paid attention to Kai Xen, who shared the stage with her. The front row. Old Master Chen, dressed in a long robe, had been watching the girl the whole time and finally reacted when he saw the two of them leaving the stage, standing up abruptly with a thud. Next to him, Dean Jian hurriedly got to his feet. Old Master Chen. The Jian family was a prestigious literary family, and Dean Jian, having been immersed in the world of calligraphy from a young age, also had the ability to appreciate it. Bai Lian's Liang style had struck him as unique. Nowadays, most people's calligraphy is based purely on copying others, polished from start to finish, rarely reflecting any sense of beauty or artistry. Bai Lian's writing, however, with its rustic heaviness, seemed to come at them with the vigor and skeletal strength of ancient windswept grass. Old Master Chen's gaze still lingered on the left side of the stage, realizing the event had not ended. He felt he had lost his composure and reseated himself, not even turning his head. "Who is that girl?" "She's the child I wanted to introduce to you," said Dean Jian, surprised at Old Master Chen's reaction. He knew Old Master Chen always took great interest in anything related to the Bai family, but he hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Old Master Chen hummed in acknowledgement. The other executives at the pen and ink ocean, sitting beside him, exchanged glances and silently instructed their subordinates to find out more about this girl. Backstage. Having completed her task for the day, Bai Lian left after getting off the stage. She picked up a cloak nearby and walked out the door. At the back door, Jiang Fulai was waiting for her. He had donned a cap and leaned casually against the doorframe, the brim pulled low so only his firm jaw was visible, his pale and slender fingers fiddling absent-mindedly with a cell phone. Only when he heard footsteps did he turn his head slightly. There were many people at today's event, but he didn't linger. Instead, he took Bai Lian by the arm and led her straight out of the main entrance. "Let's go directly to the Ma Institute," Bai Lian said languidly as she followed Jiang Fulai. "I've taken leave from Professor Zhou's place, I don't need to go there today." "In such a hurry?" Jiang Fulai had specifically taken time out to watch the competition today. They had come quietly and left unnoticed. As Bai Lian discussed with him Ning Xiao's material analysis situation, "He's still missing a piece. It'll take the time today to finish the last few experimental data. The machine was running all day yesterday. I don't know if it caught anything." When it came to plasma materials, Bai Lian was still a bit inexperienced. She mainly helped Ning Xiao by crunching the numbers. She had also translated the preliminary data and foreign texts for Ning Xiao. As they passed by various booths, some people had already recognized that Bai Lian was indeed the same person who had been on stage earlier, but nobody dared to approach her. Not to mention Jiang Fulai by her side. Behind the two of them, Ming Dongheng wore a black long t-shirt, hands crossed over his chest, trailing 2 meters behind. His eyes constantly scanned the crowd. Security followed close by them. Perhaps knowing they were not ordinary people, the crowd bustled around but never dared to come too close. They moved quickly. By the time Dean Jian took Old Master Chen to the rest area, they had already disappeared. In the crowd. It was Mu Yining's first time experiencing the event in person. Like everyone else, she was stunned for a while, only coming to her senses after the event ended and the crowd dispersed. The people around her were very quiet. Some were discussing Bai Lian's name in hushed tones. Dong Xiaobai also snapped back to reality. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes shining brightly. Yining, who did she learn her calligraphy from? He was a scholar and always had been reserved and modest. Mu Yining was taken aback for a moment by his look before coming to her senses. I don't know, she never mentioned it. Is alien really that good? This is far beyond just good, Dong Xiaobai said softly. Such poise, such a sense of weight. Whom did she study under? Although she could guess from the audience's reaction that Bai Lian might be pretty good, she had not expected Dong Xiaobai to admire her to such an extent. Previously, when Dong Xiaobai knew that Ren Wanxian was proficient in calligraphy, he also praised her, but then he had merely said, "She writes very well," enabling Mu Yining to sense the surprise and admiration in his tone. Chapter 733, 290 spears pierced through the wind and waves, holding a pen to test the sharpness _2. But today, she heard something shocking in Dong Xiaobai's tone. I didn't hear Xiaojun and the others mention it. Dong Xiaobai's reaction meant that Bai Lian hadn't made any mistakes this time, which allowed Mu Yining to breathe a sigh of relief. Then Minister Kai, she narrowed her eyes slightly. The Mu family was keeping a low profile these days, not actively provoking anyone, but not afraid of trouble either. Minister Kai could refuse, but that might prompt Mu Yining to approach someone else. However, after agreeing and then creating obstacles when the program was truly underway, Mu Yining wouldn't let it go just like that. Beside them, Dong Chuan was also very surprised. After having dinner at the Mu family's home last time, he had heard Dong Xiaobai mentioning Bai Lian. At that time, he knew that Bai Lian was an outstanding student at Jiang University. However, it was only today that he found out she was also skilled in calligraphy. Before he could react, a member of the Calligraphy Association came over. "Mr. Dong, the president is looking for you." The president? Dong Xiaobai gathered his thoughts. He's looking for me at this time? Despite his confusion, Dong Xiaobai told Mu Yining to take Dong Chuan and Ren Wanxian out for a stroll while he went to the back lounge to meet the president. The lounge. When Dong Xiaobai arrived, the president of the Calligraphy Association was standing respectfully on one side, with Minister Kai and others present. The atmosphere was very quiet. Only an elderly man was sitting in the chair at the center. As soon as Dong Xiaobai entered the lounge, he felt the solemn atmosphere and quickly bowed respectfully, greeting, "Elder Qin." Elder Qin lifted his eyes to ask for his name and his position in the Calligraphy Association. After a few questions, he finally said, "Is Bai Lian someone your Dong family recommended?" "She is also my niece," Dong Xiaobai said. "Niece? Ah, good, very good. At such a young age to have such strength, to have such..." Elder Qin looked at him, his gaze much more amiable. "You all have done an excellent job this time." The president of the Calligraphy Association then smiled and spoke up. "Not only that, she herself has brought a lot of attention. It's been less than an hour since the event, and the internet is full of her short video clips. We've decided to frame her calligraphy and set up a separate booth for her in the center to attract more young visitors to the exhibition." In the room, everyone realized that the organizers greatly appreciated Bai Lian. Of course, among the younger members of the Calligraphy Association, no one else could compare to her. A group of people were discussing enthusiastically. The president of the Calligraphy Association remembered Minister Kai and laughed. "Little Kai, you did well this time too, getting the shots of Bai Lian just right." Minister Kai was smiling, but his entire demeanor was rigid. He had a conflict of interest with the Dong family. With Elder Chen from the Chen family present at this four-nation exchange meeting, if Bai Lian showed even the slightest mistake, or if her writing was just a little poor, causing Elder Chen and the organizers to be slightly dissatisfied, the industry would reassess the Dong family. He had high hopes and had Kai Xian repeatedly inquire. Bai Lian hadn't gone to any rehearsals from the beginning, especially since Dong Xiaobai and Mu Yining personally brought gifts to persuade him to reduce Bai Lian's on-screen presence. He believed it to be true, unaware that Bai Lian's calligraphy was not something to hide. Rather, it was of the highest quality. Having more camera shots of Bai Lian made her even more popular. Now the media were promoting this year's Ink C Bai Lian. Who would know there was also Kai Xian, who shared the stage with her, whose writing was not bad either. He previously waited for a comparison with Bai Lian, hoping to build a reputation for Kai Xian. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would never have given Bai Lian an extra shot. Now, not only had he not gained anything, but Mu Yining was not someone to be trifled with. If Bai Lian's performance on stage hadn't been ideal, the Dong family would have been too busy to deal with their own issues, leaving Mu Yining with little time to cause trouble for them. But now, not only did she have time, but the Dong family had likely made a good impression on the Chen family as well. Minister Kai was no longer relaxed. He started looking for someone to contact Mu Yining. The conference ended. Qiu Shuezheng got busy with Xiangcheng's small exhibition booth. The Calligraphy Association said they would add another booth for Xiangcheng. Jianzhe and Ding Jian walked outside. He had exams in a few days, and since Qiu Shuezheng didn't assign him any tasks, he needed to familiarize himself with the examination venue at Jiang University. Ding Jian couldn't find Bai Lian. She didn't reply to his messages, and he asked Jianzhe where she had gone. Bai Lian? Well, Jianzhe recalled for a moment, she has to go to the laboratory with Ning Xiao this afternoon. Ning Xiao still had a class in the morning and would go to Academician Ma's laboratory with Bai Lian in the afternoon. Is she in such a hurry? Ding Jian nodded. No wonder she hadn't been responding. She didn't bring her phone into the lab. Chapter 734, 290 spears cut through the wind and waves, holding a pen to test the edge _3. Seeing no sign of Bai Lian, Ding Jian grew impatient and decided to return to Chang'an district with Jianzhe, heading straight to Shanghai apartment to wait for Bai Lian. After all, the guzheng, the long spear, the Liang-style calligraphy. Ding Jian reflected on the past events. Even the old Mr. Chen did not wait any longer. Together, the two of them exited the main entrance. Outside, the Jian family had been on stakeout for Ding Jian since yesterday, but when Ding Jian came by yesterday, surrounded by a swarm of security guards and reporters, they were kept beyond the security line, unable to speak to Ding Jian for the entire day. They had come early in the morning today to stake out again. Upon catching sight of Ding Jian from afar, Jian Zhonghai hurried excitedly in that direction. Yet he was still stopped by the security on site. Old sir, please do not cross the security line. That is my brother. Jian Zhonghai gazed in the direction of Jian Zhongyo, his voice rising. Zhongyo, Zhongyo. Ding Jian bent down and got into the car. Without looking back, the security guards, with forced smiles, blocked the other members of the Jian family. There are others who claim to be the long-lost sons and daughters of Ding Jian. Sir, please do not make it difficult for us. Jian Zhonghai was a figure of some standing in Beijing, and this was the first time he had been treated with such passive aggressiveness. His aged face struggled to remain composed. Beside him, an elderly member of the Jian family squinted at another silhouette entering the car and was slightly stunned. Old master, look, isn't that young Master Jianzhe getting on the car? Today is Monday. The physics department has its routine meeting in the afternoon. Dean Huang sat at the front with his hands resting on the table, palms together, surveying the room. Zhua, what about your project? His gaze settled on Zhuojinhua. Dean Huang supervised many students, but had only a few direct disciples. Some were assisting at Academician Ma's Research Institute. Zhuojinhua was a quasi-free-range doctoral student. Missing an opportunity in this year's mathematical modeling competition, his performance fell short, and he had not yet been promoted to a professional title. Nor had he been promoted to associate professor. Bai Lian was his future junior sister, and without even thinking, Dean Huang knew how brilliant the path ahead for Bai Lian and her line would be. He had recently heard that Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had been in Academician Ma's lab. During this period, Sun Fu let Bai Lian and the others leave the lab, and Dean Huang did not try to persuade Sun Fu otherwise. He was willing to give Zhuojinhua a chance. Bai Lian was still accessible now, but in the future, trying to get to know Bai Lian and her group might prove difficult. Zhuojinhua adjusted his glasses, looking at Dean Huang. Teacher, my lab has 2 newcomers this year. One is Bai Shaoke and the other is Qi Shuyun. Qi Shuyun was planning to take his master's exams this year. Although Zhuojinhua was still only a lecturer, because he was a student of Dean Huang, there were not a few who applied to study under him, but usually, the truly high-quality candidates applied to those above professor level. Zhuo Jinhua found it difficult to manage two newcomers, especially since Qi Shuyun wasn't really a newcomer. As for Bai Lian and her group of 10, not even Professor Sun's lab could accommodate them, so naturally, Zhuo Jinhua didn't want to either. I see. Dean Huang glanced at him and did not ask further. Instead, he turned to others in the room. In the conference room, most coincidentally bent down to sip their tea. Avoiding eye contact. Dean Huang nodded. That concludes today's meeting. Zhuo Jinhua felt a sigh of relief seeing that Dean Huang did not bring up the matter again. Although Tongfeng class students deserved respect, with top students emerging each year, the only one who truly broke free from constraints was He Wen. The others who had achieved in research were all connected insiders. After so many detours, Zhuo Jinhua had come to understand this. This was also why he accepted Qi Shuyun. As a mentor, Dean Huang had not often created shortcuts for Zhuo Jinhua, so naturally, Zhuo Jinhua assumed that Dean Huang was pushing the trouble onto his team. If Dean Huang had firmly assigned Bai Lian to him, he would have had no choice but to accept. In the evening at 5 o'clock, the research building of Academician Ma. Bai Lian removed her white lab coat, stepping out from the indoor space. Beside her, Ning Xiao wore his coat open, holding a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other, noting down data. I plan to collect all the materials and apply for this project. Research materials were not easy to come by, and actualizing them was even harder. Write the report and paper first. Bai Lian, holding her lab coat, entered the restroom. Her research was not in this direction. Don't worry about the rest for now. After both entered, they picked up their respective mobile phones. Aside from calls from Dean Jian, Bai Lian's phone had also received calls from Dean Huang. Dean Jian had messaged her on WeChat, saying that he was at Shanghai apartment, while several other messages were from Qiu Shuezhing, asking her to discuss matters about the Calligraphy Association that evening. Chapter 735. 290 spears tear through the wind and waves. Holding a pen to test the blade _4, Bai Lian pressed the button on her phone to return a call to Dean Huang. I haven't decided which lab specifically, said Dean Huang, who wasn't in a rush. Why don't you directly go to the teacher's lab? He would definitely like that. Dean Huang understood his mentor. Ever since Jiang he was 6 years old, Academician Ma had wanted to lure him into the lab. It's not the time yet, Bai Lian replied. Dean Huang thought that made sense. Then I'll make a list for you tonight. You can take a look and find one that you think is suitable. He hoped that this time he could find a research center with a better atmosphere for Bai Lian. After hanging up, Bai Lian went downstairs. Ming Dongheng was waiting for her downstairs, and once he confirmed that Bai Lian was going to the restaurant in Cultural Square, he drove straight there. The hotel near Cultural Square was where Zhou Wenan and Qiu Shuezhing were, and with Zhou Wenan being the vice president of the Beijing Calligraphy Association and quite familiar with Bai Lian, he always took special care of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. As soon as Bai Lian got out of the car, she felt that someone was watching her, secretly taking pictures. But because Ming Dongheng was following her, no one dared to approach. This feeling after the welcome meeting as well made her raise an eyebrow. Meanwhile, the Dong family. Old Master Dong didn't go out today and was worried about the exhibition. After Dong Xiaobai and Dong Chuan returned, he got up and asked, "The Kai family didn't pull any tricks, did they?" Well, Dong Xiaobai snapped back to reality, his expression strange. They moved all the cameras to focus on Alien. What? Old Master Dong put his teacup down with a smack, his face darkening. I knew they were up to no good. Dad, don't worry just yet, said Dong Xiaobai with a smile. We've actually benefited from this misfortune. Yining's niece, her calligraphy is even better than Wang Xuan's. Her. Old Master Dong was also stunned. She's a student at Jiang University and she knows calligraphy too? Yeah, Dong Xiaobai said softly, even better than Su Yajun. As Su Yajun was considered a benchmark among female practitioners in the industry, Old Master Dong almost gasped. Why have I never heard her name? Who is her mentor? Dong Chuan, who was casually listening to their conversation, opened WeChat intending to ask Ren Wanxian but then noticed a push notification for a short video. It clearly read, Ink and C Calligraphy Exchange, by Lian. He paused for a moment, then clicked on it. Bai Lian had been a sensation on the internet before. Once the official live stream of the Ink and Sea event was released, many netizens recognized her. Due to her popularity at the last welcome meeting, self-media people rushed over at the news. Her photos were always popular without the need for editing, a rare combination of aura and beauty not often found in the entertainment industry. Even when images from the live streams of others at the school were not clear last time, this was an official live stream with clear wide-angle shots. It ignited a spree of edited videos. The most viral was a comparison photo video created by the media. It had already surpassed 5 million likes and 290,000 comments since morning. The video only included 2 photos, set to the background music of the recently popular Blossoms on the Tree. It only took the climax of the song. In that moment of silence, it showcased a high-definition photo of her holding a wolf hair brush. In the photo, she leisurely lifted her peepa sleeves, her lazy eyes raised slightly, calm and composed. The next second, it switched to a tense guzheng tune mixed with drumbeats, and a photo of Bai Lian holding a spear suddenly appeared. In the center of the stage, her white robe flaring, she slowly lifted her dark eyes, the single red ribbon tied behind her head falling against her pale cheek, facing the camera, with a wild beauty exuding a fierce strength. Under the slow-motion effect, the 2 photos merged together with a crack of black lightning. Then a line of white text slowly emerged at the point of convergence. I can wield a long spear to break the waves, or hold a brush to test its sharpness. Even Dong Chuan was shocked by this edited clip. He sat stunned for quite a while before opening the comments and saw the top trending comment, which suddenly made him sit up straight. Chapter 736, 291 Godlike by Jian_1 top comment in the comments section. Snack-eating citizen Little Wang, by Lian, member of Xiangqing Calligraphy Association calligraphy level, has never participated in grading exams awards won. First prize in the 9th Lan Ting Award, someone replied below. Most people probably have never heard of the Lan Ting Award. Let me educate everyone. The Lan Ting Award occurs once every 3 years, with groupings, and getting a 3rd place award allows entry into the National Calligraphy Association. There are typically 3 first-place awards and 6 second-place awards. However, last year, which was the 9th Lan Ting Award, there was only 1 first-place award. The usual seeded contestants from the Calligraphy Association, Su Yajun and Xie Jinyuan, ended up with second-place awards, and those previously in the running for second place were moved to 3rd place. For this reason, the 9th Lan Ting Award's Youth Prize became the one with the highest gold content in history. That first-place winner with no competitors is our Bai Lian, flower. Hold on, out of curiosity I looked it up, and has anyone noticed the name Bai Lian used seems familiar? Image. By Jian? Is she also a fan of Yen Lu and the Jian God? How is that possible? The Lan Ting Award was more than 2 months earlier than gambling with liquor. Could it be a coincidence? Speaking of which, our Jiang University app also has a big name god with the same name. The netizens began to argue over Bai Lian's name used at the Lan Ting Award, but Dong Chuan didn't continue reading. He wasn't well-versed in the entertainment industry. Instead, he turned to the elder Mr. Dong. Grandpa, Bai Lian was last year's first prize winner of the Lan Ting Award. The 2 who were discussing Bai Lian's calligraphy suddenly fell silent. The Dong family had been quite excited when they first heard that Ren Wanxian was studying art, practicing the Liang style. To them, the Liang style was not just the Liang style. It was also a foot in the door. Mastering the Liang style and doing it well is a different concept from winning the Lan Ting Award. This year's pen and ink Vast Ocean Four Nations exchange, due to Bai Lian's participation, was frighteningly popular. Vice Chairman Liang of the Cultural Bureau hadn't even considered how to increase the buzz. By afternoon, a throng of tourists had surged into the venue. People continued to come and go until the evening. What on earth is going on? Vice Chairman Liang was somewhat perplexed as he ordered stepped-up arrangements, emergency meetings, and intensified promotion of the cultural philosophy for the event. The publicity department quickly traced the source of the whole affair. Vice Chairman, take a look at these videos. After watching the netizens' edits and checking the online popularity, Vice Chairman Liang asked, is all this because of her? Of course, Jiang University's top entrance exam star this year. The young person from the publicity department had previously scrolled past Bai Lian's long post. Vice Chairman, with her here, I believe this year's pen and ink vast ocean won't lack popularity. Vice Chairman Liang looked down at the list. He felt that the publicity department's statement sounded familiar. Thinking about it more carefully, it seemed that last week, when Dean Jian received the new list, he had also said something similar. At a restaurant near Cultural Square, Qiu Shuezhing and Zhou Wennen had drunk quite a bit. Qiu Shuezhing lived nearby. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, alongside Zhou Wennen, heading back. Deputy Zhou, you live in Chang'an District. Could you go back with Bai Lian? Zhou Wennen played a crucial role in the success of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association to date. No need, my younger brother will come to pick me up. Zhou Wennen smiled and shook his head. Well then, I'll submit another application for the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. How many applications did you receive today? 986, just today. Qiu Shuezhing marveled, and this was only the first day. In Jiangjing, they hadn't felt it yet, but as reported by the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, by this afternoon, the number of people strolling on Wallow Street had exploded, with many out-of-town visitors queuing up at the Calligraphy Association to experience traditional culture. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was not large, and the Cultural Bureau had sent an additional 20 people to help, already starting to limit the flow of visitors. This was the era of information explosion through viral content. More extravagant than Qiu Shuezhing had imagined. Bai Lian stood by the roadside, waiting to see Zhou Wennen off. From behind, Ming Dongheng silently handed her a black cape. There was no snow these past days, but the temperature in Jiangjing remained very low. Qiu Shuezhing rubbed his hands together, blowing out clouds of white breath, still discussing the future direction of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association with Zhou Wennen. Bai Lian had good physical resilience and wasn't as susceptible to the cold as others. She casually draped the black cape over her shoulders. It wasn't made by Ji Heng, with black velvet fabric, a Chinese-style design, broad sleeves on the sides, and thick white fur sewn at the cuffs and collar. Aside from a lifelike red rose on the left side of the collar, there were no other decorations. Simple and elegant. Zhou Wennen's car slowly approached, the speed lowered, and the person in the driver's seat got out, greeting Qiu Shuezhing. His gaze shifted to Bai Lian standing nearby. Bai Lian? Professor Zhou? Bai Lian also felt surprised that Zhou Wenqing was actually Zhou Wennen's brother. Wenqing, you know each other? Zhou Wennen pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Qiu Shuezhing, then looking at the two, he also realized, right, you are both from Jiang University. After saying that, he continued to discuss today's matter with Qiu Shuezhing. Zhou Wenqing didn't know much about calligraphy art, so he talked to Bai Lian about the classes she missed at the Tongfeng group today and about the next literature report. Bai Lian lowered her head, meticulously straightened her cloak's sleeve, listened to him finish, then asked, Professor Zhou, how many members are in your lab? Ning Xiao often went to help Zhou Wenqing, and Bai Lian knew Zhou Wenqing was also working on projects at the moment. The Zhou family studied a variety of fields, with some in politics, some researching literature, and some engaged in scientific research. Zhou Wenqing lacked a foundation at Jiang University. For members, Ning Xiao sometimes comes over to help them, but Ning Xiao is just organizing data. The entire mentor group was in a state of limbo. Zhou Wennen finished chatting with Qiu Shuezhing before getting into the car and leaving. Zhou Wenqing in the car. Zhou Wennen sat in the passenger seat, and after a few words about Bai Lian and the Calligraphy Association, he remembered the main issue. Dad went to Xiangqing to inquire for you, but so far there's no news. Zhou Wenqing's hand rested on the steering wheel. No worries, just keep an eye out for me. For the application you submitted, I remember Jiang University has its allocations, right? Zhou Wennen asked. Green light. Zhou Wenqing started the car. The price is high, output even lower, the quotas are limited each year, all allocated to key projects. The portion allocated to my lab was used up by June this year. It couldn't be helped. This was a metal scarce across the entire world. Zhou Wenqing's main research focus was also this, and with the experiment halted, he had accepted the task of guiding new students assigned by the Physics Institute to earn a bit of performance pay to support the lab. Jiangjing University, Girls' Dormitory 407. After returning, Bai Lian saw Kong Wei sitting at her spot browsing her phone, with Yu Simin's hand on her chair, watching along. And as soon as Bai Lian came back, both their gazes turned towards her, without a word. Bai Lian paused, first looking towards Sun Qian, who lifted her head from the desk, indicating she was clueless. Fine. Bai Lian closed the door of the dormitory behind her, sat down calmly in her chair, set up her computer, and leisurely logged into WeChat to type out a message for Ning Xiao to send the data over. She still had to help Ning Xiao with the graphs. Dean Huang's message also popped up at that time, a list of academic labs with good atmospheres that he had screened. Dean Huang. Choose one. Bai Lian's fingertips rested on the mouse, zoomed in for a glance, and didn't see any familiar names before replying frowny face. Professor Zhou also has projects. Can we join his lab? On the other side of the computer, Dean Huang was surprised. Zhou Wenqing? Despite being a professor, he was assigned to lead the Tongfeng class, but in reality, he didn't have many good projects on hand. The master students he led were the same as him. They attended academic conferences more for the refreshments than anything else. How come Bai Lian was interested in him? Feeling puzzled, Dean Huang drafted a document and sent it to Zhou Wenqing's email. Where Bai Lian went wasn't really a big issue. After all, this was just a stepping stone for her. After she discussed with Dean Huang, she laid back to slowly draw the graphs. Meanwhile, Kong Wei exchanged glances with Yu Simin. Both being avid surfers, they naturally also came across the hottest comparative photo edits of the day. They reacted quite well to the Lanting Award, but they were studying something else. It was Bai Lian's old nickname mentioned in the comment section during the Lanting Award, Bai Jian. Netizens naturally didn't connect this nickname with Yen Lu's exclusive composing wizard, as Yen Lu's arranger was Dean Jian, a venerable figure and a traditional classical music inheritor. Now the two had collaborated again for a theater with Blossoms on the Tree. In the netizens' hearts, that Bai Jian should be someone of the same generation as Dean Jian. But then Kong Wei clicked on Bai Lian's WeChat name, a prominent Bai Jian. This wasn't anything. You could find many Bai Jians online nowadays, but Bai Lian gave her the impression she was very familiar with Yen Lu. Kong Wei held her phone, a ridiculous idea bubbling up in her mind. She kicked the floor, sliding her chair next to Bai Lian. Lian. Bai Lian was still drawing her graph. From this angle, one could even see her long curled eyelashes. What is it? It's just, what's your relationship with Sister Lu's exclusive composer? Chapter 737. 292. Are you going back to Bomb Jiangjing? Second update. _1 Bai Lian was still examining the atomic arrangements at various temperature points in the simulation process when 5 bar graphs unfolded. She plotted the MSD versus time curve, fitted a straight line, and differentiated a ratio to replace the slope, her brows and eyes still. Why do you ask? You two use the same screen name. Do you know each other? Kong Wei asked earnestly, glancing at Bai Lian's computer. At a glance, she saw the bar graphs, the NPT system above with a simulation time of 195 ps written below, followed by the interfacial energy. Her eyes blurred from gazing too hard, and she quickly averted her gaze. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly and said unhurriedly, sort of. Kong Wei had simply blurted out the question on a whim. Not expecting to receive such an answer, and realizing she had interrupted Bai Lian's research, she hopped back to her own desk. She exchanged glances with Yu Simin. Sort of, what does that mean? She asked in all sincerity. Sort of know each other? Yu Simin looked at her with frustration. You should have asked whether it's a boy or girl, how old they are this year. Tuesday, early morning. Bai Lian finally returned to the Tongfeng class for lessons. Having taken a week off, it had been a long while since the people in the Tongfeng class had laid eyes on her. It was rare for anyone at Jiang University to take time off, let alone an entire week. Gao Yuan and others sat in the middle, and as soon as Bai Lian entered, many eyes fell on her. I heard they had a conflict with Professor Sun's lab members, Wang Shi murmured next to a male student, so Professor Sun filed a report to send them away. By the way, Gao Xiao, do you know which lab they're going to be assigned to? Without looking up, Gao Yuan said indifferently, it should be Professor Zhou's lab. Professor Zhou? Hearing this, Wang Shi lowered his head. Although Zhou Wenqing was their advisor, everyone in their group came from some background and knew, if a professor had key projects, the school would not assign them to lead freshmen. The only reason Zhou Wenqing was assigned to teach them was that he didn't have any key projects on hand. Labs like that are always of little value. At least our group has Gao Yuan, who goes straight into Dr. Gao's lab. The male student beside Wang Shi sighed again. Wang Shi had always believed his choice was correct. He felt even more certain that leaving Ding Wenyang's group for Gao Yuan's had been a wise move. Compared to them, what seemed even more bizarre was Zhou Wenqing, who, after 4 hours of lecture that morning, waited for Bai Lian at the door. Bai Lian, carrying her canvas bag, handed her card to Tang Ming, asking him to wait for her in the canteen. Almost all the other students had left, and she remained with Zhou Wenqing in the hallway. Bai student, you didn't tell Dean Huang you were going to another group? Zhou Wenqing tapped his fingers on the teaching plan he was holding, speaking earnestly. My lab is quite small, with only 4 members, and we don't have a full range of tools. The members had also been lackadaisical lately. Zhou Wenqing felt he couldn't be much help to Bai Lian and the others. It's fine, Bai Lian said after he finished, lifting her chin slightly, her tone unhurried. You just need to not refuse us. Zhou Wenqing had prepared many arguments to tell her that choosing a good lab was important to them, but looking at Bai Lian's expression now, he said helplessly, I want refuse, but my lab's research topic is quite vague, and most of the 4 members are just coasting through for a degree. I'm afraid it'll impact you. Probably only Zhou Wenqing could admit the mediocre quality of his students. He stood there, watching Bai Lian's retreating figure. He couldn't help but pull out his phone and call his assistant. Help me apply for more palladium with the higher-ups. Zhou Wenqing decided to make an effort. Having newcomers was an excuse. Zhou Wenqing's lab was in the experimental center. Bai Lian and the others headed there straight after lunch. His lab wasn't as large as Sun Fuss, consisting of just one room, where 3 students chatted at the central table. When new students entered, the only female student stood up quickly, tidying her desk. Juniors, welcome. I'm Hu Yu, and this is the senior brother Lu, and the second senior brother. Hu Yu, with her short hair and tall figure, was straightforward and efficient. She seemed like the kind of student Zhou Wenqing would take on. Sister Hu, brother Lu, brother Chu. Ding Wenyang and the others greeted obediently. Junior brothers and sisters, add me on WeChat first. Hu Yu took out her phone for them to scan the QR code. After scanning, she showed them around to the lab equipment. The lab being quite small, one could see everything at a glance. The lab operation manuals are all here. Take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me or the senior brother. Tang Ming took a look around and asked Hu Yu, Sister Hu, so what tasks do we have today? About that, Hu Yu exchanged a look with the senior brother. Our teacher's research focuses on superconductors, but we don't have a lot of experimental equipment right now, so our lab isn't busy. You can just familiarize yourselves with the topics. There's no need to help us. If you have any questions, just ask. The new lab was inherently small, and with Bai Lian and the others, it became lively. Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang excitedly studied the machinery. Whenever they encountered something they didn't understand, Hu Yu and the 2 seniors would patiently explain it to them. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao found a spot and sat down to study Ning Xiao's plasma decomposition. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hu Yu and a few others were going to attend an academic lecture. Hu Yu, sitting across from Bai Lian, rested her chin on the table and asked, Do you guys have any favorite desserts? I'll bring a few extra for you during the tea break. The tea breaks at Jiang University are famous after all. The academic event wasn't exactly in Hu Yu's field, but the school required attendance, and they were quite willing to go, not so much for the conference, but for the delicious tea break. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming immediately looked up. Taro Xiaobei. A little after 4 o'clock. Hu Yu returned with Senior Lu and a few others, each holding a paper bag. They placed the fruits and cakes on the long table in the middle and invited the seniors and juniors in the lab to enjoy the afternoon tea. Taro Xiaobei, mousse cake, chocolate cookies, we have it all here. Take whatever you fancy, juniors. Bai Lian was sitting in her spot, having already completed the diagram for Ning Xiao. She was somewhat surprised to see the tea snacks Hu Yu and the others brought back, not expecting them to bring so many. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Tang Ming put down the experimental equipment he was working with. Bai Lian also set aside what she was doing and leisurely took a strawberry, taking a bite. Chatting with Hu Yu, senior sister, did you say there was a shortage of lab equipment? Not exactly lab equipment. Hu Yu spoke to Bai Lian as it wasn't a secret. Our teacher's research topic is superconductors, and there's a very important metal element in there, palladium. But the annual quota of palladium is limited, and after April, our experiments have hardly progressed. Palladium. Bai Lian finished off the rest of the strawberry. She pulled out a piece of paper from the table and leisurely wiped her hands, deep in thought. Friday afternoon. After hanging out in the lab for a few days, Tang Ming had learned how to operate various pieces of experimental equipment. Like Ning Xiao, he was quite interested in all this. Right now, Senior Lu was discussing previous experimental data with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, and was not at all secretive. He patiently answered any questions they had. Bai Lian saw they were still busy researching, so she didn't wait for them and left the lab by herself. Downstairs at the research center, Jiang Fulai was waiting for her, seeing her come out in a fleece-lined slant-collared outfit, holding a cloak in her hand, too lazy to put it on herself. Aren't you cold? There was heating on in the car. He was just wearing a black sweater, which only made him look even cooler. His left hand resting on the steering wheel, his right hand touching the back of her hand. Good, her hand was warmer than his. The words that were about to come out of his mouth vanished instantly. On the passenger seat, there was a white milk tea bag. Bai Lian picked up the bag and sat down, leisurely poking a straw in and took a sip before saying, "Haven't you been drinking your medicine recently?" In the bag, apart from a cup of milk tea, there was also a bright red rose. Bai Lian took out the rose, holding it in her hand. At the lab, I didn't let them bring it in, Jiang Fulai mentioned casually. He had been on a herbal medicine regimen throughout the winter, prescribed by Bai Lian last year. However, in the lab, he hadn't allowed the Jiang family to bring it to him, and he had always been quite nonchalant about such things. No one in the Jiang family dared to manage him. Bai Lian's fingertips touched the bright red petals. She glanced at Jiang Fulai without saying a word. Back at Shanghai apartment, Jiang Fulai went to check on Jiang He in room 103, while Bai Lian returned to the study. She placed the flower in a vase. She and Jiang Fulai hadn't been back for a week. The previous flowers had wilted a bit, but the one today was fresh, with a droplet of water sliding down the vibrant petal. She slightly lowered her gaze, looking at the flower for a while, then leaned against the desk, took out her phone, and sent a message to He Wen. There were many unread messages on the phone. Wang, finished the tally, where should I send it? He was responding to Bai Lian's previous question. Bai Lian knew Wang Yufeng owned a mine and had inquired about palladium with him after hearing about the lab's shortage. Bai Lian sent over the address of Shanghai apartment. On the other end of the phone, abroad, Wang Yufeng looked at the address. It was Jiangjing. He took out his lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. He'll have a couple of teams send it back. His confidant looked toward Wang Yufeng, aware of the immense value of such a rare metal. Do you have someone to receive it there? Wang Yufeng exhaled a ring of smoke. No, it's not for any business partner, it's for the kids at home. I'll personally take it back. Confidant? Wasn't this, to put it bluntly, going to blow up Jiangjing? Double vote month, guys. To put it bluntly, let's blow up some monthly votes. Chapter 738, 293 is so much like our ancestor. _1 Shanghai apartment style. After Bai Lian sent out a message, she casually took the wilted roses from the vase as Xiaowu and Mao Kun arrived. Sun Chun didn't come? Bai Lian pulled out a chair to sit down, leaning back, the dry roses carelessly held in her hand as she idly fiddled with the stems. Xiaoqi showed her the recent business project update. She's at the new store in Shermen district. When Sun Chun first came to Jiangjing, she liked visiting Bai Lian's place quite often, adding various things to it, but in recent months, she hasn't shown much interest in coming to Shanghai apartment. She also frequented bars less often. Her preference shifted to visiting the business project and occasionally learning some traditional Chinese medicine from Hen Jiwei. A branch office in Sherman District had just opened, and since Xiaoqi and the rest were preoccupied, Sun Chun temporarily ceased her work in Yunshao District and lately had been spending most of her time in Sherman District, to the point that Xiaoqi hardly saw her. Mao Kuan had Xiaowu follow her, so there was no worry about her encountering any danger. Bai Lian perused the summary report that Xiaoqi had given her, most of which she could hardly understand, but she still got a general idea of the business' recent situation. The business project differentiated itself from other herbal medicine stores in that its major source of products, especially the solid foundation paste, was Xiangqing. Following Zioki's preemptive purchase of medicinal materials with 2 million last year, most farmers now cultivated medicinal herbs this year. Xiangqing was the best place for herbal cultivation, and solid foundation paste was the business signature product. As long as it remained unaffected, even if Luo family tried to suppress it, they couldn't destroy the business in its infancy. After solidifying its position, Xiaoqi then launched acupuncture for myopia, without Lance's knowledge, instantly becoming a sensation online, even though such popularity was fleeting. But the successive day and acupuncture for myopia check-in videos that continued to trend ensured ongoing attention. Following this, once the efficacy of the acupuncture for myopia was confirmed, there was no fear of being forgotten by the public. Of course, on top of this foundation, there was another vital factor. The endorser for solid foundation paste was Yen Lu. This was also a crucial factor in breaking into first-tier city markets from the lower-tier ones. How are the negotiations with traditional Chinese medicine university going? Bai Lian looked at Xiaoqi. Hen is discussing with the professors at the school. Xiaoqi sat opposite Bai Lian, his hand resting on the table. There aren't many doctors willing to intern with us, but some senior professors are very interested in Dr. Hen's acupuncture techniques. This wasn't surprising. After all, medical students preferred to intern at large hospitals, or at least authoritative institutions. The business had only been established for a bit over a year and lacked professional authority in the field. Bai Lian wasn't surprised. The two discussed some issues about the business, and then Bai Lian brought up the problem with the old bill. Have you thought about finding your biological parents? Zioki's expression was exceptionally calm. It doesn't matter anymore. 103. Shen Qing came over early in the morning with groceries. The weekends were always bustling at Shanghai apartment. With Jiang Fulai watching Jiang he solve Olympiad math problems downstairs. Lance was playing Go with Pu Xiaohan. Jianjia had an exam tomorrow, and Ji Heng had specially called him over for dinner. At the moment he was helping in the kitchen. Chief Chen got off work early today, having just learned a few cooking tricks from Chi Yundai the previous week, and was showing off his skills in the kitchen. Shen Qing was examining the blender next to her, surrounded by a variety of fruits, researching how to make juice. When Bai Lian came down, Jiang Fulai was maintaining a cold expression towards Jiang He. Lance and Pu Xiaohan had moved their small table 2 meters away, to keep a distance from the two. Jiang He sat at the dining table, his feet 20 centimeters off the ground, his right hand holding a pen, and his left pressing down a test paper. Jiang Fulai sat beside him, his elbow on the table, slender fingertips holding a phone, his sharp eyes slightly askew, an answer that one knows with a mere glance. Standing beside Jiang He, Bai Lian looked down and saw that he was stuck on the last question about thought expansion in the Olympiad math paper. Jiang He was sensitive to numbers, having mastered elementary math many years ago, and was now tackling middle school Olympiad questions. Even though they were middle school problems, they held little challenge for Jiang Fulai. Asking him to explain middle school level thinking was no different than asking him, what's 1 plus 1? It wasn't just Jiang Fulai. Upon first glance at the question, Bai Lian also intuitively thought of the answer. Bai Lian spoke calmly, Jiang Xiaoniao, wait for your brother Zhang to come back and have him explain it to you. She turned around, leaving Jiang He in Jiang Fulai's care and headed to the kitchen to find Chief Chen. Chief Chen was chop, slicing potatoes into thin strips. Miss Bai, he paused his knife work to greet her when he saw her entering. Bai Lian nodded slightly and reached out to help him wash the vegetables. Can I take another look at Zhou Jian's file from Xiangqing? Source: web novel. Chapter 739. 293 is so much like our ancestor. _2 The transaction records from Bakhter Street have come through, listing Zhou Jian as one of the tradespeople. It's hard to account for transactions from over a decade ago, but because Zhou Jian frequently dealt with buyers, he remembers clearly that one of the buyers was Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian? It took Director Chen a while to recall who this person was. Zhou Jian, the man who nearly caused Su En to suffer brain death, Ren Qian's secretary. Zhou Jian's file is at the Xiangqing branch, said Director Chen, who was also promoted straight to Jiangjing from Xiangqing. A lot of people in Xiangqing remembered his kindness. He'll ask them to find the file and scan it over tonight, and find a time for Sun Fei to take you directly to the system at the Yunshao branch. It's not advisable to send internal materials from Xiangqing over carelessly. Gao family, study room. Gao Yi was talking to Mu Yujun. You haven't seen her yet? Mu Yujun placed the teacup beside him. She hasn't returned to the Mu family, let alone me. Even Yining seldom sees her. Forget it, no need to bother. Gao Yi said no more, and took the teacup, lowering his gaze to take a sip of tea. After she had left, Gao Yi turned to Gao Jiechen. You know that Professor Ma's laboratory is looking for an undergraduate, right? This could be a breakthrough for Gao Yuan. Dad, don't worry, I'm guiding my cousin in the core research, Gao Jiechen said, with his whole team now working for Gao Yuan. This year, both Liang Wuyu and Bai Lian are strong competitors. Which team are they in now? Zhou Wenqing's team, I checked. They are researching superconductors, but after 3 years, the project has made little progress, Gao Jiechen informed Gao. Gao Yi slowly set down his teacup. No progress in 3 years. What are they doing with so much scientific research funding every year? Make them deliver results this year, or there's no point in continuing this project. Saturday. The National Graduate Student Entrance Examination begins. This year, Su Wenyao and Jianzhi are both participating in the big test. Jiangjing doesn't get much rain or snow, but the cold is particularly biting. All the lakes in Jiangjing are frozen. Today, Ji Heng and Director Chen are ice fishing at Jeyu Lake. Pu Xiaohan wants to check in at the ancient buildings of Jiangjing. Lian, will you join me? Just wear what you have. It'll take a few shots of your silhouette for my new concept, a collision of ancient and modern. Sister Lu hasn't returned to Jiangjing, otherwise I could ask her too. Of course, Pu Xiaohan's first choice was always Bai Lian. Bai Lian was reading documents in the study room, and without giving it much thought, joined Pu Xiaohan. She has never refused people like Pu Xiaohan. Ming Dongheng stayed in Shanghai apartment. As soon as Bai Lian and the others left, he followed discreetly in a private car far behind them, although Bai Lian's skills meant there was no need to worry. Every city's ancient architecture is somewhat similar. Bai Lian toured with Pu Xiaohan, indifferent and casual. Not until they walked further down the path and Pu Xiaohan set down her camera, pointing to the sign on the left, did she say, Bai Zongyi's tomb is just ahead. At these words, Bai Lian felt a trace of distraction. It was only 10 in the morning, the cold light falling in front of her, making her vision seem somewhat blurred. She could only vaguely make out the ancient sandalwood sign ahead, inscribed with the white characters, Tomb of Bai Zhongyu. The people and sounds around her seemed to blur into obscurity. She was resigned to facing her own tomb, but at the sight of the characters for Bai Zongyi's tomb, it was as though an invisible hand gripped her heart tightly. Pu Xiaohan continued to marvel to Bai Lian that the people of Xiangqing had always had a special affection for the Bai family, and she knew that Bai Lian shared the same faith as the people of Xiangqing. This wasn't her first visit to Bai Zongyi's tomb. After a couple of sentences, she realized that Bai Lian had been silent the whole time. Surprised, Pu Xiaohan tilted her head, finding Bai Lian beside her staring fixedly at the sign. From this angle, all she could see was Bai Lian's fair profile, her dark hair half up and draping over her shoulders, her black eyes heavy with mist. Bai Lian was wearing a snowy white cloak today, her head slightly raised to look at the sign, the peony on her white jade hairpins swaying gently with the wind. Her skirt and cloak fluttered in the breeze. Pavilions and towers. The young woman with her hair half up seemed to be on a different layer from the people at the scene, as though she had traversed from the ancient primordial past. Most of the passing tourists couldn't help but stop to gaze at her. Street photographers captured the moment without hesitation. Lian, realizing the crowd was growing, Pu Xiaohan snapped back to the present and tugged on Bai Lian's cloak. "Let's go ahead first." Pu Xiaohan was familiar with the place and had been here before. Holding incense in her hand, she led Bai Lian to Bai Zongyi's tomb. Chapter 740, 293 is so much like our ancestor. _3 When Bai Zhongyu died, like Bai Li, he left no body behind. Lady Bai erected a cenotaph for him, so the grave was not large, and it was fenced off by people from the tourist area. Bai Lian followed behind Pu Xiaohan, looking at the cenotaph here. The previous group had just finished paying homage to Bai Zhongyu. There were many things stuffed in front of Bai Zongyi's tomb by young people, including short swords, toy guns, newspapers, as well as chocolates and lollipops. There was also a bunch of poppies, the Bai family's representative bouquet, parked to the side. After paying her respects, Pu Xiaohan saw that Bai Lian was still standing in front of the tomb. Thinking it was Bai Lian's first visit, she did not disturb her and spoke with the people managing the cemetery instead, asking how often they cleared the offerings. Bai Lian, holding a lit incense stick, looked at the numbers carved on the headstone before speaking. "You see, in the end, Chen Yi and the others survived, and I am also doing quite well." Bai Lian took out her phone, which had a photo of Jiang Suyi's gravesite. After flipping to that photo and contemplating for a long time, she still did not display the picture. "I saw the third princess, she's doing quite well too." Jiang Suyi was 2 years younger than Bai Zhongyu. When she was younger, due to poor health, she was sent by Emperor Jiang to Bai Li to learn spear fighting for a while, and she had known Bai Zhongyu since childhood. However, after Bai Li died on the battlefield, and Bai Zhongyu went far away to Xiangqing, the two never saw each other again. The night before Jiang Suyi was sent off for a diplomatic marriage by Emperor Jiang, Bai Lian secretly climbed into Jiang Suyi's palace to ask her if she wanted to escape. She remembered how her father died trapped on the battlefield without reinforcements. She remembered how Bai Zhongyu gave up the pen to join the military and went to Xiangqing. She remembered how the third princess died on the plains, unable to wait for her brother to come back and pacify the grasslands. Only when Xiangqing could no longer hold out, and she was left alone in Xiangqing, could she understand Jiang Suyi's thoughts. Jiang Suyi did not leave. She had no choice, as it was an imperial command she could not defy. But it was also for the common people. She was Jiang Suyi, and she was also the third princess. When Chen Beixin arrived at Bai Zongyi's tomb, wearing a military coat and black leather ankle boots, carrying a bouquet of sunflowers, what she saw was just such a scene. The girl wrapped in a white cloak, holding a cell phone standing in front of Bai Zongyi's tomb. The way she lowered her eyes, she looked extremely similar to the only painting worshipped in the Chen family ancestral shrine. Chen Beixin felt a bit dazed. Bai Lian placed the incense stick in the nearby censer and then put away her phone and turned around, her gaze meeting the woman holding the sunflowers and staring at her. She gave the woman a slight nod. She then stepped away. After the person left, Chen Beixin finally came to her senses, withdrew her gaze, placed the sunflowers in front of the tomb, and offered incense to her ancestors, praying for their blessings. Shanghai apartment. It was already evening when Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan returned. Ji Heng and Director Chen's group caught a bountiful haul ice fishing today, so they specially called Su Wenyao and Jianzhe over for dinner. Jiang Fulai wouldn't be back until late tonight and would miss dinner. At the dinner table, Jianzhe and Su Wenyao were discussing this year's postgraduate entrance exam questions, one humanities and the other science. Although the questions were different, their moods were similar. Bai Lian was very quiet today, her expression listless. She went back upstairs after eating. Dean Jian's eyes had been following Bai Lian the entire time. He perfunctorily responded to Jianzhe and, after seeing Bai Lian go upstairs, quickly finished his meal, put down his chopsticks, and headed to room 303 to find her. He had come to Shanghai apartment on Tuesday to wait for her, but she had been at school all week and he had not seen her. In room 303, the door to the study was ajar. Dean Jian knocked on the door, waiting for a response from inside before pushing it open and entering. Inside the study, Bai Lian was dressed in a white home outfit, lounging by the window. A cigarette was delicately trapped between her cold, pale fingers as she carelessly exhaled a thin layer of smoke, her wrist lazily resting on the windowsill. The window was half open, allowing the cold wind to disperse the smoke. Dean Jian was startled. In his eyes, Bai Lian was always a well-behaved student, polite and reserved, dignified. Seeing Bai Lian like this suddenly, he was stunned for a few seconds before he could react. Dean Jian. Bai Lian slightly tilted her head, raised her eyebrows. Is there something you need? Yes. Dean Jian withdrew his gaze from the cigarette in her hand and simply said, I wanted to talk to you about something. I mentioned before about an old friend who wants to meet you. Besides, he's also thinking about adopting you as his goddaughter. What do you think? Chapter 741, 294, How much do you want? Is 100 Jin enough? Second update, _1 adopted daughter? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Why is there another one looking to adopt a daughter? Who is it? Bai Lian flicked the ash off her cigarette lazily and turned her head to look at the director of the institute. The director did not conceal the truth. The elder from the Chen family, you probably don't know him, he was sitting in the audience last time watching you, and he's also the old friend whom I mentioned I wanted to introduce to you. The Chen family? Bai Lian propped her hands behind her on the windowsill. Which Chen? Their Chen family. The director's voice lowered as he spoke, with a hint of wariness and a sigh. A family line that has been handed down for thousands of years. Their ancestor is General Chen Yi. Ah, Bai Lian bit on her cigarette, the smile on her face enigmatic. Chen Yi ha. Her tone was so casual, as if she were talking about the Wangs next door. The director. Yes, General Chen Yi, the director slowly explained to Bai Lian, you should think this over carefully. It's not as simple as just writing a song. This is very important for you. Becoming the adopted daughter of old Master Chen without saying anything else, with that status, she could walk sideways in Jiangjing without any problems. That won't be necessary. Bai Lian shifted her gaze back inside, looking at the sunroom below, and spoke unhurriedly, I'm not afraid he'll dream about his ancestor coming after him at night. The last sentence was said quietly. The director didn't catch it. What did you say? I said, tell him to save it. Bai Lian stubbed out her cigarette and opened the window a bit wider, her smile nonchalant. Don't overthink it. Jiang Fulai's laboratory. He stood before a large screen, removing the black pen clipped to the lapel of his white lab coat, and used the tip of the pen to point at the engine simulation of the flight vehicle on the screen. The image showed the engine propelling an energy body that diffused in all directions. Standing there, his posture rigid, his eyes, under the glasses, were chilly, his eyelashes slightly lowered. Inside the conference room, all the team members and professors were silent, just quietly watching the big screen. After the presentation, he capped the pen and inside the conference room, most professors discussed the engine they had just seen. Some didn't catch the key points during the meeting and dared not ask Jiang Fulai. Only Hewen followed Jiang Fulai with his notebook in hand. Mr. Jiang, I had them send dinner to the break room just now. Jiang Fulai walked towards the laboratory, clipping the pen back onto his chest and smoothing out any wrinkles on his clothing. Regarding the turbulent chaos system I just mentioned, how much did you understand? I recorded it. Hewen pulled out his voice recorder. Jiang Fulai glanced at him, seemed about to say something, but in the end only acknowledged with a detached and looked away. After returning to Jiangjing, he handed over the dark matter work to the person in charge. He had been involved with the Ma Institute in the research for the Mars rover, and to have a holiday over the new year, he often stayed until late in the laboratory these days. Hewen silently touched his nose. He wasn't like Jiang Fulai, who could remember every word after hearing it once. Holding the recorder, he went to the external public break room, opened the cupboard to get his phone, and while eating his boxed meal, he sent a message to Bai Lian. Inside, Jiang Fulai was still analyzing data. Next to him, a team member with paper and pen listened and cautiously wrote down the issues mentioned by Jiang Fulai. The cell phone in his pocket lit up. He was the founder of the laboratory and, like an academician at the Ma Institute, could bring his cell phone into the lab. Just 2 words, not even a punctuation mark. Jiang Fulai stared at the 2 words for a long while, silent. Beside him, a team member's hand trembled slightly, risking a glance up at Jiang Fulai's indifferent profile, worried they hadn't just spouted some foolish theory. Then Jiang Fulai spoke up, putting away his pen. "Let's stop here." After he finished, he put away his phone and returned to his break room. Inside, the base staff had already set up his meal. His dinner was the same standard meal provided by the base as usual. But apart from the meal, there was also a white cup. He opened it and saw that it contained his medicine. Outside, a team member, holding a meal, sat across from He-Wen, still shaken. "Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought I made a huge mistake with my data, you know. And then he just tells us to go eat." There was even a bit of gentleness. Okay, I admit it's a bit too much to describe young Master Jiang as gentle as spring rain, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? He-Wen finished the last bite of his meal calmly. "I get it, but that's nothing." Monday. The Tongfeng class still had a 4-hour mechanics lecture in the morning. At noon, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao met up with a few others and went to the laboratory. As they arrived at the lab, they found Hu Yu and the others unusually quiet. Hu Yu, sitting to the side, had the teaching assistant gesture to them with a "wait a moment" sign. From inside the lab's office came the faint sound of voices. Bai Lian took off her cloak, not intending to eavesdrop on Zhou Wenqing's conversation with others, but because Zhou Wenqing's voice was somewhat agitated, she ended up overhearing. "Director, never mind that we haven't been able to get materials for 6 months. Now we have new students here." Zhou Wenqing sounded very angry. "And at this time, you want us to hand over research results. Do you think that's reasonable?" The voice inside was also helpless. "It's not about being reasonable. Your project has been without results for a long time, and there's talk of shutting down your group. They'll sign the contract first, and we'll talk about the rest at the end of the year." "I'm not signing any damn contract if we don't even have the materials. What are we supposed to develop?" Zhou Wenqing couldn't help but let out a curse. Tang Ming also faintly heard a bit of the conversation. He scratched the back of his head and asked Hu Yu, "Sister Hu, what are Zhou's team arguing about?" "It's about our lab," Hu Yu frowned. "We're supposed to be developing semiconductors and superconductors, and a part of it involves industrial materials. Today, the director came over to say we need certain research results by the end of the year. If things go badly, our lab might get handed over to someone else, and it could have a big impact on the teachers too." Tang Ming was taken aback. He had a strange feeling inside, as if wherever he went, something went wrong in that lab. "What's Zhou going to do?" "I don't know." Lu Shixiang put down the data he was holding. For a moment, no one in the office felt like continuing to look at the data. Bai Lian listened in from the side, looking at the door of the inside office. Inside the office, the director was trying to persuade in a good-natured voice, "Think positively. If you produce results by the year's end, you'll have a clear path ahead. The position for deputy dean is still open. Think about it. If you succeed, it might be yours. You guys sure know how to put it straightforwardly. Without materials, what results can we have? Can you guarantee enough materials for me?" Zhou Wenqing was laughingly angry. "I have 4 students under me and 10 interns. What are you going to have them do?" Seeing that Zhou Wenqing could not be swayed, the director lost patience. He simply put down the papers, pulled open the door, and walked out. "This is an order from above. You're supposed to sign it no matter what." A bunch of students inside the lab watched the director leave, and the director didn't look at anyone as he left with an upset expression. Bang! The door to the lab was closed. The teaching assistant hurried in to check on Zhou Wenqing. Ding Wenyang, Tang Ming, and the others looked at each other, almost all turning to Bai Lian. "What do we do now?" Bai Lian took off her cloak without a word, just poured a cup of tea, knocked on the door, and entered Zhou Wenqing's office. Inside the office, Zhou Wenqing's desk was in disarray, and the teaching assistant was comforting him. "Bai student," Zhou Wenqing looked at Bai Lian's calm face and pressed his brow. "You're just in time. I think you should talk to Dean Huang and consider moving to another lab." Bai Lian didn't respond to that but instead bent down to place a disposable cup in front of Zhou Wenqing and said unhurriedly, "It's okay. You drink some tea first and calm down. I just want to ask you one question." Zhou Wenqing picked up the disposable cup. The water was cool, and having drunk it, he sobered up a bit. Go ahead. How far have you gotten with the research? Bai Lian took out her phone, glanced at the message on it, then gripped the phone in her hand. Is it possible to complete this project? Zhou Wenqing put down the cup and leaned back. It shouldn't have taken 4 years in the first place. We have been waiting for materials for over 2 years. The teaching assistant listened to the side, looking to Bai Lian to add, By student, the biggest problem here is that we don't have enough palladium, otherwise, Zhou wouldn't be so troubled. Then I think we might not need to change labs, Bai Lian said, lightly tapping her phone, her expression still serene. Zhou Wenqing was taken aback and looked up. Bai Lian wasn't exactly clear on how much they needed but lazily asked, Zhou, how much do you need? Is 100 pounds enough? Chapter 742, 295 Labs Golden Thigh. _1 Zhou Wenqing had been researching this project for several years. Most domestic laboratories focused their superconductivity research on nickel, with few studies on palladium. Zhou Wenqing's team's simulated calculation results had already predicted this possibility. But palladium is a precious metal, and the experiment team's annual usage is regulated. Jiang University's resources have always been among the best in domestic institutions, generously supporting various laboratories. Even palladium is allocated to them each year, but this was far from sufficient for Zhou Wenqing. Every year, he would go to Dean Huang to complain in order to ensure his team members graduated smoothly. However, metals have always been scarce domestically, and resources are limited. Zhou Wenqing knew that even the university president was helpless in this situation. They measured palladium usage by the gram. This was the first time someone had discussed with him using gene, caddy. It was akin to an ordinary person hearing about 1,000 gene of gold. Zhou Wenqing doubted his ears. By student, what did you say? Bai Lian's relationship with Wang Yufeng was special, not only because of the life-saving incident that night but also because of Wang's grandmother's companionship and assistance in her later years. And as for Ning Xiao, there was no need to mention. Debts of gratitude are difficult to repay. Palladium purification was no easy task. This was Bai Lian's first time making an inquiry. Wang Yufeng didn't have much stock on hand, so he mobilized warehouses from various locations to procure this quantity for Bai Lian. How much do you approximately need? Bai Lian realized that 100 gene was a bit too much. She gave it some thought and, tapping on her phone, calmly explained, I have an uncle who specializes in this business, and he can invest in our laboratory. Roughly, Zhou Wenqing came back to his senses and said a number he thought was preposterous. 30 gene? Bai Lian nodded. Okay, I'll arrange for you. It should arrive in a few days. Zhou Wenqing watched Bai Lian leaving the office, then picked up the cup in his hand. He silently withdrew the kilograms he intended to say. Bai Lian preferred to describe it in traditional gene, while Zhou Wenqing preferred the scientific gram. 3,000 grams, which was roughly what he applied for from the school every year. The door closed. On the side, the assistant heard the 30 gene from Bai Lian's mouth, which was 30 gene of the experimental material palladium, not 30 gene of cabbage. The office ambience, which had been very tense just a second ago, now took on a fantastical air. The assistant watched Bai Lian's figure. He had heard of Bai Lian through working with Zhou Wenqing for Tongfeng, this year's freshman, good-looking, with exceptional thinking. Even Liang Wuyu from the same cohort had been defeated by her, and her fiery forum posts on the university town's forums could be seen from time to time. Her popularity was such that in recent years, it seemed only he might compare with her. Teacher, the assistant averted his gaze from Bai Lian's figure, looking rather dazed. Bai student said her uncle is sponsoring 30 gene of palladium. I didn't hear wrong, did I? I heard it too. The assistant fell silent for a while, then bent down to pick up the contract Zhou Wenqing had thrown on the floor, dusting off the dust on it with his hand. Teacher, what should we do about this? Seeing the contract again, Zhou Wenqing wasn't as bitterly angry. 4 years of research, constrained by materials, his laboratory was already struggling. If other students told him about 30 gene, Zhou Wenqing might just laugh it off, but Bai Lian, he always felt that Bai Lian was not like the other students of the Tongfeng class. She respected him, but her gaze did not hold the same reverence as Ning Xiao and the others, so Zhou Wenqing always addressed her as Bai student, and not Bai Lian. Go to Dean Huang. Zhou Wenqing took the document, his voice grave. I want to make it clear, are they willing to gamble with the students' futures? That last statement was a bit heavy. The assistant didn't dare to respond. Outside, Hu Yu and several senior students watched the office while unconsciously shuffling the papers in their hands. Seeing Bai Lian come out, Hu Yu hurriedly asked with her eyes, "How did it go?" Zhou Wenqing was easy to speak with. They didn't have the courage like Bai Lian to go in at this time. Not bad. Bai Lian sat down next to Hu Yu and opened her laptop. Hu Yu turned her gaze away from the office, sighed, and leaned on the table. When idle, her gaze shifted to Bai Lian's laptop. "Junior, your computer boots up really fast." Seeing the MSD fitting curve at a glance, Hu Yu was stunned, then covered her mouth, muttering to herself, "Junior, I finally understand why the teacher always scolds us for being fools." After correcting the graph, Bai Lian packed the file and sent it to Ning Xiao. Chapter 743, 295 Labs Golden Thigh. _2 She immediately opened the mixing software Dean Jian had sent her and put on her headphones. Today Zhou Wenqing didn't have time to oversee them, so she took the opportunity to listen to Dean Jian's tuning. Hu Yu looked at the software, which went from simulating components to a black and white page that seemed to be an audio page, which she did not recognize. "What is this?" she asked, pointing at Bai Lian's computer. "It's for listening to music," Bai Lian said, seeing that Hu Yu was also free, and handed her the other headphone. Hu Yu had her mind on Zhou Wenqing's matters and wasn't in the mood to listen to music. However, since Bai Lian offered it to her, she still took it and casually placed it in her ear. Hu Yu wasn't much of a fan anymore. Although she was somewhat out of it compared to others, her time was still fragmented during her graduate studies, so she rarely had time to listen to music or watch dramas. The music in the headphones was a classical melody she had never heard before. A very beautiful melody. Just by listening to the music, one could ride across the Jianghu, experiencing joy, enmity, and eventually, a poignant retreat from the world. Hu Yu had never studied music and her sense of music was so-so. She couldn't make out the details and tilted her head to ask Bai Lian, "What instrument is this? It sounds so good." For a moment, her ears were filled with nothing but music. She momentarily forgot about the major incident that had just happened in the laboratory. "Kong Ho, Xiao, Yangqin, Fu," Bai Lian said, her pale fingertips tapping on the table, tilting her head slowly as she spoke to Hu Yu. "And there's a Guzheng solo coming up later." Hu Yu had heard of these instruments, but she did not know what they sounded like. It was the first time Hu Yu had heard such beautiful music and sound quality. She asked Bai Lian the name of the song. Bai Lian didn't know the name of the song either. This was a new song that emerged spontaneously after Dean Jian had finished composing Blossoms on the Tree, with her, the lyrics which Bai Lian hadn't written yet, so she didn't know either. She crossed her arms, leaning lazily against the back of the chair, tilting her head. "Senior sister, do you have any thoughts after listening?" "After listening, I feel like sailing the high seas." Hu Yu sighed lightly, normally indifferent to worldly matters, happy even when called to fill a headcount for academics because she could enjoy the tea break, but now she felt a rare sense of sadness. "I don't know if the eldest apprentice brother can graduate next year." Only after coming to do her postgraduate studies did Hu Yu realize that academia was not so pure either. Once it involved interests, everything became very complicated. "He will," Bai Lian interjected. "Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 744, 295 Labs Golden Thigh. _3 Their top boss, Wang Yufeng. Not to mention Xiaowu, even Mao Kun dreaded him. Su Chun quickly set aside what she was busy with and asked Henji Wei to check on Su Wenyao's status. Su Wenyao looked at her and asked, "Do you desperately need money?" "I have to make money for the boss." Su Chun picked up her cotton coat and glanced back at her. "But when it comes to money, who doesn't like it?" She left. Su Wenyao needed to remove his four early, as he was considered Bai Lian's brother. Henji Wei had heard about him from Xiaowu and was also very polite towards Su Wenyao. He drove back to the Su family mansion after removing the four. He played with Su Siki in the living room for a while. He had just finished his graduate examinations and needed to start preparing the application materials for the follow-up interviews in a couple of days. Old Madame Su spoke with him for a while, her fingers rolling a string of Buddha beads in her hand. She had lately been thriving and was more spirited than ever. I had your aunt arrange a dinner with a few professors. Have you decided whose research team you want to join? I have some thoughts, Su Wenyao said, leaning on a nearby table and slowly twirling a rattledrum, his demeanor relaxed. If you had gone with the Qi family at that time, old Madame Su began, but didn't finish, recalling something. Your father is dining with an old classmate tonight. You've heard of his daughter, Su Yajun. Now, the Su family was gaining more influence in Yunshao district, making old Madame Su stand tall and confident in the presence of the Qi family. Qi Shuyun was no longer her only choice. Her sights began to shift towards other eligible young women. Su Wenyao never argued with old Madame Su about such matters, and went upstairs to tidy up in the study. Wenyao, old Madame Su watched his retreating figure as he ascended the stairs. Are you still entangled with that bar girl? Su Wenyao didn't respond to her. Old Madame Su gazed at his departing back, her expression profound. Old Madame, the butler tucked Su Siki in with a blanket. The young master always has his own thoughts. You needn't worry too much about him. Butler Su, the old lady lowered her gaze, her hands idly twisting the Buddha beads. She spoke slowly. Arrange a meeting with that woman for me, 29 Tall Street. The Su family, dinner to. Old Master Su put down his chopsticks and accepted the cup of green tea handed to him by the servant, looking at Su Jueming. I heard there was some unrest in Jiangjing today? Su Jueming glanced at Su Jueling and Su Nanjing at the dining table and replied without much emotion. Jiangjing has been quite lively recently, even old Chen has been stirred up. He stepped out the Chen family's doors 4 times in just a few days. They discussed the latest happenings in Jiangjing. What about the Mu family? I heard that their old man has made an appearance, old Master Su said slowly. Su Jueming didn't pay much attention. What can they accomplish anyway? After dinner, Su Jini walked alongside Su Jueming, inquiring whether they should court favor with the Mu family. I heard the Mu family has ties to the Jiang family. But such rumors, no one dares to spread casually. How could that be? You see, even the Gao family isn't taking it to heart. What connection could the Mu family have with them? Su Jueming thought it was a smokescreen. Mu Qiong is gone. The Mu family poses no threat now. With that time, Head rather strengthened communications with the Ming family and the Leng family. In the meantime, Su Jueling and the others returned to the courtyard, and he then asked Su Nanjing, "What's with your uncle being so secretive?" Su Nanjing was acquainted with Chen Beixian and Jiang Shijue. He was more in the loop than his father. Today, it seems someone arrived in Jiangjing. Su Nanjing knew only so much. I heard from Sister Beixian that the visitor is a high-ranking member of the Dawson family. The Dawson family, the behind-the-scenes owners of the Azure Dragon Bar and proprietors of the auction house. Who exactly had come, the Chen family hadn't found out yet. But without exception, even the Chen family wanted a partnership with them. No wonder he's being so secretive, Su Jueling contemplated. Su Jini and their group are chummy with the Azure Dragon Bar. Beijing is indeed lively recently. What about the Mu family? Regarding this, Su Nanjing said without a change in expression, take the opportunity to have tea with President Mu more often. While the two of them were discussing serious matters, Gao Yen wasn't listening. She was on the side, discussing with the Su family's butler about picking a day with good weather for Bai Lian and Gao Shu to visit the Su family and appreciate the plum blossoms, and to arrange the desserts for the occasion. After morning classes ended, Bai Lian didn't go to the cafeteria to eat, but instead left Jiangjing University. An hour later at Qinglong Bar. At this time, the bar hadn't opened for business yet. Quite a few people were loitering at the entrance. Bai Lian got out of the car, wearing a black cloak, and entered through the front door. By her side, a young man who wanted to remind her that the bar wasn't open at noon was startled to see a manager-looking person respectfully coming out to welcome Bai Lian. He ended up looking up at the enormous sign of Qinglong Bar, extremely shocked. That's right, Qinglong Bar. Who is this girl? 20 minutes later, Bai Lian came out with a canvas bag in hand. Yunshao District has always been the economic center. Today is Wednesday. Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min were in the same class, and they only had classes in the latter half of the afternoon. The two of them came to Yunshao District's Chamber of Commerce at noon, as this year Yunshao District's Chamber of Commerce was holding a wine reception. Both of them refused help from their families and used their own connections to get into this reception. In the car, after having food with Bai Xiaoqi, Song Min started the car and then saw Bai Lian across at the bus stop. He paused for a moment. Bai Xiaoqi's gaze also fell on Bai Lian. Bai Lian was looking down at something in her hand, holding an inconspicuous canvas bag that looked a bit like it belonged to a student. Bai Xiaoqi paused slightly. What is she doing here? Having started a business with Song Min and achieving quite some success, she rarely paid attention to Bai Lian anymore, as their paths had diverged. The two sat in the car while Bai Lian waited for the bus. Bai Xiaoqi didn't understand. Isn't it said that her stepfather is quite rich? Why doesn't he buy her a car for commuting? Song Min was messaging the student council president, wishing to leverage a connection with a finance professor for a collaboration. By the time he looked up again, Bai Lian had already boarded the bus. When Bai Lian returned to the lab, Huyu was teaching Su Zhiyue how to operate the experimental equipment. Inside the lab, even Ding Wenyang didn't speak today. Where's Professor Zhou? She asked as she untied her cloak's fastening and pulled it off. Huyu turned her head and replied, in the dean's office, discussing yesterday's incident. Hey, junior sister, she said, her eyes landing on Bai Lian's hand. The contents of the canvas bag seemed heavy, with the strap taut and the square outline of something dense inside making it look quite weighty. But, when held by Bai Lian, it appeared as if she was carrying it effortlessly. She casually hooked it with 2 fingers, as though it was just a bag of feathers. What's that? Huyu asked out of curiosity. Bai Lian casually placed the cloak on the table, pulled out a chair to sit down, and began checking her phone for a message from Sun Fei. Miss Bai, do you have time to come to the police station recently? The documents have been sent over. As she replied to Sun Fei, she handed the canvas bag to Huyu. Palladium. Chapter 745. 296 Lying to Win, Jiang Shijue _1 Bai Lian sat on the chair, passing something with her left hand to the side while her other hand continued to respond to Sun Fei's messages. She did it with ease and casualness. Even though Huyu felt it should be quite heavy, she used both hands to receive Bai Lian's canvas bag. But the moment she took hold of it, she underestimated its weight, and the overbearing palladium gold made her involuntarily stumble forward. Bai Lian's head did not lift, yet her hand accurately supported the bag. Senior sister, be careful. Once she steadied herself, Bai Lian raised her eyebrows and eyes, holding her phone, shedding her lethargy, her beautiful brows and eyes revealing a sharp edge. Huyu found it somewhat dazzling. After steadying herself, she gripped the bag with both hands and placed it on the table. She unzipped it and asked about the song from yesterday. I couldn't find that song even with a different software. As for the palladium mentioned by Bai Lian, Huyu didn't really pay attention. It hasn't been released yet and will take some time. Bai Lian stood up again. Senior sister, you keep these for now. I might need to take another leave this afternoon. She needed to make another trip to Yunshao District. Oh, sure, it's fine. The teachers don't have much going on anyway. While Huyu pondered how she got a demo if it hadn't been released yet, she was startled by the contents of the opened bag the next second. Inside were several dozen chicken egg-sized silver white metal squares. The front was engraved with numbers and letters, 46th Palladium 106. 42 having dealt with palladium gold for the past 2 years, Huyu recognized at a glance what it was. After realizing it, she quickly closed the canvas bag, concealing the palladium gold inside. Palladium gold, this is real. This was the most palladium gold Huyu had ever seen in the laboratory at one time. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, together, these pieces of palladium gold were more extravagant than gold itself. When their laboratory obtained a kilogram, they treated it as if it were the god of wealth, let alone now with such a large bag. Senior, Huyu leaned on the table and looked up to find Bai Lian, but Bai Lian had already left the room. Senior brother, now knowing what was in the bag was palladium, Hu Yu easily lifted the 30 pounds of palladium and handed it to Lu Yu, the senior brother. She earnestly instructed, "This is palladium. Take good care of it while I go and fetch the teacher back." The dean's office at Huang Institute. Zhou Wenqing was in the midst of a heated debate with the department head. "Lu Yu is still an excellent graduate of the physics college. Dean Lin, are you making my 4 students take the fall?" How did this turn into a matter of taking the fall? The department head looked towards the dean. "Dean Huang, you tell us, we have been assigned a task from above, and this project has been at a standstill for so long." "Stop talking crap." Zhou Wenqing scoffed. "If you gave us 10 pounds of materials every year, I would have produced the materials for you last year." "Dean Zhou." Dean Lin pushed up his glasses, equally frustrated. "Every ounce of this rare precious metal is precious. Even Ma Institute's laboratory might not have enough to use. Where should we apply for more?" Outside, Hu Yu had the teaching assistant pass a message to Zhou Wenqing. The teaching assistant hesitated at the door before entering. "Professor Zhou, Hu Yu asked you to return to the laboratory first. She has something important to tell you." Zhou Wenqing hadn't reached a conclusion in his argument with Dean Lin and didn't want to give in easily, but the assistant's voice softened. "Hu Yu said Bai Lian brought palladium back. It's in the lab." Zhou Wenqing's curse was caught in his throat as he slowly turned his head. Thinking of 30 pounds, he didn't even have the time to continue his debate with Dean Lin and turned to leave. Dean Lin watched his retreating figure and called after him. "Professor Zhou, you have to deliver results by the end of the year, regardless." Downstairs, Bai Xiaoke and Zhuo Jinhua arrived at the physics building. From a distance, they saw the hurried figure of Zhou Wenqing. Bai Xiaoke recognized Zhou Wenqing. "Is that Professor Zhou? What happened to him?" "His laboratory has been rather disturbed lately." Zhuo Jinhua withdrew his gaze, not particularly concerned. "The project isn't getting results, and he's got a team that's dragging them down. His laboratory is going to be dissolved by the end of the year." He also felt thankful for his own decision not to take over the group of students from Bai Lian. Otherwise, his laboratory might be the one in chaos. Bai Xiaoke lowered his gaze, knowing that Zhou Wenqing was Bai Lian's supervisor. He masked the light in his eyes. "That's truly unfortunate." The inner office of Zhou Wenqing's laboratory. Himself, Hu Yu, and 3 senior brothers. They surrounded the table, where 30 neatly arranged square palladium gold blocks were displayed. Senior brother Lu put down the experimental equipment and took a deep breath. "This is really palladium gold, 30 pounds. Chapter 746, 296 Lying to Win. Jiang Shijue _2 Palladium gold is precious and rare. Even Jiang University couldn't gather so much palladium in a short time." Faced with a heap of palladium, Zhou Wenqing and his 4 students didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that they hadn't come out for quite a while, Tang Ming politely knocked on the door. "Brother Lu, could you take a look at my data?" The door opened. Brother Lu looked utterly bewildered. Tang Ming then saw the silvery metal on the table. He didn't pay it much mind and casually asked, "Iridium?" "Iridium. Palladium is several times more expensive than gold, and iridium is even more precious than palladium, a scarce metal in major laboratories and bases alike." "Oh," Brother Lu paused, then explained, "Junior, this is palladium, not iridium. The junior sister said she's giving it to our lab, but 30 pounds, that's so much." As Brother Lu spoke, the others in the office nodded in agreement. Palladium gold is essentially a precious metal that is priceless on the market. Not to mention iridium. "I see," said Tang Ming, scratching the back of his head. "Don't you need to conduct experiments? Mao Ji has a lot of these things at home." He raised his hand to show the iridium on his wrist. "I also use it to exercise. It's very effective." Brother Lu. In the office, the others also stared at Tang Ming's wrist, speechless even after Tang Ming left with Brother Lu. Even academician Ma wouldn't dare to be so extravagant, would he? The door was closed once more. In the office, Hu Yu turned to Zhou Wenqing. "Teacher, can we continue our research now?" Zhou Wenqing settled back into his office chair. He had no particular intentions with these new students and certainly didn't expect to improve his performance through them, as his lab members were all quite laid back. But now, he stared at the pile of palladium on the table, absorbed in thought. He knew this year's freshmen were far from ordinary, but what kind of people were they exactly? Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, not one of their surnames was familiar to him. Where did they get these things that even Jiang University lacked? Yunshao District. In the precinct, at Sun Fei's office. In half a year, the police station had been purged once, and Sun Fei had been promoted to brigade commander. It's not easy for a woman in any industry, and Sun Fei had to be much more capable than others to stand out among many officers. Her visibility increased after the Bai Lian incident, and with this promotion her capabilities became even more prominent. Miss Bai, Sun Fei closed the door and handed Bai Lian a cup of tea. Please have a look. It'll be outside if you need anything. Just call me. Thank you. Bai Lian looked up, thanked Sun Fei, the computer screen's glow falling into her dark pupils, diffusing a lazy, polite, and gentle light. The last crackdown in Yunshao district was critical evidence anonymously sent to Sun Fei. Bai Lian didn't show up, but when Sun Fei later visited Qinglong Bar and saw Xiaoqi with Bai Lian, she knew Bai Lian had tacitly consented. Naturally, Sun Fei remembered this well. My login ID and password are 258962. Once Sun Fei left, Bai Lian entered the password and logged automatically into the internal software system to search for the name Zhou Jian. Bai Lian knew about the incident with Suin. She also knew it wasn't Zhou Jian's first crime, but she wasn't particularly concerned with his past offenses. She hadn't reviewed the extent of Zhou Jian's crimes that the chief and others had uncovered. Now, as she looked, she discovered Zhou Jian had collaborated with traffickers more than a dozen times. The earliest event was 19 years ago. According to Zhou Jian's own confession, he did it to push out another assistant close to Ren Qian. But now, as Bai Lian left the police station, it started to snow again in Jiangjing. Ming Dongheng was waiting outside the precinct. The moment she emerged, he followed 5 meters behind her, asking in a low voice, Miss Bai, are we going to the Sears building? Jiang Fulai's office location. Bai Lian snapped back to reality and glanced at him. Can I go? Of course, you can, Ming Dongheng replied respectfully. In the car. Bai Lian took out her laptop, set it on the back seat table, and sent the song name to Director Jian. Then, remembering something, her fingers abruptly stopped on the laptop. She picked up her phone placed beside her and dialed a number. A male voice answered, Hello. Dr. Liu, this is Bai Lian, she said, left hand resting on the black keyboard, phone in her right, dark eyes gazing out the window. Do you remember the similar case from over a decade ago when Uncle Su was sick? Can you check for it? Chapter 747, 296 Lying to Win, Jiang Shijue _3 Xiangqing. After putting down the phone, Chief Physician Liu went to the Medical Affairs Department to check the medical records. The illness of Suin was not common, and that particular case was also a classic one for the hospital. Since the patient had been hospitalized before, their electronic records were preserved. Dr. Liu had reviewed them last year and still had some memory of it. As soon as Bai Lian arrived, Chief Physician Liu sent her the patient's information and details of the illness. A black car stopped in front of the CRFS building. Bai Lian's apricot-colored embroidered shoes landed on a thin layer of snowflakes. Her cold fingertips opened the message Dr. Liu had sent, which contained an image, the patient information found by Dr. Liu. Patient name, Ji Xiaorong. Bai Lian put away her phone. Jiang Fulai was still in the underground lab. The temperature was low, so he was wearing a coat covered with a white lab coat. With fingers as pale as his coat, he held a black pen. He was methodical in whatever he did, although sometimes he could be impatient with his team members. After he finished analyzing the data for the day, he reached out to turn off the projector. Everyone in the lab was flipping through their notebooks. Outside the door, the waiting assistant entered as he finished. Young Master Jiang, Mr. Ming is here. Ming Dongheng? Jiang Fulai gave an in response, his face expressionless. He closed his notebook and was about to head inside. Having worked overtime recently, he had finally created the concept drawing for the engine. Hesitantly, the assistant spoke up, Mr. Ming has brought a girl to the top-floor lounge. Jiang Fulai's footsteps halted. He looked back, gathered his pen and notebook, and while taking out his mobile phone from his lab coat pocket, He removed his coat and walked out. His emotions were clearly displayed. "When did they arrive?" he asked in a deep voice. "While you were in the meeting," the assistant replied, observing his expression and movements while wondering who the girl Mr. Ming brought could be, and quickly followed him. Jiang Fulai casually carried his white coat and passed through the air raid shelter door after an iris scan. The black hem of his clothes flowed in a noticeable arc. When he entered the elevator, his light-colored eyes landed on the assistant. "Next time she comes, let me know in advance." He didn't specify which she, but the assistant got the hint. It probably wasn't referring to Ming Dongheng. The two reached the first floor. Jiang Fulai's private rest room was at the top of the building, accessible by a separate elevator. He exited the elevator and headed to another one that wasn't open to other people. In the lobby on the first floor, a group of people happened to be passing by. Men and women. Leading them was a strikingly attractive man in a suit, speaking with a middle-aged man beside him. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai, he quickened his pace and approached. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Fulai nodded slightly towards the man, his refined features betraying no emotion. As for the others, he didn't glance at them, and without stopping he entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. For a moment, the entire first floor fell into silence. Everyone watched as the elevator reached the top floor. Only when the red numbers stopped did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Fulai's assistant stepped aside, took a pile of documents in his arms, and greeted the arriving man, "President Jiang." This was Jiang Shijue, the CEO of Zhongxing Group. Jiang Fulai's assistant was also very polite to Jiang Shijue, Assistant Yi. Assistant Yi smiled and left with the documents. Jiang Shijue watched Assistant Yi go before withdrawing his gaze. "Director Li, let's reschedule for another day." No one dared to object to him. After Jiang Shijue left, Director Li turned to the man behind him. "President Ming, let's call it a day. President Jiang doesn't have time today." Once President Ming got into the car outside, he carefully exhaled. Even though he had only stopped by the first floor to look at the model today, it was a unique experience in their circle. But his luck was also very good, having met the crown prince of the Jiang family. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he turned to the girl in the back seat and shared the day's events, only remembering something at the end. "Zong Yao, how are things going with the young master from the Yu family?" Ming Zhangjiu's gaze was on the computer. "He's getting engaged to someone from the Wen family at the end of the year." Bai Lian was simply in a different place to look at data. On WeChat, Hu Yu, Zhou Wenqing, and others had sent a bunch of messages, and there was also a message from Director Jian. When Jiang Fulai took off his coat and came in, he saw her sitting at the desk, processing data and messages, and his usually cool brow and eyes softened somewhat. "How come you didn't say anything when you came over?" Jiang Fulai walked behind her and saw she was chatting with Director Jian. She and Director Jian had decided on a name for the new song, Flatboat. This was influenced by Hu Yu. The lyrics she wrote had a certain far ocean feel of a flat boat. Chapter 748, 296 Lying to Win, Jiang Shijue _4 Jiang Fulai was indifferent to the songs for Yen Lu, his long and powerful fingers resting on the armrests on both sides of the seat, casually glanced at the computer screen, and then his gaze moved to her face. She wore a celadon-colored top today. Her hair was entirely pinned up with a pin that faintly emitted a purple hue, revealing a pair of dark eyebrows. Her facial features exuded a lazy scholarly air. "Come and take a look." Bai Lian didn't bother with Hu Yu's flooding messages, replying with 2 words to Dean Jian. Jiang Fulai leaned over, his lips landing gently yet firmly at the corner of hers. "Wait for me a bit, let's go out for dinner." He had casual wear on standby here, grabbed an outfit, and went to the bathroom at the back to shower. Outside, Jiang Shijue leaned on the bar, his eyes on the door to the lounge, casually talking to Ming Dongheng lifting weights nearby. "Xiaoming, is Miss Bai really in there?" Answered Ming Dongheng, lifting a dumbbell with one hand, his response light and unaffected. Thank heavens, after more than a year, Jiang Shijue was finally going to meet Bai Lian in person. Everyone from the Jiang family to Gao Shu's group was curious about Bai Lian's existence. Such a person had only appeared once in the Jiang family in 100 years. Without him, The Jiang family might have become as fragmented as the Mu family and gradually faded from Xinjiang district. Jiang Shijue was highly curious about who had tamed a bewitching existence like Jiang Fulai, especially after hearing Ming Dongheng's description, a milk tea with double sugar. Was that something Jiang Fulai would bother to pick up with his fingers? Of course, curious as he was, Jiang Shijue had never investigated Bai Lian. Everything he knew came from what he heard from Su Nanjing's and Ming Dongheng's mouths. Will her presence be stronger than Sister Bai Ixuan's? Jiang Shijue straightened his collar. As he was speaking, the door to the lounge was pushed open from the inside. Jiang Shijue quickly dropped his hand, standing tall outside the door, dignified with the authority of Zongxing's executive CO, hands at his sides, also displaying a polite demeanor. Beside him, Ming Dongheng, who hadn't been paying much attention to Jiang Shijue, also put down his weights. The first to come out was Jiang Fulai. He wore a black coat, speaking softly to the person behind him, holding a checkered scarf in his hand, with a white cloak casually draped over one arm. Clearly, the cloak wasn't his. Jiang Shijue was taken aback at the sight and only then saw the girl behind Jiang Fulai. She was only holding a laptop, wearing a casual celadone top, white buttons done up to her neck, her eyebrows modestly lowered. She wasn't what Jiang Shijue had imagined. Instead, she had a subdued, lazy air. When she lifted her brows and eyes, those black pupils betrayed some of the edge she couldn't quite hide. Jiang Shijue, said Jiang Fulai with a slight lift of his brows, casually introducing her. Jiang Shijue hurriedly straightened up, warmly introducing himself to Bai Lian. Miss Bai, hello, I'm Jiang Shijue, just call me by my name. Hello. Bai Lian handed the laptop to Ming Dongheng and nodded to him. Jiang Fulai, not wanting to beat around the bush with Jiang Shijue, directly left with Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng, holding the laptop, followed them to drive. Jiang Shijue saw them off to the elevator, and only after the elevator reached the first floor did he take out his phone to call Chen Beixian. Chen Beixian was direct. It's Wang Yu phone. Not only has he come, but he also brought a large shipment of goods. As to where he is, you each have your own skills to find out. I can't locate him. Clearly, many people had called her about this before. I'm not asking about that today. Jiang Shijue smiled cordially, pressing the elevator button again. I unexpectedly saw Miss Bai today. She's quite different from what I'd imagined, seems very well behaved. The meeting was so sudden, he hadn't had the chance to give his gift. Now, only Chen Beixian had not met Bai Lian. She asked Jiang Shijue a few more questions. Zhou Wenqing's lab had acquired a new batch of palladium, and everyone got busy. Zhou Wenqing originally asked Hu Yu and her team to guide Bai Lian and the others properly. However, when the experiment truly began, Hu Yu found they didn't need teaching at all, especially Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. The two could almost keep up with their pace, even calculating data for them. At midnight, Hu Yu was starting to flag, but inside the lab, none of the new recruits had left. She couldn't help but touch her nose, sip some coffee, and get wrapped up with them. This group of new recruits was so energetic that not a single one was sleepy. At 20 past midnight, Bai Lian stood up, handing a set of data to Hu Yu. Senior sister, I'm going back to the dormitory. Once she left, the others stopped as well, Ning Xiao handing over a model to Hu Yu. Hu Yu, looking at the data, yawned and was about to lock up and leave when she saw the data calculated by Bai Lian. She was jolted awake, and sleepiness vanished. Chapter 749. Jiangjing's Top Circle, taking Wen Zhixia to the Su family to admire the plum blossoms. _1 Mathematics requires a certain talent. If you don't understand a problem, even a teacher's 10 years of explanation would be useless. Aside from that, it also requires a passion and practical skills. Ning Xiao had never received formal tutoring in mathematics, and yet, back in Xiangqing, he was already considered on par with Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. Later on, he joined the enhanced class and, with guidance from Jiang Fulai, his long-term foundation and hard work meant that his current research on a project and direction was in no way inferior to Hu Yu. There's no need to mention Bai Lian. She had already understood the concept of integration back in Daong, where they used A, B, C, D, instead of the simplified numbers of today. Previously, her master had only taught her about measuring land and constructing specific diagrams of riverbanks and water channels. Modern science was a powerful addition to her arsenal. Zhou Wenqing's lab had few students, and the department head had issued an ultimatum. The lab was busy recently. Senior Liu and others were researching palladium experiments, and Hu Yu was earnestly instructing her juniors in data calculation. What Bai Lian gave her were the quantum bits with different parameters that needed to be calculated. Their research focus was on superconductors, inevitably involving the consideration of quantum tunneling related to superconducting quantum computing. This was a crucial part of their project. Hu Yu planned to first familiarize her juniors with this project, but to her surprise, in just a week, Bai Lian had already given her parts of the calculated results. And then there was Ning Xiao. At this moment, Hu Yu was truly wide awake. She turned on her computer to check the material structural model provided by Ning Xiao. One bit after another. Hu Yu did not leave the lab. Instead, she took out her phone to contact Senior Liu. Senior Liu had already showered and was ready to sleep when he received Hu Yu's call. Puzzled, he asked, "Junior sister, you're not asleep yet?" "I can't sleep anymore, senior brother," Hu Yu said spiritedly as she looked at the computer. "Come over and look at the material model Ning Xiao constructed and also the quantum parameters estimated by Junior Bai. Come to the lab first and see." Previously, due to the insufficient palladium, the number of quantum bits they captured wasn't stable. The dozy Senior Liu hurriedly grabbed his coat and headed to the lab. At 3 in the morning, Senior Liu and Hu Yu finished reviewing the results achieved by Bai Lian and Ning Xiao over the past week or so. They looked at each other in astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, Jiangjing's Top Circle. Taking Wen Zhixia to the Su family to admire the plum blossoms. _2 Influenced by Tang Ming, he always referred to Ning Xiao as the study god, and the forums all knew this title by now. And indeed, he truly lived up to the name of study god. That's not how you calculate it. Did the original poster not consider the hard requirements? Bai Lian and Ning Xiao are certainly smart, but Gao Yuan is from the Gao family, and lately, I haven't seen Bai Lian and the others much. Looking at Gao Yuan's social media, they have been continuously preparing for this year's Jiang University Science and Research Contest, getting ready for the boss training camp. Bai Lian should be smarter than Ning Xiao, but why haven't I seen her at the preparation camp? A bit disappointing. According to incomplete statistics, the school only gave Xiangqing 2 spots for the preparation camp. She probably didn't register. People on the forum were arguing noisily, with many being fans of Bai Lian, staunchly supporting her and her group. But most remained rational, questioning whether Zhou Wenqing and his team's project could even continue into the end of the year. Bai Lian was unaware of everything on the forums. For the past week, she had been helping Hu Yu and the others with data modeling, and most of the time, it was Tang Ming and his team who took turns bringing food to the laboratory. After handing over the process data to Hu Yu, the next evening Bai Lian took her laptop and said to Hu Yu, "Senior sister, Ning Xiao and I won't be coming to the lab these next few days." The new junior didn't need someone to guide her, and she could even help with the core data. Especially since she could also earn a lot of gold coins. Where could you find such a junior? Hu Yu stopped her discussion with Ding Wenyang, preparing to see Bai Lian off. "Junior sister, you have things to do. And even if you're busy until the end of the semester, that's fine. This little bit of research, Ding Wenyang and I will handle it with ease." "Junior sister, goodbye." She stood at the entrance of the laboratory building, waiting until Bai Lian was out of sight before she couldn't help but jubilantly return to the lab. She began chatting with Ding Wenyang about the gossips on the forum. "Little Ding, does Ning Xiao really have over 4 million points?" There had been a lot of discussion about Ning Xiao on the forum lately. Many doubted the authenticity of the over 4 million points since even Gao Yuan had only more than 2 million points, and with Ning Xiao himself not confirming it, some suspected it was an upperclassman with the same name. "Yes, what about it?" Ding Wenyang handed the report he had printed out to Hu Yu. "Hu Yu, She felt these newcomers had a talent for driving people crazy. You calmly mentioned 4 million points like it's nothing, and you're asking her, what about it? Ding Wenyang didn't think there was anything wrong with his tone. When he first learned of Ning Xiao and Tang Ming's points, he too was surprised, but then guessed it was Bai Lian. He didn't think Ning Xiao's points were a big deal, even though his own points were just a bit over 1 million. Jiangjing University was completely covered in snow. The snow on the main roads had been cleared, but the trees and green belts around were layered with thick snow, weighing down all the branches. Bai Lian stood under a camphor tree, waiting for her ride. Snowflakes occasionally fell from the leaves above. Just as Bai Lian spotted the car, she received a call from Mao Kun. Sister. Mao Kun's voice was noisy. He walked outside to a quieter place. I've got no use for the remaining palladium. Should I have it sent over to you? The palladium prepared for Bai Lian by Wang Yufeng was naturally not going to be taken back. He handed it directly to Mao Kun. Bai Lian had only taken 30 pounds last time. There were still 70 pounds left at the Azure Dragon Bar, untouched. Another clump of snow fell, landing on her pure white collar. Bai Lian casually pulled on the cloak's hood and stood amidst the snowy scene. Her attire was simple, except for a bright faux rose flower on the black cloak. Versatile in its simplicity, her temperament matched the languid tone that seeped out slowly. She reached out to brush off the snow from her shoulder. Okay. Though the weather was cold and it wasn't quite the end of class yet, there were still some pedestrians on the road, many of whom couldn't help but stop to look at her. Some had already recognized Bai Lian. Originally, there weren't many at Jiang University who wore capes and cloaks. Because of Bai Lian, this year saw an increase in students draped in cloaks going to class. But only she could wear a cloak with such an effect. A black car slowly stopped in front of her, compressing the snow at the roadside. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai put down his computer, watching her get in and then pointing to a gift box on the adjacent seat. This is a welcome gift from Jiang Shijue. The gift was something that Jiang Shijue had been preparing for several months. After their last meeting, he had always wanted to give it to Bai Lian but had not found the right opportunity. Unlike Su Nanjing, he couldn't use Gao Yan to send gifts to Bai Lian. Chapter 751. Jiangjing's Top Circle, taking Wen Zhixia to the Su family to admire the plum blossoms. _3 Bai Lian could only hand over the gift to Jiang Fulai, to pass it on for her. Both were busy, and although they were in the same city of Jiangjing, their opportunities to meet towards the year-end were even fewer than in Xiangqing. Bai Lian picked up the elegant sandalwood box and sat down. The box was a bit heavy. She didn't open it immediately, but talked with Jiang Fulai about the recent laboratory work. Although Zhou Wenqing's lab was busy, the atmosphere was very good. Jiang Fulai, watching her speak energetically about the lab, didn't ask her any further questions about the lab and Ning Xiao. In planning to bring a silk scarf embroidered by my grandfather for Aunt Gao, Bai Lian said while playing with the sandalwood box, telling Jiang Fulai about Gao Yan inviting her to enjoy the plum blossoms. A few days ago, Gao Yan had invited Bai Lian and Gao Shu to the Su family's plum blossom admiring event. Gao Shu was busy with the transfer of responsibilities at the drama theater, and Bai Lian had been in the lab all along, so the plum viewing had not been scheduled to date. That'll work. Jiang Fulai had heard about this from Bai Lian long ago. I've had Ming Dongheng prepare other items for you. You can just take them with you when the time comes. In the span of nearly a year, Su Nanjing and Gao Yan had given Bai Lian quite a few gifts. And that included the home tutor that Gao Yan had tried, but failed, to gift her. Bai Lian's fingertips tapped on the sandalwood box. Her phone lit up a few times. It was a message from her racing buddy. Racing buddy. Engagement on the 28th of the 12th lunar month, racing buddy. Racing tonight. Since coming to Jiangjing, Bai Lian seldom went racing, and with the recent lab work, even less so. However, she was somewhat aware of the affairs of the Wen family. Next to her, Jiang Fulai kept talking to her, and without Bai Lian deliberately hiding her phone screen from him, he naturally saw the message flashed up, his face as aloof as ever, his long lashes only slightly drooped. The race tracks in Jiangjing are very slick right now. His slender fingertips closed the laptop on the table in front of them, ready to have a serious conversation with her. I know, Bai Lian said nonchalantly, tapping on her phone. I'll bring a friend along, I'm not sure if Aunt Gao would mind. Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow, slowly saying, if you refrain from dangerous outdoor activities, I could move her plum garden into Shanghai apartment without a problem. Bai Lian sent a somewhat regretful message to her racing buddy. The weather is too dangerous, would you like to admire the plum blossoms instead? Racing buddy? On the other side of the phone. When Jixia, dressed in neat attire, nearly cursed out loud upon seeing Bai Lian's message. But thinking of Mrs. Wen sitting right in front of her, she swallowed her anger and pretended to be a lady. Mrs. Wen was a gentle and elegant elderly lady, and even with her silver hair, she still styled it in a bun and dressed elegantly, her eyes bright. Jiwei, Mrs. Wen slowly set down her teacup and looked at the girl on her left. Are you going to attend the small gathering hosted by that miss from the Lung family tomorrow, and can you bring Jixia along? Wen Jixia was the daughter of Mrs. Wen's youngest son. The Wen family's youngest son was rebellious, defying control from a young age, going off to Beijing to start his own business, and was quite successful at it, but unfortunately he died young. He left only one daughter, Wen Jixia. Mrs. Wen and Wen's mother had discussed bringing Wen Jixia back to the Wen family after she came of age, as the Wen and Yu families had always intended to unite through marriage, with the marriage partner being the heir of the Yu family. The Yu family needed an intelligent, capable, and visionary mistress, and Wen Jixia, who had always had excellent grades, was very suitable. There was just one issue: Wen Jixia was very rebellious, which gave Mrs. Wen quite a headache. Wen Jiwei was Wen Zixia's cousin, and before Wen Zixia's return, she had been the candidate favored by the Yu family. Hearing this, Wen Jiwei calmly said, Grandmother, Shuha only sent me one invitation. I'll ask her later if I can bring Jixia along. You know, those missies have been familiar with each other since they were children. The ones invited this time are all acquaintances. I'm afraid. Mrs. Wen rested her hand on the table, shook her head after listening. Never mind then, you go. After Wen Jiwei left. When Jixia finally relaxed a bit, leaning back and somewhat inelegantly shot a message back to Bai Lian. Dangerous? That doesn't sound like you. Who are you? And get the hell out of the idiot dog's body. The old lady glanced at her and sighed. Jixia, you've been back for so long, have you thought about making more friends? Grandma, I don't necessarily have to go to their banquets. I have friends. When Jixia straightened up, always putting on a good front for her grandmother. She casually waved her phone. Look, she even invited me to admire the plum blossoms. She shook her phone quickly, not giving her grandmother a chance to see the explosive nickname she had saved, or else her grandmother would most likely have her kneel in the ancestral hall. Chapter 752, Jiangjing's Top Circle, taking Wen Jixia to the Su family to admire the plum blossoms. _4 Actually, Wen Jixia also knew her own situation. She was not originally from Jiangjing, and she couldn't fit in with the group of socialites there. Wen Jiwei got along well with those socialites, so they all intentionally or unintentionally isolated her, especially those who had dealings with the Wen family. Wen Jixia was very aware that she had been pushed out of the circle by these people from Jiangjing. Those people were clearly telling her with their actions not to force herself into a different circle. To enjoy the plum blossoms? The elderly Mrs. Wen looked at her, nodding with a smile. That's also fine. Is it the friend you met with last time? When can you invite her over to our Wen family, so Grandma can meet her too? When Jixia thought about Bai Lian's current dog-like appearance and leaned back. You'll see her on the engagement day. Don't worry, you'll definitely like her. Their chat concluded. When Jixia went back up to her own room, the butler stood behind her like a ghost. Miss, you should still try to fit into this circle as much as you can. The gathering this time is organized by Miss Leng, and that second miss from the Su family will definitely be there. Butler, don't worry. When Jixia kicked open the door to her room, retorting, have a look at the stocks I've had you buying recently, haven't they gone up? The butler paused as he looked at her composed face, naturally happy about the increase in the private funds, unable to fault Wen Zixia's abilities. She indeed had her own ideas, otherwise the Yu family wouldn't have taken an interest in her. After a pause, he asked again in a low voice, Miss, are you really going to enjoy the plum blossoms? Or is it street racing? When Jixia, pressing on her phone, ground her teeth and replied to Bai Lian, Appreciate, whoever doesn't appreciate is a dog. She closed the door, and the butler stood outside for a while, the smile on his face disappearing as he sighed. After returning downstairs, the old Mrs. Wen also stood at the door in a daze. They both knew that when Jixia had just returned to Jiangjing and had not been accepted into many circles, and it was obvious that when Jiwei was also excluding her. Who is her friend? The elderly Mrs. Wen whispered softly. An alumnus from Beijing. Beijing, huh? Mrs. Wen's eyes dimmed with some regret for not bringing Wen Jixia back earlier, which led to the current situation. Let it be, let her have fun for a while. She won't be free for much longer. The next day, Sunday, 7 o'clock in the morning. The Su family also owned a vast estate. Gao Yan lived in the Tsufeng court located on the south side of the estate. Across an arched bridge was the neighboring plum garden. Gao Yan had woken up at 6 that morning and was tidying up Tsufeng court with the servants. Inside Tsufeng court, Gao Yan held a hexagonal lantern painted with black and white cats, hanging it on the porch, occasionally checking her phone and instructing the servants to check if Bai Lian and the others had arrived at the front gate. The commotion in Tsufeng court drew the attention of Su Jueming and Su Jini. Su Jueming spoke to Su Jini about the recent significant matters in Jiangjing. Today, ask Ming Zongyao about what's happening between the Wen and Yu families. Su Jini had a wide circle of acquaintances. She was able to speak with anyone in the Jiangjing socialite circle. Of course, the circle knew she was the only female of her generation in the Su family. In the entire Jiangjing, excluding Gao Shu, she held the highest status, and most people would give her face. I know. Su Jini wore a beige coat, her gaze scanning the lively arched bridge bustling with people, slightly squinting her eyes. Is my aunt expecting some guests today? Should I stay as well? Su Jueming always kept an eye on the happenings in the south courtyard. He had someone check the news early on. I heard they've invited Su Nanjing's sister over to enjoy the plum blossoms. She's not an important guest, so you don't need to stay. Are the people from the Sun and Lung families here today? It's a good opportunity to find out if they have any news about Wang Yufeng. Your grandfather is very keen on Su Nanjing this year, which isn't a good sign for us. Su Jini composed herself. I understand. If there were no unexpected events, Su Jini would usually not miss the gatherings of the young ladies in the circle. She even made an appearance at the birthday of Miss Sun Feng's sister last time. 8 o'clock. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai left the Shanghai apartment building, with Ming Dongheng driving as usual, and the car's trunk was filled with a bunch of gift boxes prepared by Ming Dongheng. Bai Lian wore a velvet coat that Gao Yan had sent over. She settled into the car. Messages from her dog friends came in. Plums. By Jian. 1. Dog friend. Address. Smile. Smile. It was obvious that she thought either Bai Lian had lost her mind inviting her to enjoy the plum blossoms, or she had lost her mind agreeing to it. Bai Lian directly threw the address given by Su Nanjing over. Tall Street number 29. Chapter 753. 298 shocks Jixia. What has she done in Xiangqing? First update, _1 The weekend break meant the morning traffic was light. Su family's butler had been waiting outside early in the morning. At 8:30, he saw a black car approaching from the side and immediately notified Gao Yan that Bai Lian had arrived. He then ordered someone to open the side gate beside Guangliang's main entrance, allowing the car to enter. The car drove all the way to the front courtyard and stopped. Today, hearing that Bai Lian and Gao Shu would visit the Su family, both Su Nanjing and Su Jueling had not left home, and Gao Shu had not yet arrived at this point. Upon hearing from the butler that Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had arrived, Gao Yan put down the small hexagonal rui lantern she was holding. Seeing Gao Yan head outside, Su Jueling and Su Nanjing, who were sitting in the front hall, also put down their cups and stood up to walk towards the Chuehua gate. The three of them had just reached the Chuehua gate when the butler led Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai through the arch bridge to come in. Su Jueling stood in the center, instantly noticing Jiang Fulai wearing a black over-the-knee coat. His gaze shifted, and his eyes fell on the girl walking to his left. Today, Bai Lian wore a lotus green coat, a shade of deep green that made her fair skin stand out. Her coat was unbuttoned, revealing a white knitted sweater and cream fleece trousers underneath. A loosely tied cream scarf around her neck had partially slipped off her shoulder, blown by the wind. With her coat on, her hair was casually tied back with a silk ribbon, and she wore a white fleece hat. Standing there, she radiated calmness and composure, exuding an elegance similar to the restraint of Chinese blue and white porcelain with deep blue patterns circling cloud-like layers above. Upon seeing Su Jueling and Gao Yan, she smiled softly and greeted them gracefully. Su Jueling had long heard about Bai Lian countless times from Gao Yan and Su Nanjing. There was no need to mention Su Nanjing, but Gao Yan's fondness for Bai Lian was almost overflowing. Unable to have more children due to health reasons, Gao Yan greatly yearned for a daughter. Su Jini was the only young miss of her generation in the Su family and had been doted on from a young age. Even her conflicts with Su Jueming did not affect Su Jueling and Gao Yan's partiality towards her. However, after Bai Lian appeared, the frequently mentioned Jini in Gao Yan's conversations was replaced by Lian Lian. Su Jueling had long wished to meet this girl mentioned so often by Su Nanjing and Gao Yan. Now, seeing her for the first time, he understood why Gao Yan liked her so much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, 298 Shocking Jixia, what has she done in Xiangqing? First update, _2 in Jiangjing, apart from university classmates, there are no other social circles, and my position in the Wen family is quite awkward. Today is the gathering of the young ladies from Jiangjing's elite circles. Both Miss Ming and Miss Su have been very successful in starting their businesses and have attracted many investors. Without someone to lead the way, it's hard for others in Jiangjing to integrate into this circle. 29 Tall Street. Does Wen Jixia know someone from Tall Street? Thinking this, the driver headed to Tall Street, a road with hardly any private cars, with gardens to the rear. Number 29 is a bright and grand gate. Simple and massive, it exudes an imposing aura. The driver parked the car tremulously at the gate, not daring to get out and open the door, merely glancing back. "Miss, are you sure this is the place?" Wen Jixia had been playing games up until now, finally taking in the destination. She glanced outside, tapped to the main page, and opened WeChat to send a message to Bai Lian. "Did you send the wrong address? How did the plum viewing bring us to someone else's home?" Just after Wen Jixia sent the message, when she arrived at the gate, a woman known as Lan's mother approached. "Are you Miss Wen? I'm here to take you to Xiufeng Court. Just call me Lan's mother." Lan's mother, who took care of Gao Yan's daily needs, stood with a straight back, conducting herself in a manner not found in common people. The driver from the Wen family hurriedly got out of the car. Having received a reply, Wen Jixia also got out of the back seat, following Lan's mother with hesitation. The old Su family estate occupies a vast area, with Xiufeng Court located towards the south, at some distance from the main gate. Lan's mother didn't lead Wen Jixia along the main path. Instead, they skirted around via the gallery bridges. They passed Yuansui Pavilion, quickly reaching Xiufeng Court. Xiufeng Court. Gao Shu had just arrived not long ago and was sitting in the front hall with Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing, warming up. The indoor heating kept the room warm, and through the lattice windows, one could see the warm pavilion outside. Bai Lian and Gao Yan were sitting on the edge of a serpentine railing, beneath which flowed a stream with fish visible beneath the ice-free water. When Lan's mother brought Wen Jixia over, Bai Lian had her arm lazily propped up on the railing, holding a box of fish feed. She was the epitome of leisurely contentment. Upon seeing Wen Jixia, Bai Lian lazily raised her hand in greeting, introducing her to Gao Yan, "My friend, Wen Jixia." Today, Wen Jixia wore a satin gown with a white fox fur coat draped over it, showcasing a certain ladylike charm. From the moment she stepped onto the Su family's front steps, Wen Jixia knew that today's plum viewing was no ordinary affair. Seeing Gao Yan affirmed this notion even more. "Jixia, you can call me Auntie Gao, and him, call him Uncle Su." Gao Yan knew Bai Lian had something to discuss with Wen Jixia, so she left with Su Jueling to return to the main hall for the moment. Once Gao Yan left, Wen Jixia slumped next to Bai Lian, grabbed a handful of fish feed from her box and threw it into the water, lowering her voice. "What is this place, exactly?" Lan's mother brought out 2 more dishes of snacks. The frosty dessert featured 4 round traditional-style cakes decorated with white fondant plum blossoms. The other plate was mint green adorned with red plum blossoms, looking like pieces of art too beautiful to eat. Lan's mother stood under the eaves, and when Jixia couldn't mimic Bai Lian's relaxed and casual demeanor, sitting very upright instead. She felt there was an almost imperceptible cold gaze sweeping over her. The Su family. Bai Lian put down the fish feed, took out a white handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her hands, stood up, and led the way to see the plum blossoms. "Come on, let's go outside to see the plum blossoms." The 2 of them headed to the plum garden outside. Next to Tsufeng Court, the plum garden was in full bloom, with gnarled and twisted branches and blood-red petals, smooth and translucent. The snow piled upon the branches further highlighted the plum blossom's pure and exquisite beauty. Even when Jixia, who lacked the appreciation for plum elegance, was astounded by the beauty of the scene. Bai Lian took her to a pavilion in the middle of the garden to inquire about the Yu family. It was less than 10 minutes in the plum garden, which had no heating, when Ming Dongheng appeared silently, offering Bai Lian a cape he had brought from the car. "The young master asked me to bring this to you." Ming Dongheng's voice startled when Jixia. Bai Lian reached out for the cape, and Ming Dongheng withdrew as silently as he had appeared, respectfully standing to the side outside the garden gate. When Jixia glanced sideways to find her friend casually draping the snow-white cape over her shoulders with a bent red plum branch weighted by snow above her head. Today, the Su family had received word not to come near the plum garden, leaving Bai Lian and Wen Jixia to chat all morning. When Jixia roughly learned about her fiancé, Li Zheng. At 11, Su Nanjing came to call them to lunch. More cold-averse than Ming Dongheng, he wore a padded coat, and though his presence was not as scholarly as Jiang Ziju's, it was striking and boisterous. He introduced himself to Wen Jixia quite politely. "Miss Wen, my name is Su Nanjing." Chapter 755. 298 Shocking Jixia. What has she done in Xiangqing? First update, _3 As soon as Wen Jixia heard Su Nanjing, she knew where she was. Su third young master, Su second Mississippi. These 2 were names Wen Jixia often heard within the Wen family, and she was as familiar with them as if they had been thundering in her ears. Upon reflection, the only estate that could have such an expansive land in this area, after counting them on her fingers, was the Su family that the old lady often spoke of. The illustrious and prestigious family in Jiangjing which the Wen family and the Yu family both wanted to establish ties with. Wen Jiwei was attending a gathering today that included the Su second Mississippi. This was also one of the reasons why the old madam Wen wanted Wen Jiwei to bring Wen Jixia along. But how was Bai Lian connected to the Su family? From the looks of it, she and Su Nanjing seemed to be quite familiar with each other. What had her friend been doing over the past year? "Su third young master, I am Wen Jixia." Despite the shock in her heart, Wen Jixia formally introduced herself. Tang Ming and Pu Xiaohan were casual to a fault, often addressing Su Nanjing as a brother, while Yang Lin was always one to interact solely with Bai Lian and not bother with anyone else, even when facing Jiang Fulai. This was the first of Bai Lian's friends to address him in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjing knew right away that Wen Jixia was likely someone from the same circles. He chuckled, "Miss Wen can just call me Su third, I am older than you, so you may also call me third brother." If Bai Lian brought her to the Su family and even personally accompanied her to admire the plum blossoms for an entire morning, Su Nanjing figured, not even Jiang Fulai would receive such treatment from Bai Lian. He led the way in front and listening to Bai Lian speaks to Wen Jixia in an unhurried tone, thought his mother might be able to achieve her goal through indirect means. Bai Lian was unwilling to become her goddaughter, but perhaps someone else could take that place. The dining venue was in a side hall of Tsufeng Court. Jiang Fulai was casually chatting with Su Jueling. He knew Bai Lian wanted to talk to her friend and hadn't disturbed her all morning. Now, when he saw her coming in with Su Nanjing, he reached out to pull back a chair beside him. Bai Lian approached the chair and introduced her, "Wen Jixia, the one I've mentioned to you." She rarely introduced anyone formally. When Director Jian went to Xiangqing, Bai Lian merely gave a casual introduction. Jiang Fulai took a second look at Wen Jixia and stood up. His cold and distinguished nobility was apparent as he greeted Wen Jixia with composure. "Hello." His voice was cool and somewhat aloof. Su Jueling and Gao Shu, who were sitting nearby with teacups, quickly stood up upon seeing Jiang Fulai rise. They greeted Wen Jixia in a friendly manner. Wen Jixia, who had never seen such a scene before, was shocked again, feeling as though her status was incredibly high at the moment. Any of the people present had the ability to set the atmosphere, but in other settings, they were ones to be catered to by others. Today, they all presented their most amiable faces. After admiring the plum blossoms, several people's WeChat contacts were added to Wen Zixia's phone, including Gao Yen, Gao Shu, and Su Nanjing. In the afternoon, Wen Jixia politely said goodbye. Bai Lian had brought gifts when she came, and when leaving, Gao Yen stuffed a bunch of things into their hands to take back with them. The Wen family's driver was taken to the ear room by housekeeper Lan to be entertained separately. Only once when Jixia came out did he return to the car. He too was in a daze, missing several green lights along the way. Due to the Bentley emblem of the Wen family, the drivers behind simply honked politely to remind him. In the rear seat, when Jixia finally came to her senses, daunted by the oppressive aura of Jiang Fulai during the meal. She hadn't dared to ask Bai Lian about the man who was clearly more than just friends with Bai Lian. Now in the car, she leaned back and took out her phone to inquire with Bai Lian, "Who is that bastard sitting next to you just now?" "Idiot dog. He's still sitting next to me right now." When Jixia retracted a message. "Who was sitting next to you just now?" 20 minutes later, when Jixia received another friend request. This time the friend request was succinctly put in 3 characters, Jiang Fulai. For a moment, she didn't dare to confirm. After returning to the Wen family, when Ji Wei had yet to return, as usual, she would come back after dinner. "So early." The old madam Wen had just woken up from her nap and was surprised to see Wen Jixia back already. When Jixia placed the food box she brought back on the table with a complicated expression, yet seemingly in a good mood, "I came back after finishing the meal. This is the pastry I brought back for you." After speaking, she went back to her upstairs room, planning to video call Bai Lian for an explanation. The old madam wasn't too concerned about the pastries, but she looked worriedly towards the upstairs. Beside her, the butler chuckled and opened the food box. "Madam, take a look at what the young miss brought back." He paused, somewhat surprised. "Madam, is this not the plum blossom cake from Kangyu Tower?" Chapter 756. The bustling Jiangjing, Palladium sent by Mao Kuan, second update, _1 Kangyu Tower, a renowned old brand establishment in Jiangjing. The desserts are limited in supply, and takeout is not allowed, the main draw being their exquisite nature. It's also not easy to make a reservation. Madam Wen had been there a few times and was deeply impressed with the place. Hearing they were Kangyu Tower's desserts, Madam Wen looked down and examined them closely, squinting her eyes. It was difficult to duplicate Kangyu Tower's desserts, especially such realistic sugar fondant plum blossoms. There weren't many in Jiangjing skilled enough to create them. Madam Wen recognized at a glance that these were indeed Kangyu Tower's desserts, and ones only available to VIP guests at that. This, her spirits lifted, she observed the desserts brought back to the Wen family home and immediately sat up straight. "Go call Xiaohen over." Xiaohen, the driver who had taken Wen Jixia out today. The Su family. Not long after Wen Jixia left, Bai Lian also returned. Su Nanjing followed onto the car, going to check on the apartment's renovations. Su Jueling said goodbye to them with Gao Yen, waiting until everyone had left. It was then that he spoke to Gao Yen, unable to restrain his admiration. "Is Miss Bai really from Xiangqing? Her manner of speaking and her poise really don't seem like it." "Her family is from Beijing City." Gao Yen walked beside him towards the gallery bridge and, hearing him, laughed. "She is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, even surpassing the one from the Liang family." Su Jueling had only just heard of this. Sometimes at dinner parties, he had heard a sentence or two about someone smarter than the Liang family, but like most people, he hadn't paid much attention. Intelligence was one thing, but whether or not someone could stand before them and reach the summit was a completely different matter. Now, hearing Gao Yan's words, he realized that Bai Lian was not the person he had imagined her to be. You know about Shu Shu being elected as dean this time? Gao Yan glanced at Su Juling. Su Juling, often busy with overseas enterprises, was aware of Gao Shu's promotion and had even asked the butler to send a congratulatory gift. The Jiao family is not easy to deal with. Indeed not easy to deal with. Gao Yan walked onto the gallery bridge, proud to say, Alien helped her a lot this time. Su Juling was even more surprised. No wonder, he kept pace with Gao Yan. I felt that Jiangjing has been quite lively recently, with people from the Dawson family even coming over. My brother and the others have been inquiring about Wang Yufeng, and I wonder if there has been any news from the Chen family. In the car. After responding to Wen Jixia, Bai Lian reached for her computer. By her side, Jiang Fulai wasn't looking at her messages but was talking to President Huang. I've asked, said President Huang, who normally rested on Sundays and gathered with friends, most of whom were professors in Jiangjing. He stepped aside to answer Jiang Fulai's call. The person who issued the order directly to the institute was General Gao Sun. They wouldn't dare meddle with a big shot like Scholar Ma. But putting pressure on a laboratory center in the physics department of Jiang University was a matter of a few words. Gao Sun. Jiang Fulai opened the desk to make space for Bai Lian's computer. He recalled Gao Sun in his mind. Jiang Fulai didn't care much for the Gao family, but he remembered Gao Sun very well, a cousin of Gao Yi who, due to family connections, had risen quickly at headquarters. Jiang Fulai had a degree of tolerance for the Gao family. But not much, and it was all based on the condition they did not cross a certain line. The proposal you made to the professor, to select one person by the end of the year to join his laboratory, that news couldn't possibly be hidden from the Gao family, said President Huang, unsurprised. Little junior sister, you are also aware of her capabilities. Without stirring up some trouble, how would Gao Yuan have a chance? This makes things difficult for Professor Zhou, being forced to deliver results prematurely, and at the end of the day, it's somewhat related to you. Jiang Fulai tilted his head to look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian had already turned on her computer. She and Ning Xiao hadn't gone to Zhou Wenqing's laboratory today. You sent her an email in the morning. It was about 4 pages of newly captured experimental data. Bai Lian was very skilled at processing this kind of data. Even Zhou Wenqing had been marveling these past few days that a student with Bai Lian's talent might not appear even once in 100 years, and his laboratory was lucky to have stumbled upon her. Jiang Fulai knew that Ning Xiao was working on new materials for purification, and the data on Bai Lian's computer seemed unrelated to plasma. He guessed that it must be research from Zhou Wenqing's laboratory. Bai Lian, no matter what she was doing, always seemed calm and composed. Jiang Fulai wasn't quite sure whether Zhou Wenqing was in any trouble, but seeing Bai Lian's demeanor, he reckoned that Zhou Wenqing and Bai Lian could manage without his concern. The problem he needed to resolve was with the Gao family. Jiang Fulai said to Dean Huang at a leisurely pace, I understand. Though his tone remained cool and detached, a trace of danger could always be heard in his voice, causing Su Nanjing, who was in the passenger seat, to reach out and rub the goosebumps on her arm. On the other side of the phone, Dean Huang hung up and, judging from Jiang Fulai's tone, chuckled to himself. Upon arriving at Shanghai apartment, Bai Lian returned to the study in room 303 and continued to process the data. Su Nanjing first went to the first floor to deliver a gift he had brought for Ji Heng, then went to 303. Zhang Xiais hadn't accompanied Qi Yundai to a mock court session today, so he was in the living room of 303 practicing problems. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming weren't there today, leaving only Pu Xiaohan to discuss with him. These problems were now beyond Su Nanjing's comprehension. So she just lay on the sofa, opening the group chat of the 4. Su Nanjing. Chen Beixian, I heard you have news on the Dawson family? Chen Beixian couldn't be bothered with him. Just then, someone rang the doorbell. Ming Dongheng was moving flower pots downstairs, so the young master Su got up to answer the door. Outside stood a young man in a windbreaker, casually holding a 60-centimeter square box. He politely nodded to Su Nanjing. Hello, Brother Mao asked me to deliver something for Miss Bai. Su Nanjing, seeing only one box which seemed easy to carry, reached out to take it. Aliens? Hand it over to me. Hearing him call her alien, the young man swiftly handed the box over. "Thank you for the trouble." Su Nanjing held the box from both ends with both hands. As soon as the young man let go, Su Nanjing staggered, almost falling, but the man helped to steady him as he regained his balance. "Be careful, it's quite heavy," the young man apologized. Realizing the weight, Su Nanjing then secured his hold on the box. He placed the box in the hallway, taking a glance at the very new container, unable to discern anything, so he knocked on the study door twice, calling out to Bai Lian, "Alien, someone has delivered something for you." Bai Lian was sending the data to Hu Yu and knew it was palladium sent by Mao Kuan. She responded with a nod. Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan were engaged in a heated debate over a math problem, calling out for Bai Lian to mediate. When Bai Lian came out, Su Nanjing, with his arms crossed around the box, was curiously circling it, asking, "Alien, what's this? It's so heavy?" Bai Lian pulled a chair over and sat next to Pu Xiaohan, taking the math problem handed to her by Pu in a leisurely manner. Upon hearing the question, she just looked up and vaguely nodded in the direction of the scissors. "See for yourself." As it wasn't anything private, Su Nanjing took the scissors, bent down to cut open the seal, revealing a silver object inside. Chapter 757, 300 Newcomers on the Cutting Edge. _1 The remaining palladium weighs about 70 Jin. Each piece is the same size, with a silver-white metallic surface, and each has the periodic table form etched onto it. At this moment he saw the letters P. He didn't realize which element it was, only looking at the numbers 46, 106, 42, and guessing it to be a metal from the periodic table. They were laid out very neatly. Su Nanjing reached out and took a piece in his hand, playing with it as he read the word etched below, "Palladium, guardian deity?" The mirror-like reflection made Pu Xiaohan turn her head and squint, recognizing the two letters. "This is palladium." Palladium? Su Nanjing and Ming Dongheng had special training in high school. From the first to the third year, after muddling through, he finally broke free from those studies and dove headfirst into the financial industry in college with Jiang Shijue, keeping away from physics and chemistry. He had long left behind satellite angular velocity periods and these chemical elements in his memory. Under the Su family, multiple industries were covered, the most important being heavy industry involvement with Zhongxing Group, which included several state-level labs, and Su Nanjing had been negotiating material resources with exporters from various countries over the last 2 years. Palladium sounded vaguely familiar in his ears, but not as familiar as uranium. What did Bai Lian want so much metal for? Su Nanjing closed the lid, somewhat puzzled. Ming Dongheng came down from upstairs, placing the fruit Jiheng had asked him to bring on the table. Seeing the paper box that was unwrapped in the middle of the hall, he bent down and deftly moved it outside. "Xiaoming, it's a bit heave." Su Nanjing stood in front of the box, and as he saw Ming Dongheng moving it, he barely got out the letter for heavy. Ming Dongheng then bent down and picked up the paper box as if it were a feather in his hands. He seemed even more effortless than the young man at the front door earlier. Su Nanjing. He was silent for a moment, then took 2 steps back and called for Pu Xiaohan to go upstairs to look at the newly decorated rooms. Influenced by Bai Lian over the past 6 months, Su Nanjing chose a Chinese-style decor. The pure white ceiling of the great hall featured wooden beams, and the mahogany corner flowers were simple and elegant. The restraint and quality of Chinese style were fully highlighted. She turned around in a circle, then turned back to ask Su Nanjing, "Big brother, can I come over next time to get some materials?" "Sure, Xiaohan, come anytime," Su Nanjing said with his hand in his pocket, casually observing the decor. The code is 6666. Everybody called each other what they pleased. After all, it didn't matter much for seniority. The postgraduate entrance exams had ended. After New Year's Day, Jiang University started final exams, and every day by 5 o'clock, there were people lining up outside the library. The Tongfeng class had their final major exams too. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao mainly stayed in the lab, and the deadline given by the general headquarters to Zhou Wenqing was also approaching, with the final date set for January 13th. Ever since Bai Lian enrolled, there had been much discussion about her in the school. Recently, Zhou Wenqing's lab had been in the spotlight, and it was uncertain whether Bai Lian's group would achieve any results. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan's group had produced a paper, participated in the campus competition, whereas it seemed like Bai Lian's group had collectively turned invisible. The attitudes within the school varied. Some speculated that the recent finals were just too challenging. Bai Lian had taken many leaves before this, so now she was furiously revising to deal with the final exams. There was even a dedicated forum thread discussing this semester's finals on the University City Forum. On the 10th in the morning, the Tongfeng class had their topology exam. Dean Huang always thought that after Jiang Fulai took a stand, the general headquarters would exercise some restraint and withdraw the compulsory assignment given to Zhou Wenqing. Yet, to his surprise, after so many days, there was still silence from both the school and the general headquarters. Unable to find Zhou Wenqing, Dean Huang took the Tongfeng class exam schedule and waited for Bai Lian by the lecture hall. This time, the exam for the Tongfeng class was on topology, taught by academician Ma. He arrived on time, waiting at the doorway for Bai Lian. Dean Huang. The students from the Tongfeng class, upon seeing Dean Huang at the back door, were somewhat shocked, but then greeted him with surprise and delight, Gao Yuan especially so. "How did everyone find the exam?" smiled Dean Huang as he greeted them. "It was so hard, Dean, we didn't even finish," Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, trailing at the end, said with gloomy faces. The others nodded in agreement. It was normal not to finish an exam personally set by academician Ma. Dean Huang wasn't surprised. The problems his own teacher used to leave him daily were very challenging, and sometimes he would stay up until dawn without being able to solve them. However, he waited for half the day, and even after Tang Ming and the others had left, Bai Lian still hadn't come out. When the teacher who collected the papers had them all organized and sealed in a bag, he came outside only to find Dean Huang standing beside the back door, a bit dazed. Chapter 758, 300 Newcomer's Edge. _2-inch Dean Huang? What are you doing here? The invigilator was somewhat surprised. I came to see the students from the Tongfeng class. Dean Huang had his hands clasped behind his back as he scanned the lecture hall, which was empty. Where is Bai Lian? Bai Lian was a celebrity at Jiang University. Even teachers from the English department knew that this year's freshman class had produced a Bai Lian, and occasionally they heard the name Ning Xiao as well. After enrollment, less people talked about Liang Wuyu, but mentioned Bai Lian's name, and not just people at Jiang University, but countless netizens knew her as the prestigious student of Jiang University. The invigilator naturally knew her, and he pushed his glasses up. Dean Huang, Bai Lian finished her exam and turned in her paper an hour ago. Dean Huang. Topology was too difficult, not to mention the fact that Ma Institute fellow personally set the questions. It was normal for Tang Ming and the others to say the questions were too difficult to finish. But she turned in her paper an hour early? Dean Huang had never seen anyone able to submit Ma Institute Fellows' paper so early, and wondered if it might be a bit too arrogant. Did she finish it? Bai Lian's handwriting was neat and attractive. The invigilator was curious about her, and had a very deep impression of her test paper. He nodded. She did finish. Finished, yes, but he did not know whether the answers were correct or not. Shanghai apartment. Butler Wen carried a gift, following behind Wen Zhixia as they got out of the car. "Miss, is this the place?" He looked at building number 5. When Zhixia looked down at her phone, confirmed the address, and since the address Bai Lian gave this time was very normal, she breathed a sigh of relief and led Butler Wen inside. Butler Wen glanced back. "What's wrong?" When Zhixia walked up the steps. "Nothing." Butler Wen shook his head, merely thinking that the person who had just been cleaning the trash had a lot of presents. The two of them knocked on the door of room 103. At room 103, the door was opened by Lance, who was holding a white jade chess piece, and greeted Butler Wen. "Ni hao." Then he returned to playing chess with Jiang He beside the glass door. Bai Lian had no exams in the afternoon. Since Ji Heng and the others went fishing yesterday, and Ning Xiao and the rest needed to study for finals and didn't have much time, Ji Heng asked Bai Lian to bring Yang Lin back for dinner with them. "We're going back on the 29th. When Zhixia was going to announce her engagement on the 28th of the lunar calendar, and Bai Lian had arranged with Ji Heng to go back to Xiangqing that evening. Will you go back with us, or will you go back first?" Yang Lin was also busy, with her part-time jobs, studies, and also managing the tasks given by Xia Zhuyu. If it wasn't for her grandparents in Xiangqing, Yang Lin would have directly applied to stay at the university. "I'll go with you." She pushed her black-framed glasses up. When Jixia came over, Bai Lian introduced her to Yang Lin and Lance, and also took her to the kitchen to greet Ji Heng and Shin Qing. "New friends, huh?" Ji Heng was happy to see Bai Lian's circle of friends growing. "Invite your classmate to stay for dinner." "Sure." Bai Lian brought Wen Jixia out. Next to Wen Jixia, Butler Wen, looking at the beaming Shin Qing and then at Yang Lin, who sat on the sofa in silence, felt reassured by the very ordinary scene. God knows how shocked he and the old Mrs. Wen were when they learned from the driver where Wen Jixia had gone to admire the plum blossoms some time ago. It was just the foreign old man and kid playing Go next door who seemed a bit unusual. When Jixia came to deliver an invitation to Bai Lian, there were many people in room 103. When Dean Huang came over, Bai Lian was with Wen Jixia and Yang Lin in room 303. Yang Lin didn't talk much, just sat on the sofa flipping through a book, and if not for the occasional sound of a page turning, one would barely feel her presence. Bai Lian was sitting at the table with Wen Jixia, leisurely brewing tea. After returning, she had changed into loose homeware, her hair casually held up by a jade hairpin, her slender fingers gripping a purple clay teapot, water trickling into the teacups, a strand of hair dangling by her cheek, a serene and classical beauty. The act of brewing tea was calm and skilled, impossible without having studied it specifically, exuding an extraordinary charm. When Jixia was mesmerized, Butler Wen opened the door. Butler Wen did not recognize Dean Huang, but he greeted him politely. "Thank you." Dean Huang thanked Butler Wen and walked to the table. "What's going on with Professor Zhou? The 13th is almost here, and the upper administration still hasn't sent a notice to withdraw the assignment." The arrival of Dean Huang snapped Wen Jixia out of her reverie. She didn't know Dean Huang, so she didn't interrupt their conversation. Butler Wen stood quietly behind Wen Jixia. Bai Lian reached out, slowly and methodically pouring a cup of tea for Dean Huang, raising an eyebrow. "Why should it be withdrawn?" "If it's not withdrawn, his lab will be held accountable." Dean Huang was very aware of how important the project was for Zhou Wenqing and his students, and you too. If his project is gone, your experiment credits will basically be zero. Chapter 759. 300 Newcomers on the Edge. Under 3-inch have some tea. Bai Lian offered the tea to President Huang. "Now's the time for tea?" President Huang picked up the teacup, took a sip, and found it quite pleasant. He calmed down for a moment. His gaze fleetingly wanted to say something more, but then he caught sight of the girl quietly reading on the sofa. Yang Lin's personal style was quite distinct. She wore black-framed glasses year-round, had bangs that were very long, and shoulder-length hair. Just sitting there, she didn't have a strong presence. President Huang was taken aback for a moment, then stood up abruptly with a thump and exclaimed in surprise, "Yang Lin." Yang Lin closed her book and stood up. "President Huang. Is it really you?" President Huang's eyes lit up. "I was in your lab just a couple of days ago and didn't see you. Yang Lin, have you given any thought to my suggestion from last time?" Yang Lin glanced at his head and adjusted her glasses. "President Huang, I'm just a freshman. No problem, I can wait." President Huang waved his hand dismissively. "Yang Lin, you must believe that you are definitely better than old Xia." "Yang Lin, I'm going down to help Grandpa." Yang Lin put down her book and went downstairs to room 103. The butler and Wen Jixia also realized that Bai Lian and President Huang had something to discuss, so they both went downstairs as well. Once out the door, the butler asked Wen Jixia, "Who is that President Huang?" "The president? Which institute's president?" Wen Jixia glanced back at room 303. She didn't know, but felt that this year, her friend had truly exceeded her expectations by far. Upstairs. After everyone left, President Huang sat down again to drink tea. "I never expected you to know Yang Lin." These two people, one earmarked by academician Ma, the other favored by old Xia, were both destined to stand at the pinnacle of their fields. Jiang University had an abundance of talent this year, all right, but how do they all know each other? We were deskmates in our senior year. Bai Lian refilled President Huang's cup with tea. Deskmates in their senior year? From the same class, and also from Xiangqing? President Huang was even more amazed. He had heard Xia Zhuyu mention Yang Lin, but only knew that her name was Yang Lin and that she was a student Xia Zhuyu valued. What a coincidence! Xiangqing was really brimming with talent this year. After discussing Yang Lin, President Huang brought up the main issue at hand with a serious expression. I haven't found Professor Zhou. What is he up to these days? Don't you really worry at all? He broke down the situation for Bai Lian, explaining the pros and cons. While President Huang spoke, Bai Lian listened quietly. Only after he finished did she look up. We all know, but I think Professor Zhou doesn't wish to apply for withdrawal himself. Not to withdraw? President Huang stood up hastily. How can that be acceptable? This is no joke. What foolishness, absolute foolishness. It will not only jeopardize his students' academic careers. Doesn't he understand that, if you all don't? Learning that the crux of the issue lay with Zhou Wenqing, President Huang couldn't sit still. He was determined to go to the research center to find the sequestered Zhou Wenqing and get things clear. I believe Professor Zhou is quite aware, said Bai Lian idly as she picked up her teacup. Didn't Director Lin mention at the time that there was a chance Professor Zhou could become the associate dean? President Huang suddenly lowered his head to look at her. With a smile, Bai Lian's slender fingers curved to lightly lift the teacup she was holding, her lazy gaze revealing a sharp edge. Let me congratulate the Department of Physics in advance. January 13th. All exams for the Tongfeng class were over, and it was also the deadline for Professor Zhou Wenqing's lab project. There were many discussions on the forum about this matter. Not many big events happened at Jiang University this year, but most of them were related to Bai Lian. By this time, most of the students had finished their final exams. Early in the morning, just after 7 o'clock, a crowd had already gathered outside the physics building. Towards the end of the year, Song Min and Bai Shaoqi were busy as well. They found Dean Feng to take them to the annual gathering of their private equity firm, and today they came to the Department of Physics to look for Bai Shaoqi. They arrived just in time to witness the grand scene at the physics building. Professor Zhou's lab hasn't made progress in years, a teammate of Bai Shaoqi explained to Song Min with a gleeful tone. You freshmen probably know about this year's newcomers, like Bai Lian and the others. After Dr. Zhou didn't accept them, they went to Professor Zhou's lab. This news was well known on the forum, but it was the first time Song Min and Bai Shaoqi had heard about it. If Professor Zhou's lab closes down, who else would take them in? Bai Shaoqi slowly withdrew her gaze and turned to speak with Song Min. Shall we go in together and have a look? She looked at Song Min. He was holding his phone and did not refuse. The physics building's auditorium was crowded with people. This matter was a hot topic. The student council of the physics department was maintaining order and not allowing outsiders to enter. Chapter 760, 300 New Talents Sharp Edge. _4 However, Song Min does know Bai Shaoqi, and since he was a successful entrepreneur, the physics department had previously secured his sponsorship. They let both of them in without obstruction. Basically, all the professors from the physics department who were on campus had arrived. Dean Huang was sitting in the first row with his notebook in hand. Beside him, familiar people were inquiring Dean Huang about Zhou Wenqing's situation, but Dean Huang didn't speak right away. When Bai Lian and Ning Xiao arrived, the front row seats were already filled with various professors and mentors, and behind them were students brought by other teachers. Hen Shuyan and Su Yuanjun were among them. These two had been ordered by Sun Fu to return home, and this past month hadn't been easy for them, especially since their delay in graduation was a certainty. Now hearing about Zhou Wenqing's incident with Bai Lian, it made things a little more bearable for Hen Shuyan and the others, who, upon spotting Tang Ming, shot a scornful glance in their direction. With Zhou Wenqing's lab gone, it was true no one would take in Bai Lian and the others. Their fate wouldn't be much different. 8 o'clock. Zhou Wenqing still hadn't arrived. Director Lin looked calmly at Dean Huang. Dean, are you sure Professor Zhou will come today? Dean Huang unscrewed the lid of his thermos, took a sip of water, and replied composedly, Don't worry, Professor Zhou is still organizing the documents. With Dean Huang's assurance, most people continued to wait. Dr. Zhua and Sun Fu were sitting right behind Dean Huang, feeling relieved as they listened to Director Lin and Dean Huang's conversation. Good thing they had not kept any freshmen in their labs. Because of the Zhou Wenqing incident, both realized someone was targeting this group of newcomers, and Zhou Wenqing was merely caught up in it. 8:05. Director Lin stood up. Dean Huang, I don't think Professor Zhou has produced any results, so he didn't come today. I think there's no need for a meeting to discuss this. Let's just retract the project. As he spoke, the students exchanged glances with each other in confusion. Bai Xiaoqi withdrew her gaze from Bai Lian and looked at Song Min. Let's go. The professors, on the other hand, showed no surprise, for the outcome was inevitable, and they began to stand up, ready to leave. It was at this moment that the front door of the lecture hall was pushed open, and 3 figures entered. Zhou Wenqing had been working hard for several days. He was wearing glasses, casually dressed in a military coat, and had disheveled hair. Still quite composed, he approached the podium, placed his documents down. Sorry for being late, I was guiding them in uploading data to Nature. By his side, Hu Yu bent down, plugged in the USB drive, and started the computer. In the second row, Zhou Jinhua and Sun Fu, who had just stood up to leave, stopped abruptly at Zhou Wenqing's words and turned their heads towards the podium. Nature? Was their team planning to submit to Nature? Zhou Wenqing personally guiding? Did that mean they were aiming for the main journal? Zhou Jinhua couldn't believe it. His lab hadn't produced any significant research in the past 2 years, and his advisor was still Dean Huang. Zhou Wenqing was just an ordinary person with no prestigious academic backing. In the sudden silence, Zhou Wenqing passed a red laser pointer to Hu Yu, addressing the professors and students in the lecture hall. Thank you all for coming. I am Zhou Wenqing. Now, my student Hu Yu will present to you our lab's research findings on superconductivity, palladium hydride and the Meissner effect. Hu Yu clicked the laser pointer to open the PowerPoint, revealing the first page filled with complex English text, along with a long list of author names: Xin Lu, Yuhu Lian Bai, Xiao Ning, Wuyu Liang, a clearly standard academic paper format, with the first author in the first row followed by the second author. Clearly, in this Nature paper, these newcomers had played a significant role. Everyone present was aware of the significance of Nature. Inside the lecture hall, there was a burst of astonishment. Chapter 761. Jianggu leads the team with a crushing score of 1. Jiang University's graduate and doctoral training programs require published papers as a prerequisite for graduation. These are not only important academic achievements for the students, representing their personal abilities, but also mediums for international academic exchanges, enhancing their academic competitiveness. The project led by Zhou Wenqing wasn't too difficult, but it had a long cycle and the materials were very difficult to acquire. After April, the experiment had made almost no progress. On stage, Hu Yu broke from her usual leisurely demeanor, introducing their research to all the teachers and students present with great composure, were continuously optimizing the material properties, increasing the critical temperature and critical magnetic field. Dean Huang sat in the front row, grasping his hands tightly. Finally, he relaxed and his tense body eased upon seeing the research results from Zhou Wenqing's lab. Next to him, however, Dean Lin was extremely puzzled. As the head of the department, he knew better than anyone that Zhou Wenqing's lab was out of experimental materials. He stared intently at the content on the slides, and although everyone present had different research interests, they could understand what Hu Yu was talking about. Nobody left during the 1.5-hour presentation. Zhou Wenqing didn't sit down but stood to one side with his hands behind his back, watching Hu Yu present on the stage, occasionally turning his head to look back at Bai Lian and the other new students. Thank you, teachers and classmates, Hu Yu said after finishing the presentation. The lecture hall quieted for a moment, then the next second, it erupted into warm applause. Before today, the university town's forums had been buzzing with anticipation for this event. Before Hu Yu and Zhou Wenqing's arrival, nobody could have imagined their lab would indeed achieve interim results ahead of schedule. This was also a breakthrough research for Jiang University's superconductivity project. Dean Huang, looking at Zhou Wenqing and Hu Yu's group, grabbed his coat and spoke with a calm and steady presence. Professor Zhou, I will request to the president that you accompany me to the summit in G City. At G City's academic summit, Jiang University's leading participants each year were the deans of various colleges, who would bring outstanding students along. Dean Huang's statement at this moment represented his stance. The position of vice dean of the physics department had been vacant for half a year, and this year they were ready to promote someone to step up. The presidents and deans of Jiang University don't come out of nowhere, most are graduates of the university itself. Zhou Wenqing met this criterion, and with Dean Huang's statement, it was virtually decided. Next to him, several professors who got along well with Zhou Wenqing congratulated him. Professor Zhou, congratulations. The others, Zhuo Jinhua and Sun Fu, couldn't sit still anymore. Department head Lin, who had been sitting, finally stood up and fixed his gaze on Zhou Wenqing. Professor Zhou, how did you manage to obtain a large amount of palladium? Palladium gold separation technology is very difficult. Even buying a few grams required a reservation half a month in advance. Not to mention placing a large order. Even if one applied to the authorities, it would take months to get the materials. Within just 1 month, how did Zhou Wenqing's lab manage to gather enough palladium to carry out the project? At Lin's remark, most professors eagerly turned their gaze to the front, clearly indicating that most labs were in dire need of experimental materials. It was the same for Sun Fu and Zhuo Jinhua. For certain scarce materials, no amount of money could find them a source, and they had no choice but to wait for allocations from Jiang University or the Central Military Logistics, just like for palladium. About that, Zhou Wenqing involuntarily looked toward the back row and gave an apologetic smile to the professors. It's not convenient to say. Zhou Wenqing was on the brink of promotion and had completed such a significant project ahead of schedule, but despite the lack of sleep over the past few days, instead of resting, he invited the students out for a meal. A stream of people filed out. Zhuo Jinhua and Sun Fu, however, seemed somewhat distracted. Dr. Zhuo, are you all right? Dr. Zhuo's team member waited outside the door, noticing that Zhuo Jinhua seemed preoccupied. The students nearby continued their enthusiastic discussion of Zhou Wenqing's research. I can't believe they actually did it. Nature, huh? By Lian and the other newcomers must be the first ones to be second authors on a Nature paper. They're so lucky. Dr. Zhuo and Sun Fu both lowered their eyes. While these students were marveling at how lucky Bai Lian and the others were, both knew that Zhou Wenqing's, not convenient to say, and his look toward the back row were unmistakable indications. The matter involved those newcomers. It was not too hard to guess. Due to material shortages, Zhou Wenqing's lab had made little progress in recent years, but strangely enough, progress had surged ever since the new students were assigned to their lab. Chapter 762, Jiang Gu leads the team with a crushing score of 2-inch by Xiaoke. Dr. Zhuo placed a pen in his notebook, returning to his senses and inquired of Bai Xiaoke, you said that those new students all come from Xiangqing? Yes, that Bai Lian is my younger half-sister from the same father. Dr. Zhuo didn't say anything further. He knew that Bai Shuk's information was incorrect. This year's freshmen only Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were well known, even overshadowing Liang Wei's prominence. Last month, before President Huang had asked him, Dr. Zhuo had already received news about Bai Lian and her group from Bai Xiaoke. They were from Xiangqing with no significant background, so he initially rejected Bai Lian and the group of new students so decisively. The students nearby were still discussing whether Zhou Wenqing was about to be promoted. Going from a professor to a vice dean, and to the vice dean of Jiang University's School of Physics, at that, would grant him several times more power than he currently had. He would be an entity that Sun Fu and Zhuo Jinhua would have difficulty reaching within 10 years. Sun Fu and Bai Lian's group still had some conflicts, but that was manageable. Zhuo Jinhua, however, was feeling extremely uneasy. Reflecting on it now, when President Huang assigned the new students to him, it must have been because he knew some insider information and had Zhuo's best interests in mind, yet he failed to seize the opportunity. The people around them were all discussing the superconductivity Meissner effect or Zhou Wenqing and the new students. Zhuo Jinhua, however, couldn't continue listening and quickly left with his notebook in hand. Brother! After Zhuo Jinhua had left, Bai Shaoqi and Song Min dared to approach. Bai Shu's eyes narrowed slightly as he led them towards the exit. Do you still need funding? I still have some here. For the current Bai family, Bai Shouka was the hope for elevating their status, and he had always been very generous to Bai Shouka. The money was sent efficiently. No need, Bai Shouchi shook her head. Brother, we too do not need the family's investment. Both were equally proud, desperately trying to prove themselves, especially under the circumstances of Bai Lian's exceptional performance. All right, Bai Shouka patted Song Min's shoulder. If you really can't make ends meet, come and find me. Zhou Wenqing's laboratory completed their project ahead of schedule, something most people on the forum didn't anticipate. Besides Sun Fu and Zhuojinhua, there was another group that was restless. In the neighboring study room, Wang Shi sat at the very edge, looking at posts on the forum. A second author in Nature, their regular grades should be higher than ours, right? Although they participated in numerous projects and competitions under Gao Jiachen's laboratory, they had not yet reached the standard of Nature. Hearing his words, the group exchanged looks in silence, not saying a word. Gao Yuan slowly closed his laptop and stuffed it into his bag. Hey, not necessarily. We participated in 2 competitions and won 2 scientific research gold awards from Jiang University. They only have that second author paper. One of the young men in Gao Yuan's group clapped Wang Shi on the shoulder, and there's the final exam and regular grades. Think about it, who taught us topology? How low can our regular grades be? They were all people from the inner circle. They were also targets of the Gao family's efforts to win over, with Gao Jiachen personally solving challenging topology problems every week and sending the solutions to Gao Yuan, who then forwarded them to the group. Hearing this remark, Wang Shi let out a deep sigh of relief. They were now in Gao Jiachen's laboratory. The topology problems assigned by academician Ma were directly supervised by Gao Jiachen, leaving them with no need for anxiety. The main issue was that Bai Lian and her fellow students didn't seem like ordinary students. The pressure was too great, and since Wang Shi had been part of their group before, his emotions were often influenced by them. Jiang University started its winter vacation, and most undergraduates were tidying up to go home, leaving mainly graduate students and PhD candidates on campus. Zhou Wenqing also stayed to prepare for his promotion. He generously gave Hu Yu and the new students a half-month holiday. With Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang's schedules free, Ning Xiao was fully focused on plasma separation research. After capturing data, he would pass it on to Bai Lian. He was out of sight every day. In room 303, Bai Lian sat on the couch in her loungewear, with her laptop resting on her legs, her fingertips touching the touchscreen, opening software to create diagrams in a casual, lazy manner. It was clear she was working on diagrams. Su Nanjing stood behind her, watching for a while, but not understanding what those letters on the horizontal axis represented. He gave up studying it and turned to Xiao Bingwen. Let's go to the room next door. After the upstairs renovation was completed, Su Nanjing made this place one of his landing spots. He would come over and stay for the night every other day, and he had a knack for pampering people. Even Ji Heng, who was usually stern, was now warmly calling him Nanjing this and Nanjing that. Chapter 763, Jiang Gu leads the team with a crushing score of 3. Xiao Bingwen withdrew his gaze from Zhang Xi's and Tang Ming, lowering his voice. There's quite a bit of pressure here. Not to mention Bai Lian, just the topic of how fast some small object slid to a distance L that Tang Ming and Zhang Xi's were discussing. Xiao Bingwen had long since forgotten. Su Nanjing smiled and then stuffed his hands into his pockets, following Xiao Bingwen outside. Xiao Bingwen reached out to open the door to room 303, but as soon as he opened it, he saw Yang Lin outside about to press the doorbell. Yang Lin had just come from school and was still wearing that black long-down coat, with the coat's hood fastened on her head. Yang Lin had a distinct style. Ever since Xiao Bingwen found out that Bai Lian and her group of friends had all been admitted to Jiang University, he had taken a keen interest in them and naturally recognized her as one of the girls. The one from Xiangqing Hospital before. Hi, young student. Xiao Bingwen was now very polite to the students from Bai Lian's group, as they might be asked to hold honorary positions at their Xiao family's company in another 10 or 8 years. Seeing Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing, Yang Lin, her deep eyes hidden behind glasses, gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. It sufficed as a greeting. She stepped aside and entered directly. As usual, cold and silent. Su Nanjing raised an eyebrow. Once outside and the door closed behind him, Xiao Bingwen trailed 2 steps behind Su Nanjing. Now, whenever I see Miss Bei's classmates, I always feel like each of them is extraordinary. That young man with shouting just now, I always feel like he has seen blood. That was Zhang Xiai's, whom Xiao Bingwen had rarely encountered. Probably close enough, he really has done time, said Su Nanjing, knocking on the next door, glancing at Xiao Bingwen. Qi Lu even sentenced him for a year. The door was opened by Ming Dongheng. Young Master and Chief Chen are in the study. Chief Chen is also here? Xiao Bingwen's eyes lit up as he spoke to Su Nanjing. The Chen family seems to have split into 2 new laboratories. If we had that kind of influence, we wouldn't need to ask professors to lend their names everywhere. After his promotion 6 months ago, Chief Chen's influence in Jiangjing had grown significantly, and even several senior figures had to give him respect. You're thinking right. Su Nanjing got a response from Jiang Fulai and opened the door to the study. Why don't you ask Brother Jiang or Academician Ma to lend you a name? Xiao Bingwen was about to say more, but as the study door opened, he shut his mouth. He followed Su Nanjing into the room respectfully and stood aside. The piano room and bedroom took up most of the space. The study in room 302 wasn't large. Jiang Fulai was listening to Chief Chen speak. Closing his laptop, he took off his glasses with a calm expression, methodically wiping away the dust on the lenses with his fingertips. Chen Beixian is negotiating with Wang Yufeng's confidant. Chief Chen closed the file, passing it to Jiang Fulai's desk. Try to make the deal for weapon-grade enriched uranium. This year, Zongxing's investment in uranium mines was impacted by certain countries, and the extraction volume was less than ideal. Domestic uranium mines were too scarce. Even though there were investments in foreign uranium mines, being abroad, there were far too many influencing factors. Many reactors were being used quite frugally. It was very important for them that Chen Beixian could secure this deal. Jiang Fulai tossed the cleaned glasses aside, picked up the file and flipped through it. Have them prepare for it. We have a new purification project next year. What project? Su Nanjing and the others knew Jiang Fulai always had insider information at his fingertips. Research into a plasma seawater purification project. Jiang Fulai tapped his fingertips on the last page. Should there be a breakthrough, it would be good news for them. Food would no longer be something others could hold over them. The phone rang. It was a call from Academician Ma. For this year's Boss Summer Camp, the slots will be announced in a few days. Should you lead the team, or should I? The Boss Summer Camp was abroad. It was another excellent opportunity for international exchange, but for people like Academician Ma, it also included elements of risk. Jiang Fulai leaned back, looking calm and unflappable, and replied, "I'll lead the team." Academician Ma was not surprised. All right. Jiang Fulai made his call, and those around automatically fell silent, not speaking. When the call finished, Jiang Fulai stood up, gesturing for them to decide on their own, then brushed his sleeve and headed to the next room. Su Nanjing and Chief Chen talked behind him. Su Nanjing asked Chief Chen about the matter with Wang Yufeng. Sister Beixian said there seems to be a professor with some background at Jiang University. Chief Chen shared some insider information with Su Nanjing, but Jiang University is out of our jurisdiction. I only heard that this professor has some resources. It is said half of Jiangjing's management layer comes from Jiang University.